Okay, we're on the record. This is media unit number 1. We are here today, July 17th, 2026 at approximately 9:14 for the video deposition of Grant Cardone.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Cardone.
Good morning, Raj.
You were just deposed 2 days ago, right?
That's right.
You testified 2 days ago as Cardone Capital LLC's corporate representative, right?
Yes, sir.
And today you're here testifying in your personal capacity, right?
Okay.
You've been deposed in other cases too, right?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you been deposed?
Let's see. I was deposed. I guess this was 20 years ago, not 2010 or 11, 12. What is that? 14 years. In a case, 5 days, Latham Watkins, Los Angeles, California, for 5 days, 8 hours a day. I was deposed, I think, probably another 15 years ago in an employment termination. I forget the person's name. The John Leisure, famous John Leisure defamation case. There was an attempt to depose, but because I wanted to keep it public, they canceled that. I won that case, by the way. I won them all. So, I don't know that there's anything else. And then, obviously 2 days ago.
So other than this case, you've been deposed 2 times, is that right?
I think that's right.
I'm sure you remember the deposition rules, but I'll go over them quickly.
Sure.
You understand you're under oath today?
Yes.
Let's try our best not to talk over each other. I'll ask the question, then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Okay?
That's fair.
If you're confused about a question, feel free to ask me to clarify.
Sure.
But if you answer the question, I'm going to assume that you understood it. Is that fair?
If you ask me the question and I answer it,
if you answer the
I would
question,
assume that you understand it.
let me try that again.
Okay.
If you answer the question, I'm going to assume that you understood what I asked.
That's fair.
Okay. I want you to answer my questions today and only my questions. Almost every question I ask you today is going to call for a yes or no response. Do you understand that?
I understand that's what you want.
And you understand that your lawyer is going to have a chance to ask you questions at the end of the deposition, right?
I didn't know that, but I don't know
On Wednesday,
I don't know the legal, strategies here back and forth. No, I'm not a lawyer.
On Wednesday, your lawyer asked you some questions at the end of the deposition, right?
He asked me 2 questions at the end of the deposition.
Do you understand that at trial, you'll have a chance to give testimony in this case?
No, I don't understand that. I know nothing about a trial.
Okay. We have a lot of ground to cover today, but I want to start with something that happened this week. You had a call with Fund 5 investors this week, right?
On Tuesday, I think I had a call with Fund 4 and 5. And any other investors, by the way, that would have been interested.
This past Tuesday, right?
Tuesday, this week. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to mark as
There
exhibit.
was about 1,100 people on that phone call.
Mark as exhibit 259, a social media post from yourself.
Okay.
This is your Twitter.
Can we ask them to? Sorry about that.
This is your Twitter handle, right, sir?
This is X.
I apologize.
Formerly Twitter.
This is your X handle, right?
Yes, sir.
At Grant Cardone, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is an X post from you on July 13th, 2026, right?
I don't see the date on here, but I would expect we did this week.
And you announced that there would be an urgent investors call tonight.
Yes.
Cardone Capital Fund 5 special call, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on this call, you discussed the refinancing of the Sawgrass property, right?
I did, and other things.
Other than the refinancing of the Sawgrass property, what did you discuss?
Good question. I would have answered questions from a number of people that initiated that they had received an email from you guys or some group that you hired about an opt-out or about a class action lawsuit that they would be involved in or included in had they not, or if they didn't respond. Many of these people had questions. They thought it was fraud. They thought somebody hacked my accounts. So as I have been doing and told your colleague, Morgan, on 2 days ago, for 12 years that we've been raising money, we're very transparent and very communicative with our investors, and we answer their questions. Call was about an hour and a half long.
That call wasn't recorded, right?
I don't know.
You did discuss this lawsuit on the call, right?
I answered their questions.
You discussed the opt-out deadline for this lawsuit, right?
I did.
And in fact, the call was held 1 day before the opt-out deadline, correct?
I don't know that.
Did you remind investors of the opt-out deadline?
I may have. I also told them to do whatever they chose to do. I said, look, I'm not going to even tell you what I'm going to do or what my family's going to do. If you want to opt in, you want to opt out. You guys made it very easy, as I told them, to opt out, which is do nothing. Don't even see the email. And the rest, I said, just do what you want to do. Guys, you want to stay in the deal? You want to stay in the deal? Can we ask them or ask Sherry to handle it, and she'll handle it. I told them very clearly, you can opt in, opt out, no hard feelings, do your thing, do whatever you want to do. I'm fine with it. I also did not tell them what I would do or what I would recommend.
Did you tell them that if they remained in the lawsuit, if they didn't opt out, they would be involved in the case?
Did I ask them? Say again?
Did you tell them that if they did not opt out, they would be involved in this lawsuit?
I did tell them that.
Did you explain to them what their involvement would be in this lawsuit?
No.
Did you tell them that they would not have to attend trial?
Dude, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know any of the intricacies of your little game here. So no, I didn't go into any of that because I don't know any of that. My investors do not want to be involved in your lawsuit. 900 have opted out. Another 1,000 are calling me right now saying, I don't want to be part of this. They don't even know that they're part of a lawsuit.
Did you tell your investors that there could be a problem with Fund 5 if it's forced to end early?
I don't think I said that, but it would be a problem for them. They'd be wiped out. Their equity would be wiped out, and they'll end up paying your legal fees.
Did you tell your investors that if this lawsuit succeeds, they would have a choice about whether they keep their investments or not?
I did not.
Let's look at Exhibit 260. Do you recognize this document,
I
sir?
do.
You posted this graphic on X, right?
I did. It's got some incorrect data on it, but
Tell me what's incorrect about the graphic.
well, just look at this. The $11 million down, we distributed, we underestimated how much was being sent out. We missed it by 3 million. Meaning, Raj, that we sent our investors 3 million more than I had communicated.
You sent them $3 million more in connection with the Sawgrass refinance, right?
Yeah, we refinanced this property. It kicked up our cash flow to a full 6%, almost 6% on the Fund 4 and Fund 5. We returned $14.2 million, if I have my numbers right, 14.2 or 14.3 million, which was a return of capital and our catch up on cash flow.
Now, in the LTD distributions from operations column,
Yes,
or row,
row.
it says 17.2 million for Fund 5, right?
What line are you on?
I'm looking at the LTD distributions from
Yes,
operations.
it says 17.2 million. I see that.
So Fund 5 has returned $17.2 million from operations life to date, right?
Yes, sir.
And the projected refi distributions, you said, are about 3 million more than what's reflected here, right?
Yes, of the $50 million that was put into this deal, we've returned 17 million. That's over 30%.
Are you looking at a spreadsheet in connection with
Yes, I am.
the response? What spreadsheet
I'm
is
looking
that?
at mine, the one I use every day. You're welcome to have a copy of it.
Okay, I'm going to request that we get a copy of that.
Fantastic. It's what I use to communicate to our investors every day.
At the bottom of the graphic, it says projected refinance distributions are estimates and subject to change, right?
It says projected refinance distributions are estimates subject to change. LTD equals life to date. Depreciation and amortization are non-cash items and do not represent cash distributions. Figures reflect combined Fund 4 and Fund 5 as of July 2026.
Okay. Let's look at a YouTube video you posted 1 week ago on July 10th, 2026, and I'm going to mark the video as Exhibit 261.
First seal, Fund 5, 15% return. Bunch of clickbaiters out there. This is what all you clickbaiters don't know. First, we don't promise any investor anything. We don't guarantee anything. We targeted this asset to do a 50. If we were to sell this piece of real estate today, it's $72 million, 2.4 multiple, a 32% return. I'm not going to hit a 50. Okay, we're going to go way over a 15, even when I take my fees out.
Show you're wrong. You want to able.
Now that's you on the video, right, sir?
It is.
And this is your YouTube channel, Grant Cardone.
It is. 3.2 million subscribers, I think. Yeah.
And this video was posted on July 10th, 2026, right?
Yes, sir.
The video is titled, "They Said My 15% Return Was Impossible. Here's the Proof," right?
I don't know if that's the title. I can't see it from here.
I'm sorry, actually, I think the title, at least the title now, is Controversial Fund 5.
That's what I wanted to name it. Sometimes the team changes things.
And in the video, you said you don't guarantee investors anything, right?
That's what we've said ever since we've raised the first penny 30 years ago. Everybody knows there's no guarantee. Are you subscribed to the channel? It's an educational channel.
I want to talk next about your social media presence. When did you start posting on social media?
I think it was when social media came out. I saw it. I was, giddy about it.
Around the late 2000s, do you think?
No, I think it was early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
Probably 2010 or 11.
In 2011, you were on the Turnaround King TV show, right?
Yes, sir. I was.
And you refer to yourself as the Turnaround King, right?
No, they're the ones that called me the Turnaround King. I think that was National Geographic's.
So, sometime in the 2000s, you started posting frequently on social media, right?
2010 or 11, I started posting on social media.
And you started to get thousands of followers, right?
No. No, I didn't start getting thousands of followers. First I started getting 1 and 2 followers, then 3 and 4. I wish it would have been thousands, but it wasn't. It doesn't work like that.
Let's look at Exhibit 262. Joe, that might be my copy again.
If you're under the years too, or it doesn't.
This is an interview you gave in 2017 with Entrepreneur. Do you recognize this?
I don't recognize this.
The title is How 3 Social Superstars Built Huge Followings Fast. Do you see
Also,
that?
I did not do an interview with Entrepreneur Magazine.
This is an article from online which contains quotations from a Grant Cardone GC.
So is it online magazine or Entrepreneur Magazine? Because I'm looking at Entrepreneur right here. I don't see online magazine.
I can represent to you, sir. I got this from entrepreneur.com.
Okay, I lost you when you said something about online.com or online magazine.
Let's look at the second page of the document, page 2 of 7.
Okay. 207?
2 of 7.
Oh, 2 of 7, okay.
And in the middle of a page, it says Grant Cardone GC. Do you see
Yes.
that? And you say, they didn't realize how much content I had. It allows me to post up to 50 Snapchats, 100 tweets, 18 Facebook posts, and 4 Instagram posts every single day on multiple topics to particular audiences. You see that?
Well, what it says, I didn't try to build my following fast. It felt like forever to get my first 100 followers, but I willingly posted all of my content freely and frequently. And people said, Grant, you're giving away too much. This channel is purely educational, all this. So they didn't realize how much content I had. It allows me to post up to 50 Snapchat, 100 tweets.
Slow down a little bit when you're reading.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Teresa.
Sorry, Teresa. 18 Facebook posts and 4 Instagram every single day on multiple topics. Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this interview?
This was not an interview.
Do you recognize your comment here?
It sounds like something I would say. I don't remember doing this. This is 9 years ago. The article's written 9 years ago. I have no clue when I said this.
In 2017, you were posting dozens, if not hundreds of times a day, right?
That's not true.
It says here it allows you to post up to 50 Snapchats, 100 tweets, 18 Facebook posts, and 4 Instagram posts every single day. You see that?
Yes, sir.
That's not accurate?
That is different than what you just asked me. You asked me, you were posting up to 100 times a day, and I said, no, I was not. I don't think I've ever posted 100 times in one day. I could post 60 times in one hour, but I'd never done that.
You post dozens of times a day across your accounts, right?
Across all the accounts?
Yes.
TikTok, Instagram, stories, reels, post, X, Facebook, Snapchat. Yeah, I could easily get to a dozen.
On an average day, how many social media posts do you think you upload across those accounts?
No clue.
Let's look at this next page, page 3 of the document.
Okay,
Do you see the GC on top?
I do.
And I just want to look at the second paragraph. It says there, I constantly look to dominate new platforms. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's still true, right?
Not really. Completely different business plan today than it was in 2017 or 12.
You mentioned earlier all the social media platforms you're on. I'll try to repeat them. Let me know if I missed any of them. Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, LinkedIn.
That's right. It's a good one.
Any other ones I'm missing there?
I'm sure there's other ones. There was Meerkat. There was Periscope. There was MySpace at one time. There was Discovery Channel, Articles, Medium, Entrepreneur Magazine was covering me for a while. There was podcasts. I mean, you missed all the podcasts I've done, probably 800 podcasts. And there's two others, but I can't remember their names right now. And there's more platforms coming, and we'll be on them.
You have millions of followers on social media, right?
Almost 20 million.
Almost 20 million across
Yes.
your accounts.
Probably 200 million people see our content every year.
You're a social media influencer, right?
I don't think so. I haven't influenced social media.
You don't consider?
I'm a businessman. I'm a father. I'm a married man of 23 years. I would never consider myself to influence social media. Mark Zuckerberg would have influenced social media, but I don't consider myself a social media influencer, whatever that is.
So as you just mentioned, you said you are often interviewed on podcasts and social media channels, right?
That's right.
You do a lot of interviews.
That doesn't mean I'm a social media influencer. It means I've been interviewed.
You do a lot of interviews, right?
I have, yeah.
But just this year, you've been interviewed on many podcasts, right?
Okay.
I'm going to name some of them. You tell me if you've been interviewed on those podcasts.
Okay.
TM3 Impact, right?
Don't know.
DJ Vlad,
Yes.
Kevin Cooney,
Not sure.
The Iced Coffee Hour,
Yes.
Andrew Flackner on Real Scout,
Yes. Andrew's a good guy.
Ryan Pineda on the Wealthy Way podcast,
Yes, sir.
Theodore Erkstrand,
Not sure that name.
Taylor Avakian,
I'm not sure.
the Rich Summers podcast.
Yes.
Any others I'm missing this year?
A bunch. I'm missing a bunch of them. I don't even, can't remember all the names of all the podcasts I've been on. Just this year,
Yes, this year.
there'd be another, 50.
No.
All free, paid. I'm not paid. I'm not sponsored. We do these for free to educate the public on how to invest their money, on how to make real estate transactions, how to stay motivated, leadership, sales, marketing, scaling. This is all completely free content trying to democratize success for the everyday person.
You've led me to my next question, which is you post on social media about many different topics, right?
Yes, sir.
You post about real estate investing.
One thing I do.
You post about your other business ventures too, right?
I do. And I post on family, health, leadership, people skills, doing the right thing, under promising your customer, over delivering, sales, marketing, scaling, operations, cash flow, all the things they don't teach you in school, Raj, I deliver to the public for free.
Millions of people in the public watch your content, right?
I wish more people watched it.
But many people do, right?
Okay.
You know, potential investors watch your content, right?
I hope so.
You use your content in part to advertise to potential investors, right?
No, that's not true.
You don't advertise at all on social media?
Yeah, we spend about, sure.
So you use your content on social media to advertise to potential investors, right?
No, that's not an ad. An ad is something you buy from Facebook or Meta or Google.
Do you solicit investors on social media?
Do we solicit investors? No, we don't actually. We educate people. We educate people on social media. We offer events. We offer, like right now we have a 10X Business Summit going on. It's going to be right here at the Turnberry Hotel. So it works like this. We do social posts, okay, Raj? We do something educational about business. We're doing this right now. At the end of it, there might be an invitation. If you want to come to Miami, call our office or go to this landing page. Or it could be we're having a webinar or training this weekend. And then we invite those people. Those people come for free. Nobody's paying me anything for any of this, which is crazy. These people then get educated in a tiny, tiny percentage. Okay. If you really want to understand my business, 0.005% of the people that we touch on social media ever pay for a course or to come to a workshop or buy a book. Of that 0.005, maybe 0.001 become an investor in the company. So we'll have about a couple 100 million people will see my content this year. 158,000 will become customers in our business. It's some variation of our business. Of the 158,000 people and the 200 million people that originally saw it, I only have 20,000 investors.
You've used social media content in the past to try to raise money for Cardone Capital, right?
Have I tried to use social media to raise money?
You've used
I have used social media to bring awareness to our projects.
Have you ever included Cardone Capital's phone number in a social media post?
I hope so.
Now, another thing that you post about on social media is your lifestyle, right?
Okay. You mean my family, my two beautiful kids, my wife, my marriage of 23 years, and homeschooling my children and taking care of myself and our travels? Yes.
You live a lavish lifestyle, right?
I don't think so.
You owned a private jet for many years?
I did. I've owned 4 jets.
You've owned 4 private jets.
I've owned a Gulfstream 200, a Gulfstream 550, a Gulfstream 650, and a Bombardier Global 7500. 2 helicopters.
4 private jets, 2 helicopters you've
That's
owned.
right.
You don't own a private jet today, right?
Yes, I do.
You do? Which one is that?
The Global.
You bought these private jets with investor money, right?
That is such a lie. And you know it's a lie, dude. This is you guys got to stop misrepresenting.
I'm asking a question, sir.
It's a lie, and you know it's a lie. If you've done your research, you know what social media I'm posting. You know me buying a jet. I owned a jet before I ever raised any money for any funds. I owned a plane, the Gulfstream 200. I paid $8 million for, and we had never raised a penny. You should be ashamed of yourself, dude.
You own luxury cars, right?
What is a luxury car, Raj?
You own a Rolls Royce, right?
No.
You post about...
No, I don't own a Rolls Royce.
You post about your lavish lifestyle.
You asked, I own an Escalade, 2 Escalades. I own a Tesla. What's the first 3? Is that luxury? I was given a gift.
I found this on the web. What's the first?
Google's tracking me now. My wife has a Range Rover. I think I replaced it with a Bentley. I gave my wife a Bentley SUV for Christmas. And I drive a G-Wagon.
I want to talk about the social media accounts you use.
We're done with the luxury
today.
lifestyle?
I want to talk about the social media accounts you use today.
Okay.
On Instagram, you use the Grant Cardone account, right?
Yes.
That's your personal account?
It's used for everything. It's used across the board. There's only one account on Instagram.
It's used for business and your personal.
It's used for everything.
Okay. And there's a Cardone Capital account too, right?
Yes, there is.
And you control those accounts, right?
I don't really control the Cardone Capital account. I don't post on that. The team posts on that account.
Your team posts on it, right?
Yeah.
You pay attention to what's posted on your social media accounts, right?
I pay attention to everything.
You're involved with the content that's on your social media accounts,
On
right?
which one?
on both of them?
Not really. I just answered that a few minutes ago. I really don't pay attention to what they post on Cardone Capital as much as I post on Grant Cardone.
Let me ask a different question. If you saw something you didn't approve of on either of those social media accounts, you would ask to take it down, right?
Yes.
I want to look at Instagram.
I probably wouldn't ask.
You would just take it down yourself.
No, I would tell somebody to take it down.
You would tell one of your employees to take it down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to mark as the next exhibit. This is exhibit 263. It's an Instagram reel.
I saw Instagram like, that's free? I said, well, that's either going to be a waste of time or I'm going to make a lot of money with it. I said, can I say anything I want about myself? They said, on Instagram, you could say you're the greatest. So I'm like, that is for me. That is for me. And then I saw YouTube. I'm like, YouTube, what can I say there? They say, you can say anything you want there. How much they cost? Nothing. I'm like, oh, this is perfect for a redneck from Louisiana. It's free. I can say whatever I want. And then I said this, how often can I use it? As much as you want. I was 52 years old when I saw it. I said, it's free. It's unregulated. I could say anything I want, and I could use it. Let's go. Because I couldn't afford media. I couldn't afford TV. I couldn't
Keep going.
afford ads. I couldn't afford radio. And even if I could, I was going to get squelched by the other bigger spenders. I'm 67.
That's a video you posted, right, Mr. Cardone?
Yes, sir.
That's your account there at Grant Cardone.
That's my account. That's me. It's not AI. It's the real thing.
Now, you can't say anything you want on Instagram, right?
Objective form.
Short of, hey, I mean, of course you can't threaten people's lives. I can't say I'm the greatest, though.
Your statements on social media are regulated by the federal securities laws, correct?
They've never regulated me.
You think that your statements on social media are unregulated by the federal securities laws?
Objective form.
They've never interfered with anything I've said. Any offer I've ever made, any position I've ever taken, except during COVID.
Is it your personal belief that you can make false statements on social media?
Of course not. I wouldn't either.
So you do understand that your statements on social media are regulated by the federal securities laws, right?
I've already answered the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I've already answered that question to you. I am not being regulated. I don't do anything wrong on social platforms. Regulations are for people that break laws. I don't break laws.
When you first learned of Instagram, you thought it would either be a waste of time or you would make a lot of money on it, right?
When I first saw social media, I knew it was a way for me to help a lot of people. And if you help enough people, Raj, truly provide a service to enough people on this planet, you will be rewarded. It's one of the golden rules.
One of the rewards you've gotten is that you've made a lot of money from social media, right?
Yes, I have. I've sold over $1 billion of products on social platforms over the last 20 years.
I want to talk next about your decision to open Fund 5 to non-accredited investors.
Yes, sir.
First of all, what is a non-accredited investor?
Objective.
The non-accredited investor is, by definition, first of all, it borders on discrimination. And it could go as far, in my view, to racism. It should not be there. There should not be any description of a non-accredited or an accredited. Under the rules of the non-accredited, suggests that these are not sophisticated people, and that's not true. It suggests by dollar amount that they only make $200,000 a year, or their net worth combined, if they're married, is $1 million in net worth, or I think they need to make $350,000 a year. But I have fought, Raj, for now about 5 years maybe 6 years now with Washington, D.C. to change that rule to get rid of the non-accredited as discriminatory. It's preventing regular, everyday people from investing in great assets like the ones that we buy at Cardone Capital.
The distinction between, let me start again. The rules between accredited and non-accredited investors, those are racist?
I think it is, yeah. I think it's discriminatory at the least and racist at the extremes.
Tell me why it's racist.
Because if you look at the demographics in America of who makes 200 grand a year and fill in the blanks, you will understand that those that have less access, depending on geographically where they were brought up, don't make 200 grand a year and therefore would not be allowed to invest in some of the opportunities that we have and others have. And it's under the disguise of we're here to protect the little guy. That's not true. They're here to protect big banks. Big banks that are worth trillions of dollars that organized with Congress to push all money to 401ks and IRAs so that the fireman, the policeman, the nurse, the single mom, my nieces, my sister, my mother-in-law that don't make 200 grand a year by law could not invest in our funds.
You mentioned the fireman, the policeman, the nurse.
Yeah.
Many non-accredited investors are working class people.
98% of America is a non-accredited investor.
So they're often middle class, right?
I don't, you'd have to tell me what middle class means.
Well, these are not financial professionals, right?
You're not a financial professional.
I'm asking about non-accredited.
I'm not a financial professional. He's not. What do you mean? Like, see, again, you see, that's discriminatory. You see, you're saying they're not financial professionals, suggesting they don't know their finances. It's not true. I know people worth billions of dollars that are less intelligent financially than a blue-collar worker or a middle-class worker that you just described.
Well, non-accredited investors, they don't have teams of financial advisors, right?
Most rich people don't have teams of financial counsel.
These are people looking for a way to build wealth, right?
Who are we talking about?
Non-accredited investors.
Objectively.
Dude, they need to. They're struggling. These are people that are struggling. All of America is struggling right now, Raj. If you're in New York, you know how much people are struggling there. Rents are exploding. People can't pay their rents. You got people at Facebook and Google that are making 400 grand a year. They have no money at the end of a year. So I have people that are investing with me that are chiropractors, dentists, single moms, plumbers. They're getting access, Fund 5. They got access to a $600 million asset and only had to put $10,000 in. The original client, Louis Pino, put in $5,000 into 2 funds. I don't know what Louis made. Louis was a huge fan of mine, bought every book we had, went to courses. I don't know what he made. Maybe he made 40 or 50 grand a year. I gave him an opportunity to invest in a $600 million purchase that I put my money and my time, my energy at risk to allow everyday people access to a transaction that would provide them with cash flow, capital protection, appreciation, and big tax write-offs that they could never get access to by themselves.
I moved to strike everything after all of America is struggling right now. Raj is non-responsive.
Because you don't like the
Sir,
answer.
let me finish.
You guys strike when you don't like the answers.
Let me ask my question, sir. You started off as a non-accredited investor.
Everyone starts off as a non-accredited investor. There's no human being ever born in the United States of America that started out as an accredited investor.
So you started off as a non-accredited investor, correct?
I did, and you did, and everyone does.
Your family members started off as non-accredited investors, right?
My family members? You mean my daughters? Yes, when my daughters were born, they were non-accredited.
Now, the federal...
My daughters are still non-accredited. And my daughters, by the way, by law, My daughters, okay, could not invest in my funds. My niece that has known me for 40 years and my godchild, by law, without me creating this fund, would not been able to invest in my funds.
Now, the federal securities laws give non-accredited investors special protections, correct?
Objective form.
The who does?
The federal securities laws give non-accredited investors special protections, correct?
Objective form.
I think the federal securities laws protect all people, not just non-accredited.
Are
And I
there
would expect that they protect the accredited more than the non-accredited.
are there special rules that govern solicitation of non-accredited investors under the federal securities laws?
Objective.
And they're changing all the time.
Is that
Like
a,
they just changed this year. You know that, right?
Mr. Cardone, you have to answer my question.
I
you
did.
want me to ask it again?
They have laws. I'm sure they have laws and restrictions. I'm not I don't know them all, but they're changing. What I'm telling you is they evolve and they change. They move. They're mercurial. They changed this year. For instance, the non-accredited this year went from it's no longer income constrained. Did you know that? Now it's if you write a check for 200. By the way, I'm influencing the direction of this with DC. If they write a check, if Teresa writes a check for 200,000, she no longer has to go to her accountant to get them to check whether she's accredited or not.
Mr. Cardone, when did you decide to create a fund for non-accredited investors?
Years ago, I was influenced by a number of things, experiences that I had, including some of which I tried to explain to you a few minutes ago about, which is my niece's family members that could not invest with me. My wife encouraged me to do it. We did a lot of research on it for a number of years before we did do it. And I think our first fund was, well, the first time I took a non-accredited investor was probably, let's see, what year would that have been? 2015, 2014. No. Let me just see here. No, more like 2000 and maybe two. I mean, it's been 24 years we've been taking non-accredited money.
Fund 5 was the first equity fund that was open to non-accredited investors. Is that right?
No, I don't think so. I have, no, I don't think so. There was funds, for instance, the Trellis deal in Savannah. That would have been 2000. I know there's some non-accredited investors in that. There's non-accredited in our Audubon Park deal. There's definitely non-accredited in I have 47 properties. I've had 76.
Okay.
I would say there's probably been non-accredited investors all the way back to 1996 involved in my deals. Dale Christensen was one of the first non-accredited investors. He was 53 years old, psychologist. He had less than $100 to his name. He was an investor in one of my funds.
The first Cardone equity fund open to non-accredited investors was Fund 5, right?
No, it's not true.
Let's mark as the next exhibit.
It is named Fund 1, but for different reasons.
Now, we're going to be looking at a lot of documents like this today. This is an email from you. That's your email address on top, grant@cardonecapital.com, right?
Mm-hmm.
That a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
And the email is to Jesse Foster, CCing Mr. Secco, right?
Okay. I agree with that.
And it's an email from you on June 12th, 2018, right?
Yes, sir.
Who's Jesse Foster?
I'm not sure. I don't remember who he is.
And the second line of the email, you say, "My whole life I have been pulling for the little guy. Let's face it, I am the little guy." You see that?
I am the little guy.
You think of yourself as a little guy, right?
Little tiny man.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I want to look at the bottom of page 450. You see, by the way, I'll refer to these numbers today. You see the numbers at the bottom right? It says Cardone
Okay,
Cap.
I got it. Yeah.
So if I'm referring to a page, I'll refer to the last three of the numbers. Does that make sense?
Got you.
So it's still on the same page at the bottom. You couldn't read that paragraph, but it talks about how you hired an attorney to advise you on a non-accredited fund.
Let me just read.
Yes, you can
the
read
whole
it.
thing. I haven't seen this in 8 years, so. Yeah. Why did the little guys get the junk real estate and the wealthiest organizations buy the trophy properties and hold them for decades? Vanguard, Blackstone, Goldman, Wall Street, all getting all the good stuff while the rest of America is encouraged to buy a home or reinvest in a REIT or invest in a REIT. Or maybe you get an offering from a local real estate syndicator in your market for a 30-unit apartment deal.
Okay, so you say
To find out what is really going on, I hired an attorney and invested money to create a fund so many of my friends, followers, I should have included family here, and my employees to invest with me in trophy real estate that we would buy before the big boys could get them, and then later we would sell them to the behemoths, the big boys. That's right. I wrote this.
and the first thing your lawyer did was warn you. Right?
Yes. Multiple lawyers warned me, by the way.
And so
And in addition to the lawyers that warned me, accountants said, dude, this will not be worth it for you. We've done the math on the non-accredited. By the way, the lawyers and the accountants said, the reason Wall Street does not focus on this investor is because there's no money in it. You're going to be servicing an account that's so small. And this is why the Goldmans, the Blackstones, they go get big, massive checks, $10 billion at a time, $5 billion at a time, $1 billion at a time, while I'm taking 5 and 10,000. Back to your earlier comment about dominate. What I'm trying to do is dominate a space, Raj, that I can actually service my client in. So Wall Street has basically ignored the non-accredited investor. And I saw a glitch and said, hey, I'm going to go service these people that Wall Street refuses to talk to. Ken Griffin at Citadel does not take non-accredited money. Goldman Sachs does not go, Jamie Dimon does not go spend time talking to non-accredited. Citibank does not take time talking to non-accredited investors. I am providing a service to the non-accredited investor, providing them with institutional quality assets that provide capital protection, cash flow, tax write-offs, and long-term appreciation.
can I ask you a question about the document, sir?
Sure.
So on page 451, it says, my question was, right on top, my question was, why are they making it so hard for me to simply let the people who know me?
Yes.
You see that, right,
Yes.
sir? And then
Yes. Can I explain what that meant?
I'm just going to ask you another question.
Sure.
So you'll see 2 paragraphs down, it says, the attorney went on to give me a number of dumb answers, like the wealthy are better educated and government wants to protect the little guy. You see that, right?
Okay.
You thought it was a dumb answer that the government wants to protect the little guy?
I think it's a lie. The government does not want to protect the little guy, and everybody knows it. Okay? The attorney went on to say, and give a number of dumb answers. By the way, this attorney had never started a fund, had never done a real estate transaction in their life. He says, the wealthy are better educated. Wrong. I know millions of people. I have met hundreds of thousands of people every year. Some of them are wealthy. I know some of the wealthiest people on this planet. Does not mean they're better educated. I know people that are out of work today that are highly educated, very high IQs. Okay. Regarding the government of the United States of America has never protected the little guy. 1/3 of America is in poverty. Okay. about 80% of it struggles to even maintain the middle class. A tiny percentage, a tiny 1%, are living a lifestyle that you consider lavish because my cars are paid for. Which, by the way, my real estate investments is what provided me the ability to have cars paid for. And all I'm doing is not protecting the middle class. The government wants to protect the little guy. I'm not protecting the little guy. I'm giving the little guy an opportunity to get his money right.
Who was the attorney who gave you this advice?
I don't remember. I've been through a lot of attorneys. Probably going to get rid of these two.
Was it Jillian Sidoti?
It could have been.
Now, you opened a non-accredited fund to help the little guy, right?
I did.
You wanted to help.
Exactly why I help. It's why we have our YouTube channel, our Instagram, our Facebook, our X. I'm not just helping people in real estate. I'm helping them in business. I'm helping them with cash flow. I'm helping them with financial education. Just so you know, about 30% of my audience is Black and under the age of 30. Under the age of 30, they don't have the same color skin. They don't come from the same location. And I'm helping them understand there's other options.
So the reason you opened Fund 5 was to help the everyday investor.
The reason I do everything, the reason I go to work every day is to help the everyday guy.
Were there any other reasons you opened up Fund 5?
Other than what?
Other than helping the little guy, helping the everyday investor.
Sure. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons.
What were the other reasons?
A lot more reasons. Oh my God, dude, how much time you got? Like, it's a business, okay? Number one, I'm running a business here, okay? Now, the business is not what you think it is. You think it's Grant's going to make money out of the promote. That's not actually the business. You're missing the bigger story, okay? I am going to build the largest real estate company ever built in the country and share it with the everyday man. Okay. Now that could include a dentist that makes $1 million a year, but the intention was to also include the Louis Pinos that only have $10,000 to invest. Now, why would I want to do that if it wasn't just for money? Because my business is servicing roofers, HVAC people, real estate brokers, real estate salesmen, real estate appraisers, people in the escrow business, the mortgage business that don't have access to these deals. They're around the fringes. They're working on the roof or working on the plumbing, but they can never actually invest in the very things that they're servicing. Now, why would I want to do that? Because when you send money to somebody every single month, okay, and we have, by the way, for 20 years, I have never missed a payment, ever. In 20 years, 20 times 12 is 240 months. Raj, I have never missed a distribution on the 15th of the month. When you send people money every single month, it is the highest form of loyalty and reputation. We sent out $22.2 million last month. People set their clock in their calendar. Grant Cardone is the 15th of the month. Some people are so dedicated and so loyal now, okay, to this sending a check every month that they call me their uncle. So that's why we did this, to build a very cohesive ecosystem of investors and people that we could educate and support and possibly become partners with.
Okay, thank you. Investors in Fund 5 and Fund 6, you said, are paid monthly distributions, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you maintain a spreadsheet or document tracking the amount of distributions that they receive every month?
I'm sure the accounting team does.
So
it wouldn't be something we'd have to keep because it's something we have to do. We distribute on the 15th of the month. So the very fact that we made a distribution would be a record by itself.
Right. So let's take a non-accredited investor. He's in both funds. He has $10,000 in each fund. If I wanted to see how much he's been paid in distributions every month, you have that information somewhere, right?
Of course. The IRS would have it too. The SEC spent 28 months going over all our records. You probably know about that. And after 28 months, thorough investigation, ended the investigation, finding not a nickel out of place.
All right, let's go to exhibit 256. I'm on 256, right?
You were on 265. We'll
Two-
see you there.
265. I apologize. Okay, I'm going to mark as exhibit 265 a YouTube video titled Not All Real Estate is Created Equal, Real Estate Investing Made Simple with Grant Cardone. And I'm going to mark as exhibit 265A a certified transcript of that exhibit, of that YouTube video.
Terrible title. We're terrible at our titles.
I'm going to play a portion of the video now, Mr. Cardone.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, sir. I can see it. Another failure in my life. Cardone TV. Grant Cardone TV.
Welcome to the Cardone Zone every Monday.
We have Wi-Fi.
Sell this thing to. I know exactly who I'm gonna sell this thing to when I buy it, and I know when I'm.
I'm sorry.
Did we skip?
We did skip.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I get the intro for you.
Welcome to the Cardone Zone
What's the-
every
what's the
Monday.
date on this?
Real estate investing made
see the
simple
date?
with myself and Ryan.
What's
Real
the,
estate.
What's the date?
Ryan Sacco.
June 4th. The date is June 4th, 2018. You see that, right?
Okay. Got it.
Got my team here. Got Johnny Boy here. I got Francesco here. And I got the Natalie, the real OG, the original gangster of all time. Nat. We got a great team here. I went blank here. I can't see myself, and I'm looking good today. I'm looking crispy. Hey, good to have you here. 305-865-8668. 305-868-8668. Today we're talking about real estate.
Yeah, that's you, right, sir, in the video?
Man, I swear that's me.
Okay. That's your YouTube channel.
I look
Grant
better. I'm in
Cardone.
better shape now than I was then, Raj.
I think we all are, Mr. Cardone.
No, no, come on. Stop it.
All right, let's watch another part of
Most
this
people
video.
are not in
now.
better shape 8 years later.
Mr. Keel might be in better shape than me, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. Cheeks are getting all blown out.
In.
I'm going to play part of this video now.
Okay.
I still got $3 million left
You went in how many minutes?
I'm starting at 28 minutes.
Okay, so we're
How you
skipping
doing?
27 minutes of content.
That's right.
Doesn't seem very fair.
If you want to go off the record, I'm happy for you to watch the entire
No,
video.
you pick it up here. If I need to, I'll go back.
It's going to be worth the time. Remember, number one. Number two. Number one, worth the time. Is it worth my time to make a $50 million investment?
What's the minimum units you would do that's worth your time?
32.
But now you.
Now, I might, look, I have look, with me, dude, I could go buy 4 units tomorrow. If I found the right 4 units, I knew I could bing, 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 and pick up, bing. But I mean, there's an exception to every rule, but I'm not going to have an investing model with 4 units or 8 or 12. That's why you guys that have a budget, non-accredited investors, I'm creating a fund at Cardone Capital. I've already filed with the SEC. I can't announce it yet. I can just tell you I've done this. I don't think that's against the law. I'm going to allow people that are not accredited, unqualified, whatever that means, not accredited, not sophisticated investors, rather than you guys buying 4 units, 8 units, raising money. That's the other way you could do it. You could go find 30 units and raise the money. You're going to be able to invest with me on big deals. These are deals that I would sell to an institution. Let's talk to our callers. Do you have a deal, or do you have, by the way, do I love this deal?
And then
If I didn't have to own it, pay anything for that,
39.
would I love owning that?
I love it.
31 million, dude. I've looked at houses that are 30 million. I'm sorry. I've looked at homes that are 50 million that I could live in. This is 344 units. I'm like, what am I going to do? Okay. And number 4, can I exit? Who am I going to sell this thing to? I know exactly who I'm going to sell this thing to when I buy it. And I know when I'm going to sell it, and I know what I'll sell it for. Okay. Let's talk to a caller. Oh, unique. Do you have a deal, or do you have a question?
I have a
I
question.
got to do this show again.
I am new to I'm just watching this stuff and, fell in love with the whole real estate. But I wanted to know, is $10,000 can get you anywhere started in real estate?
Well, it can. You can't go buy your own piece of real estate with 10 grand, but you could be an investor with 10,000.
Okay.
So just, what you do is go register at cardonecapital.com, put your name in there. It's going to be first come, first serve. In about 45 days, we're going to announce you have 10,000 and you want to ride on deals with me. You basically partner with me. This is what I'm going to do on this deal, Unique. This is a unique opportunity, by the way, for people that love real estate. This is what I'm going to do. Cardone Capital, we're going to take that deal right there that I just showed you. It's $50 million. I'm going to put down up to 17 million bucks. Is that right? No, this deal's 100 million.
Yeah, on that deal, that's 92.
This deal's right now, this deal's going to be around $94 million with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I'm going to put $30 million down.
Mm-hmm.
10 of that 10,000 is going to come from Unique. She's going to be a partner with me, and I'm going to put the other 29 million. How committed am I?
100%.
Okay, I'm going to sign the debt on $64 million. I don't know what I was thinking. This deal is 50 million. It's almost 100. I'm going to sign the debt. Unique, you're not going to sign the debt. I'm going to sign the loan. Okay, I'm going to put my little GC right here. They're going to be like, okay, he'll do the deal. I would add you to the loan, Unique, but no offense, I don't know that it's going to help us get this $64 million loan. Particularly when I tell him your name's Unique. It's just going to weird everybody out. Okay, so what you would do is you would ride with me in this deal. Now, you're a passive investor. You get all the benefits of a real estate investment. Okay?
Which are?
Tax write-offs, any depreciation that we get, which is a tax advantage, appreciation, cash flow. We distribute checks every month to our investors. You don't have the trouble, the heartache.
When you going to get to the good stuff?
I sign the debt, and then when we sell in 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years, then you get the appreciation accorded to that deal. Okay.
Okay, that's you in the video, right?
Still me.
This is the Cardone Zone.
Yes.
That's an online TV program you hosted.
Yes.
Was that Mr. Secco speaking in the
Yes.
background? And in this video, you mentioned the non-accredited fund, right?
Yes.
Fund 5, right?
It would end up being Fund 5.
And you told Unique that she could invest into the non-accredited fund with $10,000, right?
No, because we didn't have the fund set up yet, so I didn't tell her she could. I told her to get on a list.
You told her that
in 45 days we would potentially have a fund open.
You told her she could partner with you, right?
Yes, I did. They do partner. These are real partners.
And the $94 million
Partners with all the upside and without all the problems.
The $94 million deal you're talking about is Delray, right?
10x Delray. Yes, sir.
And you said you will sign the debt, right?
Yes, sir. I did say that.
Unique's not going to sign the loan, right?
Unique is not going to sign the loan because Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac do not want Unique on the loan.
That's why you're going to put your GC on the loan, right?
The reason I'm going to put my GC on the loan, Raj, is because Grant Cardone is going to buy the asset with his balance sheet, his history. These properties, I don't know what you guys are. These properties don't get loans by themselves. Okay, 10x Delray doesn't wake up one morning and say, Fannie Mae, give me a loan. We probably went to 7 lenders to see if this qualified under their structures. We then negotiated, we being me, take the W, flip it upside down, me, negotiated the terms, whether it was going to be a 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 12-year. I negotiated the interest rate. I negotiated the broker fees. I negotiated and paid for, funded the appraisal, the mortgage fee up front. I closed this transaction on my balance sheet. And then once the deal is closed, we allow, in this case, Fund 5, non-accredited investors. I don't think Unique became an investor, by the way.
Okay. Let's
But I'm not finished. So to answer the question, then we close the deal. We offer it to our non-accredited. If the year ends, I forget when this deal was done, but if the year were to end, and let's say I funded the entire $94 million, $50 million of cash, $48 million of debt, sign the loan. Somebody has to sign the loan, okay? So I'm responsible for finding the asset. I'm responsible for acquiring the debt. I'm responsible for distributing the cash each month to both the lender and the investor. I'm responsible for all the paperwork for everyone. I'm responsible to get an appraisal. I'm responsible to maintain the asset. And then I'm responsible every time, like during COVID, when Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac or Nuveen or the banks call and say, what's going on? The world's collapsing. I'm responsible to respond to those people.
Okay.
When the loan comes due, like it just did, and we refinance it, guess who's responsible? Not Unique or the investor. Grant Cardone is. When there's a deposition on a BS lawsuit like we're dealing with right now, I'm responsible.
I'm going to move to strike everything after his history as non-responsive. And sir, I want you to focus on answering
I'm very focused.
my questions.
I'm extremely focused. You just don't like the answers.
I'm going to mark as Exhibit 266 another YouTube video. This one posted on July 2nd, 2018. And mark Exhibit 266A is a certified transcript of that YouTube video.
Is this a different video?
This is a different video.
Okay.
And we're going to watch part of it starting at 3 minutes, 52 seconds.
Do you know where that is in the transcript?
I am going to be asking around page 22 of the transcript.
22, thank you.
Hey, welcome to the Cardone Zone. Every Monday, Grant Cardone comes to you in the Cardone Zone to bring to you real estate investing made simple. Every Monday, every week of the year, I come to you because I'm going to tell you, folks, if you're tuning in right now on iTunes or YouTube or Facebook or wherever you are watching this or listening to this from, real estate will be the greatest single decision you make for your family. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Investing in cash flow producing real estate will be the most important.
Oh, that's you, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
That's your YouTube channel?
Yes, sir.
And this video was posted on July 2nd, 2018. It's titled Leverage Your Real Estate Investing Made Simple with Grant Cardone. You see that?
I don't see the title from here.
Okay,
but
I'm
I believe you. I believe you.
Okay.
It's not. It's
Let's go to 20 minutes and 16 seconds in this video.
Oh, no money down. That, my friends and gentlemen, ladies, is called leveraging your real estate. How to leverage your real estate. You can't leverage your business. It's dependent upon you. You can't leverage a calculator. It's only worth $4 or $5. It'll be worth 50 cents before it's over with. You won't even have these. They're going away. Nobody will, except if it had 10X on it, leverage your friend. Okay? So that's what we're doing at Cardone Capital. We're leveraging 25 years of me buying real estate. I pick the deal. I find the deal. I get the best debt on the deal. I get the lowest interest rates available. I think we're paying 3.5% on this office building. Okay? Ridiculous, right? You're leveraging me and my real estate. I find the deal, buy the deal, negotiate the debt. I decide when we're selling it. And by the way, you are in the deal as my partner, shoulder to shoulder, without the responsibility, the headache, the debt, signing on it, the obligation. And it's backed by real assets. Real assets that go up in value over time and have a better chance of going up than your cash. When we come back, I'm going to take you.
Now, Mr. Cardone, you said you got the best debt on the deals, right?
Yes, I did. And I do.
You said you will get the lowest rates.
I just got a 5.05% interest rate loan this week that would typically cost these people 6.5 to 7%.
You get the lowest rates available on the market, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that investors are in the deal as your partner shoulder to shoulder, right?
Did I say that? I didn't hear the shoulder to shoulder thing, but maybe I did. I didn't read it.
Well, we can look at the transcript if you like.
Do you know what page?
I'm on page 24, line 4.
Line 4?
Correct, on page 24.
I decide when we're selling. That's right. I decide what we paid. I decide what the debt was going to be. I decided whether we were going to buy it. I decide everything, Raj. Complete, total, absolute control. And it's laid out in the circular that they have no control, nothing. I do everything. All they have to do is write a check. You are in the deal as my partner, shoulder to shoulder. Okay, I did say that. Feel like we're an army. Without the responsibility, the headaches, the debt, signing on it, the obligation. It's backed by real assets that go up in value over time, as everyone knows, by the way. Like, you cannot find a human being on planet Earth that does not believe real estate's not going to be worth more tomorrow or next year or 10 years from now than today. And you have a better chance of going up than holding cash.
So, Mr. Cardone,
All that's true.
Your investors, they have no control in the funds, right?
Zero. No control. It's laid out in the circular. Zero control over anything. All decisions are mine.
And you said that investors...
That's why they're called passive investors.
Okay. You said that investors will not have the responsibility, the headaches, the debt signing on it. You see that, right?
That's right. I do see that.
You said investors don't have the responsibility of the debt, right?
That's right. That's what I said 3 times now. They do not have responsibility of the debt, nor would Fannie or Freddie or any lender want them to be held responsible for the debt. Just so you know, in 2012, there was a Jobs Act passed by Barack Obama, president, 2-term president of the United States of America. He's the one that passed the Jobs Act. The Jobs Act was then amended in 2015, Raj. If you're truly interested in this, are you? Are you interested in this?
You've answered my question, Mr. Cardone.
So you're not interested in the control aspect here?
I'm going to mark the next exhibit now. And that's going to be exhibit 267.
Barack passed the Jobs Act.
So there's no
because
question
he wanted
pending.
the non-accredited investor to be able to have access to this very asset class that I'm talking about.
There's no question pending, sir. Now, what I've given you as exhibit 267 is an August 5th, 2018 email.
We're done with the video?
We are done with the video, yes, sir. Exhibit 267 is a August 5th, 2018 email from Mr. Secco to you, correct?
This looks like it's from Robert Gibbons to me.
I'm looking on top, sir, on page 99. An email from Ryan Secco to Grant Cardone, correct?
Page 90, okay. Robert Gibbon, from Robert Gibbon, not from Ryan Secco. Again.
Above that, it does say an email from Ryan Secco to Grant Cardone, but that's okay.
That's not the origination of the email.
Correct. Mr. Secco's forwarding you an email from Mr. Gibbon, right?
That's
Okay.
right.
And Mr. Gibbon works at Cushman and Wakefield, right?
Mr. Gibbon is one of the most successful real estate brokers in the United States of America. He's done over $80 billion real estate transactions. At that time, he was with Cushwake. I think he's with CBRE now.
And Mr. Gibbon informs you, congratulations, the seller accepted your counter terms. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. This would have been after 90 days of negotiating a very difficult contract.
And that was for the Delray property, correct?
Yes, that we paid $92 million and today is worth $140 million.
At the time you paid $92 million?
$92.5 million.
92.5.
Closing costs, I think, was $94.3.
That was the most you had ever paid for a single property, correct?
I don't know. I'm not sure of that. I have a track record, but I have no clue.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure. I can tell you real quick. Again, like, there's no secrets over here, man. Everything I've done is completely out in the open to the whole world. Prior to this, I had a couple $100 million invested in a portfolio. I did the Trellis deal at $30 million, Audubon deal at $35 million, Integra Shores at $33 million, Wellington at $32 million, Iona Lakes at $55 million. Woodway would have been $90 million. Woodway and Murano would have been $141, so this wasn't the biggest deal yet. Then 10X Delray was $94 million, Stella was $71, Naples was $101, Sawgrass was $143. And
So-
that's just some of the deals.
For an individual property, was this the most you had ever paid?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this time.
Okay. I'm going to mark as the next exhibit 268, a YouTube video from Grant Cardone titled,
We're done with this.
we're done with that, yes, sir. 10 things to know before getting started. Real estate investing made simple with Grant Cardone.
Okay.
And I'm going to play the video starting at 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Another failed company.
And I'm going to get the whole world involved in it. You're either going to invest with me or you're going to actually help me raise these funds. Okay, so when you see me on social media talking about other stuff, anything that you see me talking about, what I'm doing is building an audience so I can allow people to get in a vehicle to where everybody gets rich. Because let me tell you something, if you want to make happy customers for life, make them money.
Mm-hmm.
That's you on that video, right, sir?
That is me.
Okay. And you mentioned that your deals are doing 160 to 200% returns, right?
I don't think I said that in that video, did I? Did I say that in that video? I didn't hear that clip.
Maybe I have the timestamp wrong, so
But it will
come
do.
back to that.
It will do 100%. By the way, this deal has done. This deal, Delray, that you've been focused on this morning, we put in $34 million. The equity amount today is $83 million.
Sir, I'm sure.
That's more than 250%.
I'm sure we're going to
The
get
only
there.
the only way that gets destroyed is if you guys win your little bullshit case.
Sir, the way today works is that ask questions, and you
I
get
know
answers.
how it works. You know I know how it works.
Okay, so now I want to walk through how the waterfall for Fund 5 works, and I want to break down.
We're done with this video?
We are done with that
Because
video.
I don't know what I saw that right there, except that you said I claimed 200% and I didn't.
Well, actually, I apologize for that. I think I just had the wrong timestamp, so we're going to come back to this a little bit later. Do you want to take a break, Joe?
I don't want to break.
I know.
We can take a quick. Let's go off the record.
I just want to
You got a
run down the
prostate
hall
problem?
for. No, I don't. For the record.
Okay.
But I wanted to. I do take.
It's 10:38 off the record. The time is 10:50. We are back on the record.
Are you ready, Mr. Cardone?
I am, sir. I stay ready.
I want to talk about how the waterfall for Fund 5 works and break down for the jury how investors get paid. Okay?
Break down for the jury what?
How investors get paid from Fund 5.
Okay. But
Fund-
the jury's not here right now, are they? How do I do that?
They might watch this video, sir.
Oh,
at
okay.
trial.
All right.
Fund 5 owns interests in 5 properties, right?
Fund 5 owns interest in 5 properties. Yeah, that's right.
And those properties are Delray, Stella, Naples, Sawgrass, Addison, right?
That's right. Great assets, by the way.
Fund 6 owns
2,022 units, I think, is what it is in total. About $600 million worth of real estate at when we capitalized it, and I think it required $162 million as a down payment.
I'm
for
gonna
the whole portfolio.
I have to move to strike everything after that's right. And sir, again, I'll remind you to please just answer my question.
Okay.
I have limited time here today.
Well,
Fund.
I mean, I have as much time as you want, so I don't have any limits of time. You can stay as long as you want. These guys probably want to get home, but I have no place to go.
Fund 6 owns 4 properties, right? Or I'm sorry, let me start that again. Fund 6 owns interests in 4 properties, right?
That's right.
And those 4 properties are Columbia, Breakfast Point, 10X Living at PCB, and Retreat at PCB, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. That's right.
Now, when you acquired these properties, you were owed a 1% acquisition fee on all of them, right?
I am entitled to a 1% acquisition fee.
That's 1% of the purchase price, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you receive,
Can I explain our fees to you? I mean,
I'm going to go through it, sir. Cardone Capital receives a 1% management fee, correct?
we're entitled to that. We don't necessarily receive it
1%.
any more than the exit fee, the acquisition fee, the management fee, or the promote. We're entitled to it.
You're entitled to a 1% management fee per year, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when these properties are sold, you're also entitled to a 1% disposition fee on all of them, right?
Yes, sir.
That's 1% of the sales price, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to those fees, you're entitled to a promote, right?
I am entitled to promote.
You're entitled to receive 35% of the cash flow of Fund 5, right?
Yes.
And you're entitled to receive 35% of the profits of Fund 5, right?
I am entitled.
Same thing for Fund 6, right?
I think that's right.
And you're contractually...
It changes. The funds change. Like we have a fund right now that's a 50-50.
And I'm just asking about Funds 5 and 6 right now. Sir.
Okay.
And you're for Funds 5 and 6, you're contractually able to take this 35% promote, right?
I am entitled to a promote if the property were to make a profit.
Now,
If there's no profit, you understand. Let's say the asset didn't make any money. It just cash flowed. The investors would get their cash flow. They would have gotten their tax write-offs. They would have gotten the protection of their capital being invested in a real estate transaction rather than the bank. They would have earned probably 40 to 50x what they would have earned if the money would have sat at a bank. And if we just returned the capital and the asset didn't make a profit, I would not make any money.
I move to strike that entire answer as non-responsive.
But you're
to the
striking
question.
because you don't want the jury. You said you wanted this for the jury. The jury needs to understand that this is actually how this works, Raj.
Mr. Cardone, you did not invest 35% of Fund 5's capital, correct?
I invested 100% of Fund 5's capital. $162 million was invested off my balance sheet. I bought the asset. Again, you guys are confused.
What is your...
No, you need to understand this. I closed the asset on my balance sheet. There is no money from the investors. Unique. Ben, Bob, Tom, Diane, my sister who's 78 years old, a non-accredited investor is invested in that fund right there. That fund by itself made her an accredited investor. She now has the net worth that will qualify her as accredited because she came into our non-accredited fund. So if I break even on the asset after 7, 8, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years of managing this asset and we don't make money, we return the capital to the investors and I wouldn't get a promote. But when we closed this transaction, it was my money, my effort, my energy. If no investor came in, if none of the investors, Louis Pino, if he would have not invested in this, I would own his position, he wouldn't.
I move to strike the entire answer after confused as non-responsive. How much, what percentage ownership of Fund 5 do you have today, sir?
I don't know, somewhere between $8 and $12 million. I don't know what the percentage is. I'm not focused on my percentage of these deals. I have $5.3 billion of real estate. 6,000 of the first 6,000 units I own in totality. I earn about $1 million a month in free cash flow from the real estate that I bought, Raj, before we ever raised a penny from non-accredited investors. I'm giving my position away in these assets at the same price, by the way, that I negotiated the asset.
I move to strike everything after percentage is as non-responsive.
But you asked me a question. Why would you strike the answer if I just told you? I told you the answer.
So, on your promote, have you ever not taken your promote on any transaction?
Yes.
Which ones?
I don't know. Probably all of them. I have either delayed my promote or not taken it in full.
What about on a realized transaction? Have you ever not taken your promote in full?
On a realized transaction, have I ever not taken the promote? Yeah.
Which transactions were
Probably
those?
a deal called Heron Point in Boynton. It didn't do much.
Heron Point did not achieve a 15% internal rate of return, right?
Well, you don't even know what Heron Point is. You don't know what Heron, so you're asking, like, you're so tricky, man.
I'm asking you a question,
Right?
sir.
Right? It didn't get it. You don't even know the Heron Point deal. You've done no research on Heron Point.
Did Heron Point obtain a 15% internal rate of return?
Let me see here. Probably did 100% in 2 years. Probably did 50%. Heron Point, no, it didn't. It did a 13. You want this? I'll give you a copy of this too.
Yeah, I'm going to mark that as an exhibit, sir.
Be happy to give it to you.
Great.
Yeah, I think Heron Point made $2 million of profit. It was a 1031 exchange. See, there's a lot of complexities in real estate, Raj. This particular asset was not bought with the intent to get a 15. It was the reason for Heron Point, since you brought it up, 192 units. I paid $32 million for it. I sold it for $34 million. I made a $2 million profit. There was almost no cash flow. But the intent of this particular purchase, it was
I'm not asking you
to
about the
protect
intent,
taxes.
sir.
Huh?
I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to answer my questions.
But I did answer it.
So you did not take a promote, you believe, on the Heron Point deal, correct?
Correct.
Are there any other transactions?
Boca Raton. I don't think I took a promote on Boca Raton. Our Realm deal. You don't know about that deal either. That deal made $5 million, $4.5 million, 21% return a year. Summerstone made 260% a year. Made almost a $13 million profit.
And you
in
did not take a
3.6
promote?
years. I didn't need to take a promote.
And these are all realized transactions, right?
Everything I'm telling you about right now is realized.
And from all of those transactions,
Claremont in San Diego, 66 units. We owned it 6 years, made $6.8 million. I didn't take a promote.
for all of those transactions, did you use a 1031 exchange for the profits?
Not all of them.
Which ones did you not use a 1031 exchange?
Oh man, you're making me go back way back in time now. See, Claremont, I don't think Claremont was a 1031. Summerstone was a 1031. Heron Point was a 1031. And Realm, I don't know. I don't know the answer on Realm.
Okay. I'll ask that the reporter please mark that document as Exhibit 270.
So why don't you get there?
Yeah, sure.
Let's look at Exhibit 269 now. I want to show you an underwriting for the Delray property.
I just want to say these are not audited returns either, okay, for whatever it's worth on 269, 270.
I want to show you an underwriting now for the Atlantic Delray property.
Okay.
It's dated August 29th, 2018. Now this printout is just the 10-year tab of the spreadsheet. If you want the full spreadsheet, it's on the laptop right here, but I just printed it out for you. Now, this is an underwriting model, correct?
Yeah, it is. Yes, sir.
And you look at these all the time, right?
It just took one.
I'm looking at it right now. I don't look at these all the time.
Well, in the course of your work at Cardone Capital, you often look at underwriting models, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And what is the 10-year IRR projected on this model?
This says a 12.67 10-year IRR and a 14.81 10-year AAR.
And so those are the IRR and AAR numbers for the Delray property, right?
Yeah, and it says, I'm sorry, it says underneath it, project performance before fund fees.
Right. So if you were in
That'd be the 1% acquisition, the 1% management, and the 1% exit, and the 35% promote.
So for an investor in Fund 5, the net IRR would be even lower than 12.67%, right?
Objective form.
Could be. It could be, if you take 65% of 12.67, it's at, 12.67 times 0.65. It could be 8.23. But it wasn't, and it won't be. It's going to be double that. It's probably going to be in the 20s, Raj. That's why it says projections.
Move to strike everything after wasn't as non-responsive.
Because you don't
I'm
want
gonna
the
mark-
jury, you don't want the jury to hear the truth then.
I'm going to mark as Exhibit 270 a YouTube video. 271.
We done with this?
We're done with that for now. I'll mark as Exhibit 271 a YouTube video dated September 17th, 2018. And we're going to watch part of the video now, starting at 5 minutes, 45 seconds.
Grant Cardone's going to end up on American Greed, folks. The fact that anybody can write or contribute for a paper, like Forbes particularly, and not do any research is freaking mind-boggling to me. So 2 things I want to tell you today. This is absolutely possible. It's what's on all of our public, our funds, our CardoneCapital.com. Our internal rate of return, our expected internal rate of return is 15%. And by the way, it's actually higher than that. I just told them, look, just for the public, so we don't disappoint anybody. I hate doing this, by the way. Bring it down, okay? And this guy's like, that's impossible to get. I'm not talking about once in a while. I'm talking about year after year after year after year. In fact, I'm talking about over a period of 10 years. And 10 years of 150%, 15% would be 150% return on your investment. That's what we expect to get. Today's a great day because it's Monday, and this is the day that I come to you and talk about real estate and how to double and triple money. Now, a 15% return is easy. Some of you asking every day I get this question, dude, why do you keep pushing so hard? Why? Because I'm passionate about charity.
That's you in that video, right, sir?
It is, sir.
And that's a video dated September 17th, 2018.
I can't see that from here,
Okay,
but I believe you.
sorry.
I believe that's fine.
And the video is titled How to Get 15% Return on Your Money, Real Estate Investing Made Simple, right?
Yes, sir. Now, I made another video Monday, how to achieve more than a 15%. So that's 8 years later that you showed me earlier.
So the title of the video...
You can achieve a plus 15% return on a real estate investment if you know what you're doing, if you buy at the right time at the right price, manage the property correctly, don't put too much debt on it, take care of the tenants. You can easily accomplish this. It's not difficult to do.
Sir, I'm asking you very straightforward questions. If you continue to give non-responsive answers, we're going to have to call the court and get an instruction that you have to answer my questions. Do you understand that?
I don't. I actually don't understand who you would call at the court, what you would ask him, and then what you would say I'm doing wrong. I'm answering your questions.
Okay. Well,
So I have no clue what you're talking about when you say you're going to call the court.
I'm going to ask you straightforward questions, and I would like answers.
I'm giving
my
you
questions.
I'm giving you straightforward answers, Raj.
Okay. The title of this video says how to get 15% return, right?
On your money.
How to get 15% return on your
it says,
money.
hang on, how to get 15% return on your money, real estate investing made simple. That's what it says. That's the
Okay,
title.
I do want to make sure you're able to see the date. It's dated September 17th, 2018. You see that, right, sir?
September 17th. Yes, it had 27,000 views.
Now, 2 months before this video, the SEC told you that you must revise Fund 5's offering statement to remove a 15% return representation, right?
Objective
Absolutely.
form misstates the document.
Absolutely not true.
The
They
SEC
did not tell me. You are completely misrepresenting what the SEC asked me to do, number one.
Let's look
The
at
SEC made 3 errors on that and then never told me not to use the 15%. You're just you're misrepresenting what they said.
Let's look at Exhibit 273, which I'll mark as this is the SEC's letter to you, dated July 30th, 2018. Now, you looked at this document on Wednesday's deposition too, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I want to look at the bottom of the first page. It says, we further note, well, I'll read the whole paragraph. We note your disclosure on page 17 and throughout the offering statement that references your strategy to pay a monthly distribution to investors that will result in a return of approximately 15% annualized return on investment. We further note,
That's not our, by the way, just so you know.
I'm sorry, so let me finish my question.
Okay.
We further note you have commenced only limited operations, have not paid any distributions to
That's
date.
not true, and that's not true.
Sir, you need to let me finish my question, and then you can have a chance to respond to the question. I'll start again from that sentence. We further note that you have commenced only limited operations, have not paid any distributions to date, and do not appear to have a basis for such return.
That's not true either.
You need to let me finish my question, sir. Please revise to remove this disclosure throughout the offering statement. Do you see that language?
I do.
Okay. Did I read everything in that paragraph accurately, sir?
Objection document speaks for itself.
You read it, but it's incorrect.
Okay. You disagree with the SEC's determination.
1,000%.
You think the SEC got it wrong, right?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to object to the question before we move on about the SEC's determination. I object. It misstates the document.
Okay. You think the SEC got it wrong, right, Mr. Cardone?
Objective form.
I have 40 years of proof and evidence. When the SEC suggested I had limited operations, that is not true. I had, at that time, 300 employees across 6,000 apartments, 40 years of experience. That is not a limited operation. I was collecting rental payments at 6,000 units. Fucking, how the hell is that limited? Number 2, I had paid out over $100 million in distributions over that period of time. So it says I have not paid any distributions. That is crazy. It says you do not appear to have basis for such return. I had 76 deals. At that time, probably 26 of them full cycle returns. Then it says, please revise to remove this disclosure. You suggested that they said I had to. They never said I had to. This is not a mandate. It's not a requirement. It's a request.
It's a request that you complied with, right, sir?
Of course I did.
And
I'm a get along kind of guy, Raj. And let me just say this. I agreed to do that, and the next day was promoting a 15% internal rate of return on an asset.
including in this video, you promoted a 15% rate of return on an asset,
Days after
correct?
taking this, I removed this from our disclosure because they asked to. Okay? I was trying to disclose more to our investors, and the SEC said, take out the 15. Don't disclose what you think the projected internal rate of return is. I'm like, okay. But I think that the investors should know what our projected internal rate of return is. I removed it from the operating circular and then went public and told the public what we still, despite what the SEC asked us to take out, I still projected this to my nieces, my sister, my brother, family members, customers, and employees at our company, and anybody that wanted to invest with us, what I thought it would do.
Did you ever tell?
Because I thought it would be not full transparency to not project or share our projections with our investors.
You care about transparency, right, sir?
No, I am transparent. I
You are
don't care
transparent.
about it. I live a life of transparency.
Did you ever tell an investor that the SEC found that Cardone Capital did not appear to have a basis to project a 15% annualized return on investment?
Objection misstates the document.
It completely misstates the document. Okay, they were wrong. Why would I tell my investors the SEC was wrong? I'm not going to. Why would I say publicly a government agency is getting it wrong?
You never told any investors about the SEC's determination in this
Object-
letter, right?
Object to the form of the question. It misstates the document.
There's a lot of things I don't tell my investors, Raj. Lots. So many things you like, it's crazy. Would you like to know what some of them are?
I want to know what one of them is. You never told them.
I don't tell our investors that the properties have termites if they have termites. There's no reason to know it. Or that we're going to change galvanized to copper. Like there's a million things I don't bother our investors with and they don't want to care. This particular piece of data, I wanted to keep it included. They asked me to remove it. I removed it. And then the next day I vocalized to, in this case, 27,000 views. Hey guys, we think we're going to get a 15% return on this investment. We think, by the way, we project. We can't guarantee it. It's not promised. I'm going to try to overachieve that. And by the way, on Fund 5, we will exceed a 15%. Unless, of course, you guys add your fees to the deal and rip off the investors in this class action lawsuit.
I would just like a clear answer to my question, sir.
They were wrong is the clear answer. The SEC was wrong on all 4 points. The first 3, and they shouldn't have had me exclude the 15.
They were wrong, and
it was a reasonable return on the investment and will be validated over time. They were wrong. That's what I'm telling you.
And you never told any investor about.
Why would I tell them the SEC is wrong?
It's just a yes or no question, sir. Did you ever tell any investor about the SEC's determination in this July 30th,
As you know.
2018? Let me finish my question. Let me just finish my question, sir.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to ask a very simple question. Did you ever? Let me ask.
This is a public document. You know it's a public document. So I don't know why you're even trying to run down this path. This is a public document. You can find it. Bob can find it. Clickbaiters, haters, critics can find it. It's on it's a public document.
I'll ask the question again.
And then I'll object to it, and then you can answer.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a professional at these depositions, as you know. I'm just telling the truth. And if you expect me not to get passionate about the truth, there's been no foul, no fraud, no misrepresentation. Nobody's been harmed. The investors are being rewarded for my promotion to get involved in this investment.
I move to strike that entire answer. There's no question pending. I'm going to ask you another question, Mr.
Please.
Cardone.
Yes, sir.
I've asked it a few times. Did you ever tell a prospective investor about the SEC's findings in this July 30th, 2018 letter?
Object to the form of the question. The letter contains no findings, as you know. So it misstates the document. Go ahead. You have to answer this question.
I've answered the question. How many times are you going to answer the same question?
The answer is no, right? You never
I
told.
did not tell.
Can I just finish the question, sir?
I thought you finished it already.
The answer is no. Never told an investor about the SEC's findings in this July 30th, 2018.
There's
Object
no
to the form.
findings.
Hold
What
on.
are we
Object to
talking
the
about
form of the
here?
question.
Okay, let me ask it
Misstates the
again.
document.
Okay.
Did you?
I did not share with any of our investors that the SEC sent us a letter filled with incorrect data. No, I didn't. And I did remove the 15%, despite the fact, Raj, that I thought our investors should know the 15. And the day after removing it, I would then go back and tell my investors, by the way, we think it's going to get a 15% internal rate of return. How transparent can a person be? I agree with the SEC. By the way, this was brand new to the SEC. They didn't know what they were doing either. This is brand new. Barack Obama passed a law in 2012, the Jobs Act, to help non-accredited investors have access to private equity opportunities. I provided it. The SEC is learning the rules, Raj. Okay, they're getting their legs. It's a big group, lots of employees. They don't know what they're doing. By the way, this is proof they didn't know what they were doing right here, because this was not true. The limited operations, not true. The never paid a distribution, not true. Do not appear to have basis for such return. Okay, I have 76 deals with returns, proven returns over 40 years. So. No, I didn't tell the investors, hey, the SEC got it wrong. Send us a letter.
I'm going to mark as Exhibit 274 an email thread.
I love that stare down thing you do too, by the way. That's good.
Now, it's a big document because there's a lot of attachments, but I'm only going to ask you about the cover email. I'm going to start on the second page, page 974.
(974).
Yes, sir. The second, just the back of the first page.
All right.
Now, there's an email at 11:54 a.m. on September 20th, 2018 from Grant Cardone. You see that, right, sir?
I do.
That's your email, grant@cardonecapital.com?
Yes.
And this email, this is an email advertisement to potential investors, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Where are you reading grant@cardonecapital.com? I'm not following along.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
974.
You guys pull out stuff that just like it makes me look so good. It's crazy.
You say in this email that you'll be closing on the Delray property in 14 days.
Yes, sir.
And then you provide some information for investors about the deal, right?
I do.
You advertise the property's potential gross income, right?
Yeah.
You note that the potential gross income is approximately $7.2 million, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Let's look at the first page of the document, page 973.
Yeah. Yeah. The rents were $1,650 a month at the time. And the potential gross income of the asset was total receipts, $7.2 million.
If you look at page 973, the first page of the document.
The NOI is almost $7 million today, by the way, just so you know. This is where your case falls apart.
You'll see that the investor, someone named Hildreth, asks some questions, and then you respond to those questions. Do you see that? I'm looking on the first page. On September 23rd, 2018 at 7:41 p.m., there's an email from Hildreth. And then on Sunday, September 23rd at 2018 at 10:05 p.m., you respond. Do you see that?
10 o'clock at night, Grant Cardone is responding to an investor's email. Yeah, I see that. How dedicated am I?
And you say, if all we did was make 50% in the investment, each investor would be paid their capital back and 50%.
I see that.
That doesn't account for your 35% promote, right?
I'm not sure as I sit here whether it does or it doesn't.
Well, if you make 50% on the investment and you take your promote, the investor is going to get paid. I'm sorry, let me finish my question, sir.
It's just, you're saying the same thing over and over, though. I know what you're going to say. This could be 50% net of the promote.
Okay, you need to let me ask my questions, and then you can answer the questions.
All right.
If you make 50% on the investment and you take your promote, the investor is going to get paid less than 50%, correct?
Not necessarily.
This figure doesn't account for the promote, right?
Objective form.
I can't tell from this email whether it does or it doesn't. But it doesn't matter.
If all you did was make 50% in the investment and then you take your promote, would each investor be paid their capital back and 50%?
Objective form.
I don't know. I don't know if it includes the promote or not. But we're going to hit it, and I'm going to get my promote, by the way. Not only are the investors going to do great off this, Cardone Capital is going to crush it on Delray. My projections on Delray, I think you gave me this. Exhibit 269 was an NOI of $5.1 million in year 8. We are in year 8 right now. And my NOI is already been achieved. And we have the $34 million that I spoke of in this email is worth 3x, 3x, not 15%, 3x what it was worth when we bought the asset, almost a full 3x. We have $6.3 million of NOI. By the way, Raj, if you go look at this NOI number, I mean, if you truly care, I never hit 6 million in my projections, not one over 10 years. I'm 8 years into this investment, not 10 years, and I'm 80% of I'm 20% over the highest projected NOI.
I'm glad you brought up Exhibit 269, Mr. Cardone. So you're looking at the Delray's, Atlantic Delray Properties 10-year financial
Yes, sir.
projections, right?
Yes, sir.
Objective form misstates the document, Exhibit 269.
And the 10-year IRR on this document is 12.67%, right?
Yes, sir.
And the 10-year
We will exceed the 12.76.
and the 10-year AAR is 14.81%.
We will exceed
right?
the 14.81 ARR. I will
Now-
exceed all those. I'm going to probably hit a 24 or 25.
Now, at the time we were looking at that video
Yeah.
of you on September 17, 2018, right, sir?
Yes.
And in that video, you projected a 15% IRR, right?
I targeted. We target.
project-
We target. We have a target.
You projected a 15% targeted IRR, right?
Objective form.
We target and then project. We know what our projections need to be. We know what NOI we have to accomplish in order to get an exit. Then we have to apply a cap rate, depending on the market, depending on the timing, depending on interest rates. We have to do a lot of predictions.
At the time, your internal projections were showing a 12.67% 10-year IRR on the Delray property.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's what this says.
Objective to form.
Is there some other?
Hold on, I gotta state my objection for the record. This states Exhibit 269.
Is there some other?
Oh, yes. My God.
Let me just finish. The questions.
Morgan asked these questions 2 days ago, though.
I'm going to ask my question, sir.
Okay. Please.
At this time, was there some other underwriting model that showed a 15% investor IRR?
Of course.
Where do I find it?
We've given you everything. You have everything, dude. You go through your boxes.
You think a document?
We have. Let me explain to you so you understand. This is one underwriting. When I find an asset, when I, Grant Cardone, not Ryan, not my analyst, not William that worked as an analyst, not an underwriter, not Robert Givens, a broker. When I find an asset I want to pursue, the first person that does the underwriting is me. I will do 7, 8, 9 different underwriting potentials.
You do that in hard copy on a notepad?
Yeah. Typically, I use, you notice I brought this in with me. I'm using these all the time. But
And
in the day, I'll take this, throw it away.
you throw it right away, right?
Most of the time, most of the time, I just exhaust the entire legal pad. I have probably 12 legal pads on my desk right now. Throw the whole thing in it. I've been doing this for 40 or 50 years. I write my goals down in the morning. I write them down at night. I write them down when I'm disappointed. I write them down when I have to fool with bullshit like this and I'm discouraged about life, or because I want to keep my attention on where I'm going. Same thing on a real estate deal. I'm going to write down, hey, what if this thing trades for a 6 cap or a 5.5 or a 5.4 or 5 point? I do all this math on legal pads.
And we don't have those, right, sir? Because you've thrown them out.
Okay, what's the point? This is just one set of underwriting. I did it. Then I'm going to send this deal to Ryan after I exhaust this thing enough and say, dude, this is, you know what, you need to pursue this deal. I'm going to send it to Ryan and say, Ryan, you underwrite it. Okay, Ryan will not be privy to any of my data. I said, Ryan, give it to whoever's underwriting and have them underwrite it, and they cannot see mine and they cannot see Ryan's.
And those are these
Let me
spreadsheets.
finish. Let me finish. So then you could save yourself some time and get back to New York. We are then going to then take a look at the broker's underwriting performance. Every broker, every deal I have has a public database. You should depose Cushman Wakefield, CBRE, JLL. You should depose these people and grab their public, what do they call them, OMs? I think they're called OMs. Public data, you have to sign a confidentiality agreement to get access to it. And they also, Raj, will then have a 10-year projection. In addition to that, now we're on 5 underwritings if you don't count the 8 or 9 I did. In addition to that, the broker at CBRE or JLL or Colliers or Cushman Wake are also going to have an underwriting performa for 10 years because they're going to go out and seek the debt market. Now, in all these underwritings, there's going to be, it's called a BOV. Okay, the BOV is best case, worst case, and most conservative case. They're going to have 3 different offers delivered to the seller. The seller will see this first, okay? The broker will pick one of those to project to the audience. I'm the audience market. I'm a targeted market to buy that asset. So now we probably have, I don't know, a dozen different underwritings, okay? There's only one that matters.
Yours.
F&A right. I am buying this asset with my money. Okay, I don't care what Ryan said. I don't care what our analyst said. I don't care what Robert Gibbons at CBRE said. I don't care what the mortgage bankers. I don't care what Fannie and Freddie say. I am buying this deal. And I want to know that my family is going to be protected in this deal. The fact that I'm going to bring it to the marketplace and offer it to other people later, that's one thing. Right now, all I know is that I'm buying this, so I have to know my money's safe in this deal.
You're buying this asset, so you underwrite the deal yourself, right?
Every deal. There's
Every
no
deal.
deal that we have bought that was not underwritten by me multiple times.
And sitting here today, I can't look at your underwriting for the Atlantic Delray property, right?
But you could be an investor, Raj. I'd love to have you as an investor. You look like you'd be a good investor.
The underwritings that you perform for the property, sir.
You can get access to any of my underwriting anytime you want. Well, you're on our list at Cardone Capital. I'm happy to we do Zoom calls on the 15th of the month. We do public webinars where we actually go over the numbers, show them. I'd love to have you as an investor if you're a lucky guy.
Well,
if
sir,
you got bad luck, I don't want you as an investor.
I've looked at the underwriting models that we have from Cardone Capital, from third parties, like
you
the
know
brokers.
this one's wrong, right? You know this is wrong. If
I'm
you
sorry,
look at this one.
Can I just finish my question, sir?
I'm just telling you, Exhibit 269 is completely incorrect.
Can I finish?
Completely incorrect. This is wrong. It's low.
Okay. Can I finish my question now, sir?
Sure.
Now, I've looked at all of the underwritings for the Atlantic Delray property from Cardone Capital, from third parties. None of them show investors in Fund 5 getting a 15% internal rate of return.
Okay.
So I'm trying to see, where is that document? Where is the underwriting model that does show a 15% IRR?
Okay, well, whatever. Like, I don't you understand that's even better for me? Hey guys, I'm targeting a 15. Here's our underwriting. If I only achieve this underwriting, we hit a 12.8. By the way, I don't get to promote. I don't get to make any money. And Grant Cardone likes to make money. I do like to make money. I tell my whole audience, I want to make money. The more money I make, the more money they make. This says exactly what we thought. Okay, this performance is very conservative, and it's pushed to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac or whoever the lender was. I, though, the mastermind, okay, sitting in another office says, oh, I know what I have to do to achieve this and to get my promote.
In your own underwriting, right?
In my own 40 years of genius. Okay, I'm a genius at real estate. God gives everybody something. God gave me this gift. I know how to buy real estate. I know how to select it. I'm extremely disciplined. And I'm very generous with our investors.
So the only underwriting at Cardone Capital that showed the Delray deal getting more than a 15% IRR is in your mind.
Objective form.
No, it's not true.
Where is it? I've been looking for it, sir. I've been looking at the documents in this case, and I haven't seen it.
Well, I could show you the results of it right now. We're over.
I'm not
50.
asking for the results. I'm asking what you knew at the time that you told investors they would get a 15% return.
I don't know what to tell you, man. There was an analyst here that wrote some underwriting. It's your job to grab all the data. It's not, I don't know what to tell you. We gave you everything, dude. The SEC did a 28-month investigation in this company, unbeknownst to us. They have every document this company's ever had. We spent 28 months. They spent millions of dollars of taxpayers' dollars investigating this company to find zip. Nothing. They ended their 28-month investigation. So they have everything, bro. Every document ever created in this company. By the way, they had us put it in a sequence. What is it called? Sequential order. It's a big value word. Big word for a value boy.
Move to strike everything after I don't know what to tell you, man, after as non-responsive. I'm going to mark Exhibit 275 next.
I'm not going to respond to your motions to strike, but that one is plainly out of line. He's answering your question. I don't know what to tell you, man. There was an analyst here that wrote some underwrite. It's your job to grab. It's all responsive, Raj. And so whatever. I'm not going to respond to them because we'll save the time. But I'm not.
It doesn't take very long to say whatever you're saying, though. I'm doing all the work over here.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 275, Mr. Cardone. This is an email from Susan at Cardone Capital to you and Mr. Secco, right?
She's good, man.
This is an email from Susan.
Bro, I'm with you. I can do more than one thing at a time.
Okay, I just didn't get an answer to my question. This is an
I didn't know you asked me a question.
I did. This is an email from Susan at Cardone Capital.
That's a statement or a question?
Could you just let me finish, sir? It is a question.
Okay.
This is an email from Susan at Cardone Capital to you and Mr. Secco,
Okay.
right? Right?
Is that a statement? It sounds like a statement, not a question.
It's a question. I'll ask it again.
Where's the question, though? You're saying this is an email from Susan to Cardone Capital.
And am I right about that? Is this an email from Susan at Cardone Capital to you and Mr. Secco?
Oh. From Susan to Grant and Ryan. Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at.
Okay. That's your email there, grant at cardonecapital.com.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually thought you were just making a statement.
And Susan is Susan Sheeman, right?
Yes, Susan's a great lady.
She was your former chief financial officer?
Yeah, that's right. Now, Susan's an accounting person, not an analyst. Just so you understand. Don't get confused with the departments.
And
Susan's also an investor in our funds.
In this email, I want to look at the second line. It says purchase of 10X Living Delray. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then it says need to draft the note for the loan from GC to purchase. Interest rate 6% or less. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. I see that.
So I want to understand how you purchased the properties for Fund 5 and Fund 6. You purchased the properties first using an SPE, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And the SPE is a special purpose entity, right?
Yeah, it's an LLC.
It's an LLC. You own that LLC, right?
Legally, do I own it? There's nothing in it when you set up the LLC. So do I own it? I guess I control it. There's nothing to own, really. Anybody can set up a SBE or LLC. So.
And that SPE goes out and gets title to a property like
it controls basically the documentation that then would support this investment.
And then you backfill the deals using investor equity, right?
We fund the deal. We set up the SVE, LLC. This is required by Fannie and Freddie. This is not my idea. The bank, a lender, life insurance company, or Fannie and Freddie. These are government subsidized $11 trillion group. They require this, the formation of the SVE and or the LLC. I go buy the asset in this SVE that you call it. And at that point, when that deal closes, at that moment, I own 100% of that asset. Asset being the SVE. And then I am the only investor in that asset for a moment. That could be 1 second, it could be 100 days. In some of these transactions, it's forever. Like we did a deal called Weston right after we did this deal, and another one up in Austin. The intention was to open it up to investors. They didn't come in. I owned 70 and 90% of both those assets.
So let's focus on funds 5 and 6, which is what we're here about today. So
yeah, okay.
So weeks or months after the SPE acquires the property, Fund 5 gets an interest.
Yes.
And do you treat your purchase of the property as an advance to the funds, right?
Objective form.
Not exactly. That's not actually correct. Okay. What I do is I have to account for this. Okay. So let's say I put $68 million of my money into a deal, somewhere thereabout, on this particular deal. 162 million. Let's just do the whole fund. You want to do the whole fund? Have a lot of fun here. Okay. $162 million. That would have been my money. I have to document. I need to document both internally for the IRS, for the SEC, and everybody else. Clearly for situations like this. Hey, this deal owes me some money. Otherwise, if he puts money in, how am I going to get paid back the money that I put in the deal? Now the interest rate. What rate? Just need to put some kind of market rate in here.
You select the interest rate, right?
Probably not. Susan's probably the one who recommended it.
Mashiman asks you, need to draft a note for the loan from GC to purchase, interest rate 6% or less. You see that?
Yeah.
You selected the interest rates.
What do we end up picking?
You tell me, Mr. Cardone, do you know?
I don't remember.
But you did get paid interest.
I don't know. There's two questions. What rate did I pick and did I get paid it?
Let's put the rate aside. Did you get paid it? The
I don't
interest?
know. I don't know. The IRS would know though. I filed taxes for 50 years.
Investor money is used to pay those interest payments, right?
Say again?
Investor money is used to pay those interest
Bro,
payments.
you're so out of your league here.
Objective form.
You're so out of your league. Your whole firm is it's unbelievable. It's a disgrace. I have never used investors' funds to buy anything. Period. You have now said that I used investor funds to buy a jet, a Rolls Royce, and to pay interest. It's not true.
Who paid the interest that Ms. Sheeman is referencing here?
I don't know that it was paid. What is it, a stare down? We doing a stare down right now?
I'm just asking you a question. You don't know,
but you just sit there and stare at me after I answer.
You don't know whether Fund 5 or Fund 6 paid you interest for purchasing the properties.
I don't. I actually do not know.
Objective form.
I don't know.
Now, in the same email,
I'm entitled to it. It's interest on the money.
and where would that interest come from?
Objective form.
Do you think it comes from the investor? That's why I'm saying you're out of your league, dude. The investors don't have money. They put money in the deal. Okay, this is basic economics. The investors are not producing income, Raj. You're suggesting I took the money from the investors. what, the investors don't have any money. If they put $10,000 in, Mr. Pino's $10,000 is still in that fund. That's why these investments are so good. Now, what would pay the interest would be the property. In the case of Delray, the property is doing $7 million a year in gross revenues. The property would pay the interest if there was interest due and if there was any interest paid, but not the investor. That's why I say
I see. The money comes from the property.
yeah, not the investors, dude.
Okay. Now, in the nenext line, Ms. Sheeman says,
That's why the idea that the investors could somehow buy my lifestyle, it's completely not true. I'm giving the investors hundreds of millions of dollars of profit potential that I could have kept for my own family.
the next line, she says, acquisition fee totaling $921,763. Do you want to pay at inception of the fund or at exit of the property? Do you see that?
Oh yeah, she's asking me, what cost do you want reimbursed by the fund and how much? She's talking about what I'm entitled to.
No, I'm sorry, I was looking at the acquisition fee.
Okay.
Do you see where I am?
Where are you at?
The second purchase of 10X Living Delray,
Okay.
the second
Good.
bullet,
Okay.
acquisition fee.
Yeah, there was an acquisition fee on a $94 million purchase of $921,000 that we, this is one of many fees, by the way. There would have been a mortgage fee of $500,000. There would have been a broker fee of probably $400,000. There would have been escrow, insurance, taxes, titles. There's going to be a whole series of fees. She's like, do you want to pay at inception of the fund or wait till the exit?
And do you know
I
what
agree with that.
do you know what you decided for the Fund 5 and Fund 6 properties?
I don't know what we decided.
You don't know if you got paid the acquisition fee at the start or if it's going to get paid at the exit.
Yeah, I have no idea. At this point, I mean, again, there's 76 deals in my brain. I'm entitled to it. We're going to get it at some point, or we're going to get caught up on it. Sometimes in the beginning, a real piece of real estate can't afford the acquisition fee or the management fee that we're entitled to. Sometimes they can't afford them in the beginning because they're still like getting their legs, okay? They're maturing, the rents are growing. So what we want to do in those properties is we want to handle first the asset, take care of the asset first, take care of the lender second, not the investor second. The lender has to be taken care of. 40 years that I've been doing this, I have never asked for forbearance on a loan. I've never been late on a loan, never missed a payment on a loan, never been a day late, never paid a late fee on a loan. The third group of people that we want to take care of is the resident, not the investor, the resident, because the resident is the one that is paying the bills. Okay. The fourth group of people we take care of is the investor, and we have, and I'm last on this list.
I'm going to mark the next exhibit, Exhibit 276. It's a YouTube video from December 7th, 2018. I'm going to play the entire video.
How long is this?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Great.
We're Manassas, DC. Look. I just want to tell you, get your money ready. Heads
You're not in
up, get
Vegas?
your
Is that
money
Vegas?
ready. Non-accredited
See,
investors.
Manassas.
Uncle G is going to take care of you and your family. But you got to get ready. CardoneCapital.com, CardoneCapital.com. I've been working with the SEC now for a little while. Can't take your money yet. No big announcement yet, but you need to get ready.
That was the perfect plan.
It's going to take care of you and your family. We all going to fly Gulfstream in the sky. So would you agree? Seriously.
That was a little bit of an
GC,
overstatement.
For your cash flow and your family, appreciation and leverage, tax advantages. I'm making the little guy. We're going to take Wall Street and disrupt the system. I'm helping out the little guy. I wish somebody had done this for my mom. They did. I'm gonna do it for you guys. CardoneCapital.com. Cardone Capital. Oh yeah, it's CardoneCapital.com, and I'm gonna change the world. Seriously, I'm gonna change the world.
I hope you play this for the jury.
That's you, right, sir, in that video?
It is me, all as Grant Cardone, free flowing.
It's your YouTube channel, Grant Cardone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Non-accredited investors. I'm spending my energy trying to get the attention of those that have been overlooked by Wall Street.
And you say in this video you've been working with the SEC for a little while now, right?
Yes,
You thought it was important that your followers know you're working with the SEC, right?
of course. I have to move through the SEC. This is a 9-month process. We probably spent $300,000 or $400,000 preparing that fund for these investors. If I wanted to do a Reg D, I could be up and running, taking money in 1 minute. It would cost me nothing, literally nothing, to start a Reg D fund. Instead, what did I do? Good guy that I am. Spent 9 months, time, energy, resources, funding, talking to a bunch of people at the SEC that really don't know what they're doing because they're brand new to the whole game. And we worked with them to make sure that all the documentation was there to abide with Barack Obama's 2014 Jobs Act, to give the little guy access to institutional quality assets. Now I got to figure out how to market this, okay? Now, why all the flamboyance and the da-da-da, and guess what? Because I'm not spending money on ads. Again, this is a much more economical, efficient way. I'm using YouTube and Facebook, trying to get the attention of regular people. Because I'm having to compete with Charles Schwab, Fidelity. They spend billions of dollars on ads. I don't have that budget.
Okay. I think we're done with this video. I'm going to mark Exhibit 277 next. This is an email from Sherry Hamilton to you, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So your email, Grant at Grant Cardone, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to look at your email to Miss Hamilton. It's out in the bottom of the first page at December 17th, 2018, 9:33 a.m. You see that?
Yeah.
And you tell Miss Hamilton, I need this fund to blow up.
Blow it up.
You say, I need the whole list that is non-accredited to get hit twice a week this week. You see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
By get hit, you mean get emails sent from you, right?
Hit the list.
Hit the email list, right?
Hit the list.
And then you drafted some emails for her and Cardone Capital to send on the email list, right?
Objective form misstates the document.
Okay.
Do you see those emails, sir?
I've read the first one.
I'm going to ask you about that.
For most of the year, I've worked with the SEC, so you could benefit from what I've created. That's true. Email 2. Picture of Delray. I did all the work. I found it, negotiated it, bought it, closed it, managed it. We are already 96% occupied. See, I took all the risk, Raj. I'm taking all the risk out for our investors.
And I'm just going to ask you about that first
That's the
email.
second email. The first one or the second one?
The first one. I'm only going to ask you about the first one. So you mentioned the SEC, right? You say for most of this year I worked with the SEC, so you could also benefit from what I have created, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you intended that email to go out to your email list.
It did go out to our email list. 7 million people on that list.
And did you disclose?
7.1 million.
Did you tell those 7 million people that the SEC found you had no basis to project a 15% annualized return?
Objective form.
We already went over that,
69.
Raj.
269.
Sorry, we already went over that, Raj. Why would I tell my investors that the SEC made a mistake? I wouldn't.
Okay, I'm going to look next at Exhibit 278. I have this label for this one. Could you please mark this as 278? Thank you.
No matter how much you try to make me look like a bad guy, you're not going to accomplish it, Raj. when you send people money every month, that's the only thing that matters. Every month, 96 months in a row, capital's protected, cash flow's handled, properties are taken care of.
I haven't asked you a question, sir.
I'm talking to you, dude. Like we're sitting here doing nothing right now. I'm just telling you the truth. Okay? You don't have to ask a question for me to talk.
Well, I have 7 hours today to ask you questions.
You got more than that. You want to go 9 hours? We can go it, dude. I got tremendous stamina.
Okay, I'll hold you to that.
Huh?
I'll hold you to it.
Fuck, I don't care. We can let them go. What's that? Those two words you say every once in a while?
Objective form is 3 weeks.
I can say that. I can say that for them. Save
right.
myself some money.
Let's look at the next exhibit.
I can save myself about 30 grand today.
Objective form.
Object to form?
Yeah, write it down.
Do you have that, sir? I believe 278.
I don't have 278.
She's going to pass it to you in just a
Okay.
second.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
Now, this is an email from you to Miss Hamilton.
I see that.
Right. And the subject is response to, right?
Yeah.
And you say, what return can I expect? Mr. Cardone has underwritten the properties being considered in this fund for a 5% cash-on-cash return with a 15% IRR. IRR includes cash flow and the sale of the assets. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
So you're telling Miss Hamilton the response to the question, what return can I expect, right?
Yeah.
So you decided to project a 15% IRR for funds 5 and 6, right?
Of course.
It wasn't someone else at Cardone Capital, it was you.
Of course. And by the way, we're going to exceed that. Like, how do you prove a case of fraud and misrepresentation when the property's actually going to do better than what I said it was going to do?
Now you say in this email, you've underwritten the properties being considered in this fund
Yes, sir.
for a 5% return with a 15% IRR, right?
Yes, sir. In this case, it would be 2 of the 5 because we haven't bought the other 3 yet.
2 of the 5, Delray and Stella, right?
Yeah, the 19 purchases wouldn't have been done yet.
Now, you agree that if the Delray and Stella properties obtain exactly a 15% IRR, investors in Fund 5 will get less than that, right?
Object to form.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to answer the question.
I'm
Do you want me to
happy
ask
to.
it again?
Sure.
Okay. You agree that if the Delray and Stella properties obtained exactly a 15% IRR,
Yeah.
investors in Fund 5 would get less than that, right?
Not necessarily.
Objective form misstates his testimony.
Thank you. It's not true.
If the Delray...
If I decide to pay 15% to them, not take a promote, I'm in a position to do that.
Let's assume you take the promote.
Why? Why you assume that? That's some fairyland that you live in. You don't know what I'm going to do.
Let's talk about the fees then. We can talk about the 1%
Sure.
acquisition fee, the
Sure.
1% management fee,
Sure.
and the 1% disposition fee.
Sure.
Those are going to be deducted in order to get the return that investors will actually walk away with, right?
No. The acquisition fee has already been handled completely in all these deals.
Okay,
So that's handled.
It wasn't deferred.
No, I'm
Okay, that is
net.
handled.
I'm net handled.
Okay.
The management fee and the exit fee, again, this is my world, bro. I get to decide whether I take those fees or not. Okay, if I elect not to take them, I don't have to take them. So if I did take them, I would make that decision based on what's best for the investor and based on what I have shared and told the investor. If you remember when Charles Schwab got into the brokerage business, okay, they offered a low discount. Robinhood did the same thing, a no cost account. This is what we're building here. I'm gonna build the largest real estate fund in the world, democratized with regular people. And if I have to sacrifice my fees for 5 years, 7 years, 15 years to build a $50 billion company, I will.
If the properties in Fund 5 obtain a 15% IRR, you would have to sacrifice all of your fees for investors to get a 15% IRR, correct?
Objective form. This states the testimony.
I could sell the asset today and achieve probably a 22.
Didn't answer my question, sir.
I am answering your question. I know you're good at math. You got to be good at math.
I'll ask my question again.
Anything above a 22 gross
That's not what I'm asking.
gets them a 15 when I take my promote.
That's not what I asked. I said if the properties obtain a 15% IRR, you would have to sacrifice all of your fees for investors to get a 15% IRR, right?
Objective form, incomplete hypothetical, no foundation.
It's completely, yeah. If we had a nuclear devastation in Florida, I wouldn't be able to return any money to the investors. If we had a hurricane, category 6 come through here and wipe out all the real estate, they're not going to get cash flow anymore.
I'm trying to understand what you wrote, sir.
If Madami, your boy Madami moves down here and decides to put rent freezes on everything, we're going to take a shit on all this real estate.
I'm asking you about your email, sir. You said you
I am going to hit a 15.
Okay, let's say
I can take my promote, not take my promote, but you can't put me into some hypothetical. Well, what if I had wings, I could fly, man? I don't know what to tell you. Like it's over a 15 now. You want to stay on Delray? Right now, the deal will do about 25% annualized with cash flow. If I exited the asset right now and sold it during COVID, 2022, 2 years after COVID, I could have sold this asset and returned 40% a year to our investors and taken my promote.
I'll ask my question again. If the properties in Fund 5 achieve a 15% IRR,
yeah,
the investors in Fund 5 will get less than that, right? Unless you waive all of your fees.
Objective form, incomplete hypothetical.
Okay, I agree with that. They're going to get 15%. I should start using you in my ads.
Now, you talk about the underwriting for the properties in this email, right?
I don't think so. There's three,
we've looked at
lines in that email.
We looked at some underwriting for the Delray property.
But there's no underwriting on this. It says...
I'm sorry, I was building to my question and I'll get there. So, Mr. Secco told me that he didn't know if there's any underwriting at the fund level. He knows there's underwriting of the properties. Is there some separate underwriting that's done at the fund level?
Mr. Secco told you, did he tell you that? Did he really tell you there's no underwriting at the fund level?
That's what he told me.
Okay.
I'm asking you, are there underwriting models for what the investors in Fund 5 and Fund 6 are going to walk away with, accounting for the waterfall?
There's projections, but none of it's guaranteed. I mean, it's all assumptions. It's less hypothetical than what you went through, but it's all assumptions. And the assumptions don't include a lot of things. They don't include COVID. I have a global pandemic. It doesn't assume weather patterns, demographic shifts. It doesn't include the federal, what's his name? Fauci. It doesn't include the next guy at the Fed. Who was the last guy we had?
Jerome Powell.
Jerome Powell. Told the American public repeatedly, we will not raise interest rates, we will not raise interest rates. And then he raised them 500 basis points. It doesn't include Donald Trump going on his tariff rant. It doesn't include Iran. That's why we want to hold these assets for long periods of time, to protect the investor's capital.
I'm just asking, sir, you've looked at...
There's underwriting, dude. There's underwriting. There's
that shows
at least 9 different terminals that have underwritten different scenarios, from Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, any other private lender, a life insurance company. Oh, everybody's using the same. There's no black magic here.
Those are for the properties, right?
Yeah.
So I'm asking.
That's what makes up the fund. The
I'm
property's
asking you, is there an underwriting model for Fund 5 that shows what investors are going to get
Yeah.
when you account for the
I'm
waterfall?
doing them right. I can sit here and do it on this legal pad right now.
You can do it on that legal pad.
If
I'm
I
asking you,
if I earn 25%, they're going to get 16.2.
does Cardone Capital maintain a spreadsheet showing that waterfall for investors in Fund 5 and Fund 6?
I don't know. I doubt it. There'd be no reason to. It's a fable.
On the bottom of the first page, there's an email from you at January 2nd, 2019 at 7:46 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then it goes on the second page.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. This was an email advertisement that you wrote, right?
Yes.
And I want to look at the third paragraph. It says, you can buy shares and own a piece of our real property. You are a partner. This is not a stock. You see that?
That's right.
You often tell investors that they're going to be partners with you, right?
They are. We treat them like partners. I consider them to be a partner.
The investors cannot...
We also call our tenants residents because we want our tenants to feel more like residents of the property. And we also offer our residents an opportunity to become investors in the property. We are truly democratizing the asset class that has for 1,000 years been kept for kings and queens and big institutions.
The investors in Funds 5 and 6 do not control who manages the property, correct?
There's one person that's controlled.
That's you, right?
100%. We make that very clear to our investors. You're a partner with no control. It's called a limited partner. You're a member.
In that same email, you say, as professional real estate investors, my team manages the property to enhance the exchange with tenants and over time increase rents. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you charge a 1% management fee, right?
Yeah. We're entitled to a 1% acquisition fee, a 1% management fee, and a 1% exit fee, and a percentage of the promote that can go anywhere from 20% to 50% or higher if we wanted. We've had 20s, 35s, 20, 25s, 35s, and 50s. But I can go higher than that if I want to.
Can you go higher than 35% for promote for Funds 5 and 6?
I have a fund right now that's a 8% preferred and a 50% split on 28 and 29.
I'm just asking
Fund
about
5
Funds 5
is
and 6.
it's clearly established what Fund 5 is, and you know that.
35%.
That's what it says.
Okay. Cardone Capital...
And every investor knew it said 65-35.
Cardone Capital pays an outside property manager to manage its properties, correct?
Yes, we manage a third party. So we use 2 layers of management.
And
that way there's no conflict of interest.
the funds, let me start again. The property's operating income is used to pay for that outside manager, right?
The properties, what?
Operating income is used to pay for the outside property manager, right?
What else would pay for it? The investors don't have any money. The property is the business. The property produces income through rent and other income. It then disperses from effective collected rent to pay expenses.
So
Expenses can include taxes. If you look at the pro forma, payroll, repairs, maintenance, supplies, advertising, promotion, expenses, utilities, trash removal, management fees, property taxes, insurance. Those are expenses. Part of that is management. There's payroll in the management. On these big properties, 300 units, there could be 2 mechanics, there could be 2 leasing agents, there could be 2 maintenance people. Dude, there's a lot of work going on here, okay?
and I'm just asking
That
about
management fee at that Delray property was $220,000 a month, every month, $2.4 million a year that the investors don't need to worry about.
In addition to that, I'm entitled to 1%. But notice, I'm not in there. And we haven't collected that, but I'm entitled to it. And it would not come from the middle. It would come from the after the debt service, if I chose to take it.
Right. I'm trying to understand that structure. So that $2.4 million number you
Third-party
mentioned.
management fee was funded from the income of the property.
Right. And then the investors pay the 1% management fee, right?
Objective one.
The investors don't have any money. They made an investment. Louis Pino invested $10,000 in this deal. I don't call Louis up and say, I need a fee this month, Louis. Instead, I've sent Louis and his daughter checks every month for 96 months in a row, or 8 years, 8 times 12, 96 months. I don't call Louis's daughter and say, I need a management fee this month. Like, I don't know what you don't understand here. The investors don't pay the expenses of the property.
Let's look at Exhibit 279.
This is A0. Yeah, this one is 279, Raj.
I missed the number. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the one we just did was
You want me
279.
to change the number?
If you could change it to 280, that would be great. Thank you.
Look at this. We're working together now. We'd be better together, Raj.
All right. I want to look at the forwarded message from
You'd pay less taxes too, moving down here.
the forwarded message from Grant Cardone. Do you see that? It's sent at 7 p.m. on January 19th, 2019.
Okay.
And it's to Mr. Secco, right?
Okay.
It comes from the invest@cardonecapital.com email account.
Yeah.
So this is-
Not for me.
Because this is an email advertisement with your name on it, right?
Objective form.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an advertisement, but it is an email to somebody.
To your email list, right?
Objective
I
form.
know this says, "Hey there." I don't know who it's going to, but
Well, emails from the invest@cardonecapital.com with your name on it are typically blasted out to your email list, right?
Objective form.
possibly. Could be. There's nothing wrong with it if it did, but I don't know who this particular email went to, whether it went to one person or 7.1 million people.
Now, I want to
It's
look.
not very effective.
I want to look a couple paragraphs down in the email. It says, "What about the debt? I am responsible for all of it. My investors are not responsible for any debt and aren't on loan."
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah. I am responsible for the debt. I'm responsible for getting it, acquiring it,
Now, let me
taking
ju-
care of it.
on the Fund 5 and Fund 6 properties, they all have mortgages, right?
Yes.
Are those all from Fannie and Freddie?
No.
And the loan to value ratios for each of those properties is between 60 to 80%, right?
No.
What is the loan to value ratio?
Today or
range?
then?
At the time of the acquisition.
I think they were below 70.
Okay.
60, probably 65. Could have been lower than 65. Today they're way lower because we've been paying debt down.
So
Not only have we been returning cash flow to our investors, we're paying the debt down too.
right, you're paying the debt down using the fund's operating income, right?
That's right.
You personally, Grant Cardone, do not pay the fund's debt down, right?
Well, Fannie Mae wouldn't allow me to do that.
So the answer is no, right? You personally.
Fannie
Grant-
Mae and Freddie Mac, Nuveen, life insurance company would not allow me. They'd be like, "What the hell's going on, man? Why are you writing checks?" It's not even it's a relevant question. They wouldn't allow me to. Okay, you understand, non-recourse loans don't exist today. I'm sorry, a full recourse loan does not exist. If I wanted to sign recourse on these loans,
and personally guarantee the entire, in this case, $468 million of debt. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, that's an old thing that was dropped years ago. They would not even allow me to do that.
You don't have recourse loans on the Fund 5, Fund 6
They
properties?
wouldn't allow it. I just explained that. They would not even allow me to be recourse on a loan.
Okay, so
I am responsible, though, in writing, to carve outs on these loans. And I'm responsible for acquiring the debt. So just so you understand, if you put all 2,200 investors together on Fund 5, put them all in a room together, and we got a meeting with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, they would not have been able to acquire that debt. Fannie Mae wouldn't have taken the meeting, wouldn't have talked to them, wouldn't have entertained the concept. There was one guy that could get that loan. In this case, those 5 loans for almost $500 million. And it was none of my investors. It was me. I'm responsible for the loan, man.
and again, you don't personally pay the fund's debt payments, right?
I've answered that 3 times.
The answer is
They won't
no, right?
allow me to make the payments. They wouldn't allow me to make the payments. Don't you understand?
Okay.
Objective flow.
Do you want to take a lunch break now or keep going?
Let's go to 12:30.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I've had to pee for the last hour, but I can hold it.
great. 15 more minutes.
What's 15 minutes? I've done 8 hours without peeing.
It's not good for you. It's not good for you.
Huh?
It's not good for you.
I don't think it is good for you, actually. Teresa's like, I'm not waiting 8 hours.
Let's mark as Exhibit 281 a YouTube video from February 16, 2019, titled Raising Money, Crowdfunding, and Reporting to Investors. And I'm going to play the video from 27 minutes, 24 seconds for about 2 minutes.
Get thumbs up. You know, that always helps. And tell your friends that I'm doing this. I'm going to show you the fund that we have open right now. I've been trying to do this for years now. I've always thought it was horrible that
Click on the photo.
I've always thought it's horrible that only rich the real estate gets better. Okay, let me show you one more thing while we're in here. And again, if you got any questions, this video is free for you. Okay, I don't ask you to do anything. Maybe subscribe to the channel if you like this and you want more information. I'm happy to get it to you.
I think this was live.
If you have a comment, dude, if you like the video, give me a thumbs up. You know, that always helps.
Yeah, it's live.
And tell your friends that I'm doing this. I'm going to show you the fund that we have open right now. I've been trying to do this for years now. I've always thought it was horrible that
Click on the photo.
I always thought it's horrible that only rich people get the best deals. And what I did was I created a fund
Some great videos.
for the everyday guy.
How transparent can you be, dude? No editing.
Without showing any passwords or anything. So there you go. Okay. So I created a fund for the everyday guy. For years, the only people that I was adding in my funds were the accredited investors that make 200 grand a year or more. We just opened a fund this year for non-accredited investors.
I was on
Minimum
vacation
investment,
doing this.
$5 grand. Targeted cash flow 6%. Distributions monthly. Target hold time 10 years. Targeted returns for the investors 15% per year, just like our accredited investors. Okay, that's my goal. Can't promise you that I can get that. I have never been that low on any of my deals ever in my entire life. But who knows? I had to put something in there, so I'm like, told the SEC, I think I can do 15% a year. These deals are freaking phenomenal deals. This is the thing that I'm most excited about. Anything I've ever done in my career
is giving the everyday person a chance to invest in unbelievable real estate. So what I want to do right here is I want to show you people coming into the fund, how they're coming in. This is a phenomenal piece of real estate. 36 acres, $92 million. I bought it with my money. And then what I do is I let people come in after me. So for a minimum of $5,000, I'm going to show you people coming in here right now. I don't want to show you any names.
All right. That's you in that video, right, sir?
The one and only, man.
That's your YouTube channel, Grant Cardone.
Yes, sir.
How many views does that video have?
I can't see it from here. You tell me what it says and I'll repeat it.
Yes, 29,800 views. Do you see that?
That's good.
Now, you say you created a fund for the everyday guy, right?
Yep.
It's Fund 5.
Everything I said in there was true.
Okay, so the targeted returns for investors, 15%, right? That's what you said?
Yeah. Everything I said in that video is true.
You said, I told the SEC I think I can do 15% a year, right?
Yeah.
What did the SEC say when you told them you can do 15% a year?
Objective form.
Cool, man. Cool, do it. They've only approved every fund I've brought to them. Every one of them. I've raised $2 billion with their approval.
You think that when you told the SEC you think you can do 15% a year, the SEC said, cool, man?
They approved it, dude. I've been raising money. And I've been distributing money. And I had a 28-month investigation. The SEC not only approved these funds for me to raise money from non-accredited investors, they spent 28 months. That is 2 years and 4 months, 2 years and 1 full quarter, investigating me, Cardone Capital, my company, my distributions. Okay? Now, it's been 3 years since they closed the investigation. If I had done something wrong, after telling them I'm going to do a 15, after this messy BS lawsuit that you guys have going on to drag for some legal fees like you're doing, after all that, they did a 28-month investigation and still found no wrong. Yeah, dude, the SEC is proud of what I've done, okay? I am actually doing exactly what Barack Obama wanted, to make institutional quality investments available to regular, everyday people.
Let's try that again. You say in this video, I told the SEC I think I can do 15% a year. What did the SEC tell you when you told them you could do 15% a year, Mr. Cardone?
We're not having a phone call, man. Well, you act like we're having some conversation. Okay? They're emailing back and forth.
Who's emailing back and forth?
My legal department, my team, Jill, probably Jill. If Jill was on it, I think her name was Jill. And they're having correspondence back and forth.
And at this time, this video was posted.
And that's when we got that email that you showed me earlier. Let's just go back to, which one was it? Oh, here it is. Exhibit 273 for the courts. Mr. Cardone, this is when they made the incorrect suggestion that I had limited operations, which I didn't. I had 6,000 apartments at the time. I'd raised over $1 billion. They said I had not paid any distributions. It was over $100 million in distributions. We didn't tell them, hey guys, you guys are wrong about all this. Like, it's nonsense. And they said I appeared to have no basis for return, but I did.
You had the opportunity to tell the SEC that they were wrong, right?
Objective form. No foundation.
Yeah, I wasn't on the phone with the SEC. No matter how many times you ask me today, the answer is going to be exactly the same. There's not a new answer here. I don't know why. If this is the whole thing that you have, okay, there's no new answer. I removed it. I don't need to do anything else. They didn't make me do it. I'm a get along guy. Speed limit's 55. I went 55. That's all this is, man.
You didn't tell your 30,000 viewers what the SEC told you in the July 30th, 2018 letter.
I told them right there, I'm talking to the SEC right now to get a fund approved for you guys to be able to invest in my assets.
You said in the video, I told the SEC I think I can do 15% a year. The SEC told you to revise your offering circular to remove that representation, right?
Objective form. Misstates Exhibit 273,
Yep.
which speaks for itself.
This is Morgan spent 2 hours doing the same question the other day. You're wasting your time, man. They did not tell me not to include it.
It was just a suggestion.
And even when they suggested it, within hours, I was online telling people, guys, I think I can get a 15. And the reason I told them, despite the SEC's please revise, despite them saying please revise, within 2 hours, I was telling my audience, hey guys, I think I'm gonna hit a 15. You know why? Because I think I'm gonna hit a 15, man.
.282 is the YouTube video, and 288A is a certified transcript of that video. I'm going to play part of the video for you now, Mr. Cardone.
Let's do it.
Raj, do you know which page of the transcript it's from?
It's going to be around 22, about.
Work. Go to work, man. Live. Okay, let's talk.
And Grant, just really quick though, that fun that
I said
example.
go to work.
No, but that example you gave just for the viewers.
Yeah.
You're running that off of Fund 4, which is the accredited fund. So
Yeah,
the target on the
What about it?
So the target for both funds is 4 to 6%.
Yeah.
But on Fund 4, there's a preferred return. So that investor came in as he was an accredited investor. So you were given the example of 6%. So
What he's going to do. So what the deal's going to do that at some point. We're buying deals scheduled to make 6%. So look, the reality is this guy, this is what's going to happen with this guy, okay? This guy, it doesn't matter whether they're accredited, non-accredited, you guys come in any way you want. I created that non-accredited fund at my expense. So you
I've
guys
seen
can
this
come
video.
in. You're going to
I know
get
this whole
treated just
video.
like everybody else in the fund. At the end of the
Saw
day,
this in
you
part of my
are the one that makes
preparation for
6%
this
of your money.
deposition.
Okay, assuming I bought the property right, assuming the cash flows, assuming the world doesn't go to hell, you will earn 6% of your money. And then when I'm done paying you 6, I'm going to pay you another 9 on top of that. Because that's what a good uncle does. You're going to walk away with a 15%
I know this video.
annualized return. If
You want me to
I'm in
watch
that
the whole
deal
thing,
for 10
even though I know
years,
it?
You're going to earn
We'll
one.
watch a minute or so more.
I mean,
What
listen,
about it?
So the target for both funds is 4 to 6%.
they're going back to the beginning.
But on Fund 4,
He's
there's
going
a
back to the
preferred
beginning.
return. So that
God
investor came
intervened,
in as
man.
he was an accredited investor. So you were given the example of 6%.
Get another 9 on top of that. Because that's what a good uncle does. You're going to walk away with a 15% annualized return. If I'm in that deal for 10 years,
This is why some
you're
people
gonna
call me
earn
Nostradamus,
150%
Raj.
on your money. You can tell the SEC that's what I said it would be.
See.
They call me Uncle G, and some people call me Nostradamus. Because I'm predicting the future, dude. This is what's going to happen. That guy that's going to give me $5 million, this is what's going to happen.
Yep.
I'm going to give this dude
It's true.
300
I know this video, man.
for the next 10 years. I will have paid him back $3 million on his money out of distributions alone before we sell this property. I'm going to then sell the property. I'm probably going to get this to be more than 300 grand a year because everything over 6%, guess what? Grant gets a little piece. Okay? Every time I get 2% over the 6, guess what I get paid? 0.35% times 0.02.
0.7.
I get 0.007, one of my favorite numbers. Because when I was a kid, I wanted to beat 007. Okay, now what? Check it out. This is how you get rich. Okay, 0.007 times $5 million. It's $35,000 a year. I earned $35,000 to pay him back the 6 plus 1.093, whatever the number is.
Right. And this is for Fund 4.
It's a lot of money, less than a teacher makes.
So Fund 5 is set up a little bit
I'll
different.
make $35,000 a year.
Specific, it does not matter. That is not necessary, okay? I am going to run Fund 5 right behind Fund 4. You're worried about this is what we're focused on right here. 15%. All right, cool. Okay.
That's you in the video, right, sir?
The one and only.
It's your YouTube account, Grant Cardone,
It is.
and this video has about 51,000 views, right?
Yep.
You said in the video.
22,000. Half the people that saw this I have as investors. It's a great
You
closing
said in the
rate.
video it doesn't matter whether you're unaccredited or accredited, you're going to earn 6% on your money, right?
I didn't say that.
Objection misstates the video.
Yeah, I didn't say that. But the overall basis is our goal is to achieve a 6 for everybody. And despite the terms, whether an individual is going to be paid every quarter or every month, the goal is to make sure everyone is treated within pennies of the same. And if I make 35 grand a year in that example, a third of what a teacher makes or half of what a teacher makes, or if I end up making 35 grand, that's half of what a maid makes in Miami today. Well, good for me.
You said you're
So
going.
this was a joke on, this is how I get rich.
The video was a joke?
No, this comment, this is how I get super rich. Because I'd have to do this like 10,000 times. You have to build the funds. This is what you guys don't understand. You need to build 100 funds for this to actually change the quality of my life.
All right.
But if I can service enough people along the way to build 100 funds, okay, then it'll be good for, I probably won't even be around at that time.
So you said in this video, you're going to walk away with and if you want, it's on page 25 of the transcript, if you want to look at it.
I don't need to look at it. I said it.
You said you're going to walk away with a 15% annualized return. If I'm in that deal for 10 years, you're going to earn 150% on your money. You can tell the SEC that's what I said it would be, correct?
Blatant transparency.
You told the SEC.
In your face. Tell the SEC I'm going to do this.
You, in fact, did tell the SEC this is what you were going to do, correct?
Yes. And then the SEC spent 28 months investigating this company and closed the investigation down after finding nothing wrong.
You told the SEC.
After finding nothing wrong. No fraud, no misrepresentation, no fraud, no financial damage, zero.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive everything after and then in the previous answer.
Hold on,
You
just-
told the
hold on,
SEC.
Hold on, I have to understand your objection. Give me a second. I don't see an and then. You told the SEC. Okay. All right, go ahead. I'm on the same page now.
I'm 30% right now, just so you know, just on the Delray deal.
It's not
I
what
have
I'm
an
asking you,
annualized
sir.
return of 30.55% per year if I sold the asset today for the current appraised value.
There's no question pending. I'm going to move to strike that as non-responsive. I asked if in Fund 5's draft offering circular, you projected a 15% return, correct?
Inside the draft, the circular offering, yeah, I targeted a 15.
You told the SEC that's what it would be, right?
Sorry, objective 4.
The SEC, at this point, the SEC doesn't even care about the internal rate of return. They ask that the internal rate of return be removed. They don't even care about it anymore, Raj. They're like, we don't care about it. We don't need you to say it's going to be an 8, a 7, a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, a 18, a 20. They don't care, bro. Don't you get it? The SEC was trying to support the Jobs Act. You guys should have done some work with the SEC first. The SEC was assisting the Jobs Act so that people like me could put together assets like this. This was exactly Barack Obama's goal, to put together sophisticated, institutional quality, best-in-class assets and allow regular people to invest in them. The SEC said, you don't even need to put the 15. Just remove that language and we're good to go.
The SEC asked you to remove that language, right?
Objective form, misstates exhibit 273.
Again, you've asked me this 6 times. I've said the same exact thing 6 times in a row. They did not tell me to remove anything. It wasn't even pertinent or important to them that be disclosed to the investor. I personally, based on my own moral code, believe it's important. And so I continued to tell, as I did in this video, what the projected return was going to be. It also states in there that I don't know that I can guarantee that or hit that. I could be wrong. I am in this case wrong on Delray because we're going to be we'll be double that.
You said in this video, they call me Uncle G, and some people call me Nostradamus because I'm predicting the future, dude. This is what's going to happen. You said those words, right?
I did say those words.
You knew you were being recorded when you made those statements, right?
100%.
And you know who Nostradamus
and people
was?
Do you know who Uncle G is? They call me Uncle G, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Do you know who Nostradamus was, sir?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
He's a French astrologer who's famous for one thing, claiming to predict the future, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you said people call you Nostradamus.
That's right. They
right?
do. They do. Some people call me an asshole too.
You bragged about it.
You guys want to make me a fraud, but you're wrong. By the way, I have been an asshole. I'm not Nostradamus, but I'm a great real estate investor.
You told people you were predicting the future.
I am predicting the future. You want me to predict it for you right now?
You said you were predicting that.
Ross, you want me to predict it? Rents are going to go up, bro. The federal government will continue to destroy money. We will continue to take on more debt. Inflation will continue to strangle the regular, everyday middle-class person. It's going to reach up into your stratum. You guys that are making $200,000 and $300,000 a year, it's going to come grab your throat when it's done with the entire middle class.
You're not Nostradamus, right, sir?
Objective form.
That's right. Objective form. You know I'm not Nostradamus.
No one can guarantee the future, right?
I guarantee I'm a better real estate investor than Nostradamus was.
That's not my question, sir. Can anyone guarantee the future?
I can project the future.
You can guarantee the future.
I can guarantee you right here, right now, that real estate will be worth more money in the future than it is today. Guarantee it. I will guarantee you today, right here on deposition, that rents will be greater 10 years from now than they are today. I will guarantee you that this country will have more debt in 10 years than it has today, and that the federal government will continue to print money and destroy the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar and further strangle the middle class.
You think you have the ability...
I guarantee you those. I can project those. I know I'm right on all those. The only thing that would intercept that is if the world came to an end. And everybody else knows that, by the way. Every person that sits on the jury right now, if the jury's watching this right now, they're getting strangled. Their rent's too high. And their rent's too high because their mortgage is too high. The insurance is too high. The taxes are too high. The regulation's too expensive. Electricity bills are too expensive. The U.S. dollar's worth shit.
I'm going to move to strike everything after and everybody as non-responsive.
Wages aren't going up fast.
Sir, you need to let me ask the questions.
Okay.
Let's.
No, he's on a roll, man. The guy's doing good.
All right.
Let him go.
You cannot predict the future, right?
I actually can, and you can too.
You can guarantee that investors. Let me finish the question, sir.
I answered this same question. Okay, I'm predicting what you're going to ask me right now. I'm predicting the future right now. Okay, you're going to ask me if I can predict the future. I'm predicting rents will go up, home prices will go up, interest will go up, the U.S. dollar will go down. Okay, the value of real assets will continue to go up over the future.
And that's not what you said in this video.
And wages will not keep up with the cost of living.
You said, sir, investors are going to earn 150% on their money.
That's a different topic.
I'm looking at what you said. You said you are going to walk away with a 15% annualized return.
Right. Yeah, I did say that.
You said if I'm in that deal for 10 years, you're going to earn 150% on your money.
Yeah.
You can tell the SEC that's what I said it would
I already
be.
agreed I said all these things. I don't even know why you're going back over this.
And so you're guaranteeing
I am.
returns to investors.
I am. In that
Objection.
statement, I was guaranteeing.
Objection.
In that statement on that video, I was guaranteeing. And then right before that, I said, now guys, I can't for sure be sure it's going to be the 15. In fact, I'm telling you right now, 8 years later, as you depose me, we're going to exceed that by double. Okay? By double. The only thing I had wrong about that future was I was low.
You said you were predicting the future.
I am predicting the future.
Objection. That misstates the document.
I'm predicting you're going to go home now. You're going to get on an American flight or United flight and fly back to fucking LaGuardia or Newark. Is that true?
Why don't we go off the record and take a lunch break?
Time is 12:39 off the record. Okay, time is 13:24. We are back on the record.
All right, welcome back, Mr. Cardone.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you Exhibit 283. And this is an email from you to several employees at Berkadia, Wellers, and I believe Ryan Secco. Is that right?
2019. It's from Dave Etchison at Berkadia to Joe Emerson. Yeah, okay.
Now, Berkadia is a broker, right?
Berkadia is a brokerage firm. Yes, sir.
Now, in general, you're honest in your communications with brokerage firms, right?
Am I honest to the brokerage firm? I'm honest to everybody.
You don't recall ever lying to a brokerage firm, right?
Have I ever lied to a broker, a real estate broker? Yeah, I don't make it a habit to lie to anybody, but so I don't know what the setup's for, but
Okay, you don't recall ever lying to a broker, right?
no.
Now, the subject line references Vantage at Panama City Beach, right?
I remember that deal.
And that's the property today known as 10X Living at Panama City Beach, right?
Yeah, you're right. It was we changed the name.
Let's look at page 580, the second page of the
I see
email.
it.
And on that page, you write, I am the only decision maker on Vantage. Do you see
That's
that?
right. Yes, sir.
And
And then it says using NOI trailing 3, T3.
And in that same email, you write, all UW ultimately is being done by me and approved by me. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
UW means underwriting, right?
What page are you on now?
I'm on page 580. Your email dated May 24th.
All UW, yeah, is ultimately being done by me and approved by me. That's right.
UW is underwriting, right?
That's right.
Okay, that's an accurate statement, right?
That is an accurate statement.
Okay, let's look at the first page now. And in this email, you're referring to Joe Emerson. Joe Emerson works, at the time, worked at Weller's Management, correct?
Yes.
And you say, Joe manages 5,000 units for me, and he is my eyes on the ground. Trust him like I would my father, and we've been working together for 5 years or longer. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You trust Joe like you would your father, right?
Yeah. Very predictable. My dad was very predictable, Joe was very predictable.
And Mr. Emerson doesn't work at Weller's Management anymore, does he?
I don't know where he works.
I'm going to mark as Exhibit 284 another email involving Mr. Emerson. And I'll only be looking at the first page. You'll see that Mr. Emerson sends an email regarding Columbia Town Center Apartments. Do you see that? I'm only looking at the first page of the document.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Is that right? Vantage became 10x living at Panama City Beach, right?
Let me just see. There was something reference about the. Just got lost. Yes. Okay.
Okay. And I'm looking at this email now. On the first page, page 135, there's an email from Joe Emerson to employees at Cardone Capital. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Secco sends you what he says is Joe's feedback and underwriting on Columbia, and you respond, love it. Do you see that?
Yes. No bad debt recovery. Lumpy. The bad debt is lumpy. Concessions ramp back up in August. 10% of the income is on subsidy. Question is this Section 8? There's a huge HOA expense. He's basically given us feedback on the property, anything that we may have seen and or not seen. There's a light renovation getting an increase. Guidance is at 135 at a 5 cap. Columbia is a very nice suburb of Baltimore.
And you relied on Mr. Emerson's feedback on deals you were looking at, right?
Objective form. No foundation.
Sure, as a source of data, as I would, the broker, as I would Ryan, as I would our underwriter, as I would Fannie Mae's feedback, as I would, the market rents, data that we achieved from CoStar, LoopNet, NMHC, all our data points, but I could take all that and throw it in the trash can because at the end of the day, the thing I most depended on was my intuition and my own understanding of that market and my prediction ability of the future.
And at some point, you fired Mr. Emerson and Weller Management, right?
Years later, probably, I don't know what year, but after COVID. So it'd be 2 or 3 years later. Joe was a great hand. Joe was a great asset for us for many, many years.
Why did you terminate Weller's management?
The series of issues, number of issues, mostly what it was, mostly he was wrong. He was wrong about the future. Joe, and I hope Joe doesn't see this because it'll hurt his feelings, but Joe was hurt in the 2008 crash and he got spanked financially, and I think he lost everything. And if you've ever had that, it was like a PTSD event, and he carried it and Joe actually talked me out of a bunch of deals. He didn't talk me out of it. I'll take responsibility for the deals, but he influenced me because his very conservative PTSD analysis of the market. He couldn't look at numbers without thinking there's going to be another crash. And because of that, it influenced my decisions on a number of deals that would have made me, my family, and our investors hundreds of millions of dollars had I not taken this too conservative of analysis. And the last reason that we got rid of Joe, and again, Joe's a great guy, was because we just outgrew his company. He really couldn't. We had extended into markets now that were much more urban. We were dropping in heavy into Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Tampa markets, Austin, Texas. We were just spreading so fast. He's a better asset guy in a tertiary market.
Okay. I'm gonna move on from that document. I'm gonna mark as exhibit 285 the YouTube video.
We're done with that one?
Yes, I am. And I'm gonna mark as exhibit 285A a certified transcript of that YouTube video.
Thank you.
And this is a video titled Analyzing Rent Roll Real Estate Investing Made Simple, dated March 4th, 2019. I'm going to play about a minute of that video starting at 20 minutes, 30 seconds.
Do you know which page that is?
I can tell you in a second, Joe. It's going to be around 26.
Gucci belts. Here's my Gucci belt. My $40 Gucci belt.
You go
Okay.
boss, $59.
All right, let's take our callers, man. Look, I'm telling you guys. At Cardone Capital, we find deals that we believe can return 15% to our investors and our partners. People are like, that's impossible. We sold $120 million worth of real estate last year, all of which did double, twice, 2 times our 15% projected per year. What year is this? So you start making money at 15 and 20% a year, you start churning money at those kind of numbers, you can get rich. But you got to be in the right assets and not lose money along the way. You got to know how to do a damn lease audit. Who, what, when? Hey, are there any dogs on the property? Oh, really? Where's the deposit for the freaking Rottweiler? Pet fee? Oh, we going to charge for rough. Okay, go ahead. Let's talk. Hey,
That's you on that video, right, sir?
The one and only.
Okay. That video is dated March 4th, 2019.
Right
See that?
before my birthday. I don't act like I'm 50 years old, do I? 19.
And you say that all of the real estate you sold in the prior year,
61. I was 61 years old in that video. I do not act like a 60-year-old man.
you say all of the real estate that you sold in the prior year did double twice, 2 times, or 15% projected per year.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm referring to right there. I don't know what I sold in the previous year. Do you? What did I sell in 2018? I heard the same thing. Like, did I buy something or sell something there?
Are you asking would you?
I also started the video with a Gucci belt that I don't have on. Some of the things I do, sir, are tongue in cheek. You know, they're puffery. I'm making fun of things. But I don't recall what I would have sold in 18.
I'm going to mark exhibit 286 next. It's going to be another YouTube video.
You're done with this whole thing right here.
I am.
All this is printed. All these trees are killed over this one sentence.
I've marked that's 286, a YouTube video titled Commercial Real Estate versus Stocks. And I'm going to mark as exhibit 286A a certified transcript of that video. And I'm going to play just the intro of the video.
Can you turn it some more?
Hey, welcome. It's Monday, and you're in the Cardone zone where Mondays is reserved for real estate. Mondays is reserved for real estate. If you're watching the show live right now, please do me a favor, post in comments. If you're watching after the fact, post something in comments that suggests you either love real estate, you want to know about real estate, you're invested in real estate, but that you want to play the game. Please post in comments. We love your comments. If you have a question or a deal, throw the deal below in comments. If you want to call in, these lines get jacked up pretty quick. 305.
I'm going to jump ahead in the video now to about 18 minutes, 28 seconds.
How long is the whole video?
It's 1 hour and 3 minutes.
So what page are you on the transcript?
I'm going to be around page 22.
It's always page 22. Got to watch myself.
Get on the platform Mercedes at. There's nothing wrong with you finding a good partner, somebody trustworthy, somebody invested and leveraging what they're already doing. That's what we do at Cardone Capital, by the way. And also, if you're going to do it on your own, you need to learn something. So if you guys are going to learn something, grab my book. It's free. It's at the website, cardonecapital.com/book. I'll give it to you for free. You just take care of the shipping. If you don't want to take care of the shipping, I don't want to ship it to you. Something about that. Amazon, by the way, will ship it to you for free as long as you buy the book. So you got to pick which way you want to go. Okay, the book is easy to read, a couple hundred pages, and it shows you what your perfect size deal should be. I don't know if stock guys are doing this. I'm going to have the Nigerians. The Nigerians are coming here. They're on CNBC every day. They're going to be talking to you about stocks and options. I don't know anything about it, dude. If I got to buy an option on a stock, why did I buy the stock? I mean, I'm just saying. You got to put a put. You got to put a put. You got to put what? I'm like, dude, do I like the stock or not? But they know about that space. They love it. They know about it. That's what they invest in.
What does this have to do with the real estate?
I like real assets
This
because
case.
I got more control. I get leverage. I
Raj.
get tax advantages that I haven't talked about. Tax advantages are stupid on real estate compared to stocks, unless you own the company. If you own the company, that's a different thing. If you own Facebook, dude, that's different than you being an investor with Facebook. When you become an investor or partner with me at Cardone Capital, you own part of that asset behind me, not Cardone Capital. Cardone Capital is not worth anything. It's the asset
What are
we're
we watching
investing in, not Cardone Capital, right? So when
I
you buy
object
a
to
stock
farm.
on Facebook, you own a piece of paper.
What are we
That makes
watching?
you a shareholder
I
of
don't know what
Facebook.
I'm watching here. It's a
I have
1 hour
control, I have
video
leverage, I have tax advantages.
that has nothing to do with this case.
I haven't asked you a question, sir. I'm about to. Is that you in that video?
Yes, that is me. You could have asked me that in the first 3 seconds. I know. Everybody knows that's me.
And that's a video titled Commercial Real Estate versus
That's true
Stocks.
too, but I don't know why we're watching it because it has nothing to do with this case. What are we doing, Raj? I'm happy to give you a full 7 hours. I'll give you 10 hours. I'll give you 12 hours. We can stay till midnight, but come on, you gotta bring something that's useful.
I'm going to mark another video as Exhibit 287.
We did all that for you to show me that.
And I'll mark the certified transcript of that video as 287A.
Crazy, man. This is insane. Oh my God.
It's what you guys do. You guys try to tap people out. Just 6 years. You think I'm just going to get tired of paying the bills.
I'm going to play part of the video now, Mr. Cardone. And I'll keep it short.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Real Estate Investing Made Simple Monday. We're back in the house. Everybody's excited, including me.
It's entertaining.
I hope you guys, get your hair on, get your look on. You ladies out there getting your makeup on. What I want to know is, are you getting your cash flow on? Okay, do you
That's you in that video, right, sir?
You know what I'm going to say now, right? The one and only.
And it's a video titled 7 Signs You Have a Great Deal, Real Estate Investing Made Simple. Posted on September 16th, 2019, right?
Yes, sir. That's me.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about your background now.
I've been waiting I thought that was going to happen 2 days ago. Let's do it. I've been waiting for you to dig into the darkness of Grant Cardone's history.
You were born in Lake Charles, Louisiana, right?
Yes, sir. Refinery Town, 1958.
You attended LaGrange High School?
LaGrange High School.
LaGrange High School.
Pre-Ann Lake Elementary. Then I went to a junior school, Oak Park Junior School, junior high, and then LaGrange Senior High School.
And then you attended McNeese State College?
McNeese State College, yeah, known for its basketball stars.
And you,
Spent 5 years there getting an accounting degree
you studied accounting there, right?
and a psychology and a minor in psychology.
Major in accounting, minor in psychology?
Yes, sir.
You received your degree?
Yes, sir, I did.
What year did you graduate?
1981.
Do you have any other formal education?
Formal education. Let's see. What other formal education? Man, I have, yeah, a lot.
I think I can read your mind a little bit now, so I'm just going to ask you. Have you attended?
You can predict too, dude.
Have you attended?
Everyone has the ability to predict, Raj. You just got to practice it.
Have you attended any other university, received any other degrees?
I went to a treatment center for drug addiction. I got a certificate there. I've been recovering from drug addiction since I was 25, 43 years. I'm an alumni now at the college that I graduated from. I'm going back to my high school's rewarding me with a special thing because of my accomplishments since leaving high school and college. Other certificates, I don't have a real estate license. I don't have a broker license. My wife has a real estate license. I am a professional real estate investor in accordance with IRS Code 469. And other than that, I've written 10 or 11 books, sold tens of millions of copies of books, best-selling New York Times author. I've done the largest business conferences in America, interviewed some of the most successful people in the country, have raised more money crowdfunding than any other person in the world ever.
You hold the record?
And yeah, I've raised
for crowdfunding?
I've raised $2 billion. Nobody's done $2 billion direct to public without a broker. And I've charged the highest price for a business conference of anyone, while at the same time charging the highest price for a conference, also providing 4,000 people with free seats that were first responders.
You mentioned your book, sir. I'm going to hand you what I think is one of your books. I mark it as Exhibit 288.
It is.
This is a book you wrote titled How to Create Wealth Investing in Real Estate, right? Mm-hmm. And I know it's long, but does this seem like a true and correct copy of your book?
Probably. I have a copy right out here, but that would be the exact thing.
What other books have you written?
I have written If You're Not First or Last, The 10X Rule, Be Obsessed to Be Average, The Wealth Creation Formula, Closer Survival Guide, Sell or Be Sold, 10X California, which is about to be released. I was thinking about running for governor. That book is fully edited. I think that's about, I could be missing something.
And you personally wrote those books, right?
As opposed to,
Well, they're published under your name, right?
yeah.
You wrote those books.
No, I wrote every word of the book.
You mentioned running
There's no ghost writer.
They're your statements.
My statements and fully narrated by me on Audible.
You mentioned 10X California.
Yeah.
That was your run for governor of California, right?
It's a consideration.
You ultimately did not run for governor, right?
I haven't yet.
You were considering running for governor in the last election cycle.
No, in this election cycle.
In the upcoming
Right
election
now.
cycle. Okay.
Right
You
now.
haven't decided yet if you're going to do that?
I don't think that's part of this deposition. California needs to be saved, though. Rents are too high. Property's too high. Taxes are too high. Gasoline prices are too high.
You recognize this Instagram post?
I recognize the property.
What building are you pointing to in this photo?
The building at the bottom is a triple Class A location called, we've renamed it Cardone Corporate. I bought this from a institution. I bought this from Wells Fargo, by the way. They paid $74 million. I paid $50. And this is a 260,000 square foot office building that we paid for cash, no debt. Still don't have debt on it today, and we raised money for it.
What about the building on top, sir? What are you pointing to there?
Yeah, that's a duplex that I lived in. I rented from Charlie. What was Charlie's last name? Charlie, he was my accounting teacher and my sponsor when I got out of treatment. Beautiful man. He's not alive anymore, but I rented that duplex from him.
Was that your? Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't own this building. You rented.
Yeah, that's right.
Part of it.
I rented that. That's where I started in real estate.
Okay.
I was paying $275 a month. I was 23 years old, and 3 times a year I couldn't make the payments.
Did you borrow money from anyone to start off in real estate?
Yeah. Sure.
From who?
Man, I borrowed money from my mom. I borrowed money from credit cards. Probably borrowed money out of my business. I'd take a loan out of my business, lend it to the LLC to try to put the deal together. Dude, I started with no money, Raj. No money, no contacts, no knowledge. Like I was like most middle class people or low class people in America, like just coming up. I'm just pulling stuff from everywhere. I remember grabbing a credit card to get a credit card, to get some credit on a credit card, to get some money to buy this deal.
What was your first real estate investment?
My first real estate investment was, I can't give you the year, but the address was 1117 Sheffield.
What state was that?
This had to be 1998. No, 1988. Yeah, 1988. Houston, Texas, also known as Bel Air, south of the Galleria. 1,400 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Remember it like it was yesterday. I paid $78,000. I put $3,500 down. I got a loan for $74,600. And I was making $200 a month in cash flow. And I was thrilled. I'm like, I'm a real estate investor. I'm legit. I'm going to be a beast. One day I'm going to be a legend. And I was making $200 a month, and I was so grateful for that $200 a month, and I will never ever forget that first $200 because it was the first passive income I'd ever received in my life. And I knew if I could do this a second time and a third time and a fourth time, then one day I wouldn't have to be just dependent upon my job.
And when did you create Cardone Real Estate Acquisitions?
That name would be many years later. Yeah, I don't know what year.
You also call that CREA, right? That business?
That's the acronym is CREA. Cardone Real Estate Acquisitions, CREA.
So
I personally hate acronyms, but.
You had real estate investments before CREA, right?
Oh yeah, I had at least 38 deals. 30 at least.
You said 38? I'm sorry.
Yeah, at least 26, 3, 4, 30. Yeah, at least 38. 36 to 38 deals. But they were all called individual LLCs, but that was still Cardone Capital. Cardone Capital was just later formalized when we were preparing to go to the marketplace to actually promote a thing.
So when did
prior to that, prior to 2012, there was no social platforms. See, the Jobs Act, again, why you guys should have done more research on your end. When the Jobs Act and social media collided, like literally intersected at almost the same time. And I think Barack knew this. I think Barack knew the future of social platforms allowing regular people to be able to disseminate and distribute a message at scale without having to buy ads on TV. So the fact that his genius, and he was a genius in this, that he was able to see the future and predict, hey, this is an opportunity for the regular everyday person to get access to institutional quality assets, and the message could be distributed.
You mentioned that you had at least 38 investments before CREA.
Okay.
Where do I find more information about those investments?
Objection to the state's testimony.
I have the history on all of them.
You have the history on all of them?
Yeah. I don't remember that thing I showed you earlier today. I said I'd get you. And I said they're not audited. There's the whole list right here. Heron Point, Realm, Tennessee Portfolio, Summerstone, Claremont, Green Tree, Pueblo Villas, Sunset View, Vista, Montana, Westgate Park, Wilmot Vista, Barcelona, Camelot. All of them have addresses. All of them have public records. All of them completely traceable, what we purchased them for and what we sold them for. Palms, La Mesa, Desert Tree, Arcadia Park, Cedarwood, Palermo, Neptune, La Mesa, F Street, Montalina. That's on this list. And then there's 1401 Oriole, 6450 Camino de la Costa, 54, you're amazing if you're keeping up with this, 5422 Brayburn, Bel Air, and 1117 Sheffield.
Those are single family homes, right?
Yeah, but so what? They were income investment. They were property investments.
I'm going to give you what has already been marked Exhibit 231. This is a document that you also looked at on Wednesday. It's defendants' objections and responses to plaintiffs' fourth set of interrogatories. Do you see that?
Okay.
And if you go to page 20, do you see your signature there?
Okay. I'm sure it's my signature. You're not going to, I would never accuse you of falsifying anything. Yep. That's my signature.
All right. Let's look at page 5.
I'm there.
Like you gotta get in the yards, Raj.
Huh?
Aha.
It's the wrong thing?
No, I just don't want his work product. It's not fair.
Oh.
It's not a fair fight.
Give him a fair chance, man.
Nice of you, Joe. All right. This interrogatory asks about the factual bases and assumptions made in connection with the April 22nd, 2019 YouTube video, which we were looking at earlier, right? That's what it asks us about, right?
What line are you on?
I'm looking at interrogatory
Just
number
go
9.
down the left side. What line?
Sure. I'm starting at line 2.
Okay. Okay. I see that.
Okay. And then
Now you showed me 6 or 8 videos today, so I'm not sure which one we're referring to, but I'm going to try to track with you here.
this is the one where you referred to yourself as Nostradamus.
I did not. Again, misrepresentation.
Objection misstates the video.
You know which video I'm talking about, though, right?
Other people refer to me as Nostradamus.
You told
Other people refer to me as Uncle G. I don't go around saying I'm Uncle G. That's what they call me.
Let's look at the chart on page 6.
Oh, so you have this. You have this the whole time. I said I wanted to give it to you, but you have it.
Now, these are...
This is everything the previous, a shortened list of the previous investments.
You say shortened. Are the ones that are omitted just the single family homes you mentioned, or is there other investments omitted?
I think that's everything. Could be 1 or 2 other deals in there, but 76 plus deals. So
You mentioned that you acquired about 30 deals before Korea. Are those all reflected here?
I don't think so. That's 20. It looks like to me that's 26. There's 4 missing for sure. There were also investment properties. There's another 300 deals on here that I didn't do and I underwrote.
Right. These are the fully...
And that I've tracked.
These are the fully realized
I've
investments,
tracked
right?
for 20 years.
Now, I just want to look at this chart. It contains some of your fully realized investments, right?
Perfect. They're all fully realized. Every one of those are.
It contains the chart contains the cost, the sales price, the total transaction, and the years held, right?
That's right.
This chart does not reflect the IRR achieved in these deals, right?
Sure it does.
Looking at just the information here.
Raj, come on, you're good at math, bro.
Looking at just the information here.
Take the profit divide by the number of years, adjust for the cost of money, and you have your IRR. Every one of these, except the first one, will achieve north of a 15.
You're saying that
Take the last one.
the total
Take the last one. Let me just walk you through the math here, okay?
Sure.
Then you got-
Montalena?
Then you guys can get back to New York, and you and Chris and Mark can sit down and say, guys, what are we going to do here? Because we're effed. Okay? If you knew what I put down on this deal, okay? And you don't. But if you did, I put $4 million down on this deal.
Are you talking about Montalena, just to be clear?
Yeah, look at Montalena. We can take Montalena, okay? We sold this thing for $4 million and owned it for 1.5 years. We put $4 million down.
That's not in the chart, right?
No, but I know the deal. You don't.
And I'm asking about this
There's-
chart that you gave us.
Okay, what about it?
Just looking at this chart, can I determine the IRR for Montalena?
I don't know what you could do. Clearly, you can't.
Can you, looking at just the
can't.
numbers in this chart, not another document?
I
we
can't
don't
look
have.
at this without knowing everything. Who does the underwriting at my company? Who does the underwriting that we rely on? I swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Me.
All right, let me just,
I know this deal. I put $4 million in the deal. I sold it 90 days after I bought it. Made $8 million on it. Sold it to a guy. He kept it for 4 years. He paid me $24 million. He sold it for another $20 million bucks. Okay. I shouldn't have sold that asset. Let's go to another random one. Catalina Mission. 336 units in the middle. Terrible asset. One of the worst assets I've ever bought in my damn life. Bad location. It never cash flowed. Okay. I literally had dead money in it for 2 years. I acquired it for $11.5, sold it for $1 million. I held it for 2 years. I still made a couple million bucks on the deal. So if you divide $2 million by 2 years, it's $1 million bucks a year. It's $80,000 a month. It's a screamer, and it was terrible.
okay, I'm just going to ask my question again, Mr. Cardone.
Okay.
If I'm looking at this chart,
Yeah.
using the numbers in this chart,
Yep.
can I determine the IRR achieved in the Catalina Mission transaction?
Can you?
Yes.
Doesn't seem like it.
This is enough information for you to calculate IRR.
It is for me. It didn't. Your question is about you. It's not about me. The better question would be, Grant, can you, based on that chart, calculate IRR? Yes. Can you do it? Clearly you can't.
Okay, so
You're not a real estate professional, man. You're a lawyer. I don't expect you to know how to do this.
for the Catalina Mission deal,
Yes.
calculate the IRR for me.
Catalina Mission. Okay, this says the total acquisition was 11.58. Sales price 12.74. That would be $1,200,000 or thereabout. Total transaction was $24 million. Okay, so you see where it says sales price? What you don't know is that that is the profit on that deal. No, that's not right. That's not right. So I have a 1.2 million. I have a $600,000 gain on the Catalina Mission deal. I put down. What did I put down on Catalina Mission? I bought that as a portfolio. So, I mean, it's not really fair for me just to do Catalina because I bought Canyon, Catalina, Desert Tree, Palm, and Palms all as one portfolio. I bought 2,200 units in Tucson in 3 days.
You need to know how much you put down, right?
I would have to break the math out for all four of those deals because I bought them as a group.
Does this chart say how much you put down on any property?
No, it doesn't.
It's incomplete, right?
Objective form.
It says prior investment performance. It doesn't say a complete analysis of our down payment, our cash flow, our return on capital. It doesn't say that. It doesn't even say what the returns are on this. Like, I don't know what you're trying to make of this chart. These are our prior investment performances. How long we held them, and how long what we profited. And Raj, as you know, our circular offering says clearly, repeated times, past performance should not be indicative of future results.
How are you calculating the profit using this chart?
Well, you take the sales price less the purchase price, and that's profit.
But there's mortgages on these properties too, right?
True.
That's not reflected in this chart, right?
The mortgage makes the profits even better.
That wasn't my question. The mortgage amount is not reflected in this chart, right?
There's a number of things that are on this chart.
There's a number of things that
Gross
aren't.
income's not on the chart. Other income's not on the chart. Expenses are not on the chart. That's what I'm saying. When you keep asking me, can you underwrite this to an IRR? Probably not. You probably can't.
And where do I find the information that I would need to do that?
You would not. You wouldn't use this information to make a decision. Ever. It says it in the circular offering. Never. It says repeatedly, do not use the past results to make a decision on future results. I would have told you. My IRR team would have told you. Hey, Raj, you want to invest in our new deal? Good. Disregard that, Raj, because that might not happen. Those times are over. This was 2008, 9, and 10, okay? There had been a crash, global financial crash. We were buying real estate for zip.
So you're not relying on your prior investment track record in this case?
Oh, I am. I'm telling you not to. You have you have zero experience buying real estate, okay? So you have none. When you go to buy, when my investors go to buy, let's say you've never bought anything, and you go to buy a piece of real estate, you have zero experience. I have $5 billion, $6 billion maybe of experience buying real estate, plus another $60 billion I haven't bought. And I'm telling you, hey, you have no experience to rely on. And by the way, I have $60 billion of experience, but don't even rely on my past performance.
I'm going to ask.
The fact that I can do 25% on Delray, 10x Delray, which I will, by the way, our investors, unless you guys get involved in this and take a third of their profits. That doesn't mean the other deals in the fund, Raj, are going to actually return the same thing.
Mr. Cardone, this is a document which you signed, right? The interrogatory responses, you signed it.
Yeah, of course.
And the document, the interrogatory we looked at, asked you to state the factual bases for and any assumptions made in connection with your representation in an April 22nd, 2019 YouTube video. You see that, right?
Yeah.
And as part of your response, you gave us this chart, right?
Yeah.
And I think what you've told me is that based on just this chart, I cannot know the annualized returns, the IRR, or the debt on these properties.
You can't.
Based on this chart, I cannot know
You
that.
can't. I don't know what you're capable of. You got a kid? I don't know if your kid can read yet. Can they do math? I don't know. Can you do math? I don't know. I know what this says to me.
If the jury is looking at this document, can they calculate the IRR for any property?
Objection.
I don't even know who's going to be on your jury, dude.
Misstates Exhibit 231.
You're just twisting.
It's a straightforward question. In this doc, can someone use?
I can.
I understand that you can because it's information.
F Street. I put in F Street. I put $750,000 down.
Where is that in the document?
I did the deal.
Right. I don't know it.
Okay. It was a $3.3 million acquisition. I made $4.9 million on it. I returned $4 million in 3 years on a 750. It's an 800X. Okay. It's 750 in, almost $5 million out. 750 turned into $5 million. I 8x my money in 3.5 years.
Do I have the information needed to verify that claim?
I don't know what your education is, pal. Clearly, you don't know how to do this because you keep asking me, can you do it? You don't know how to do it. I know how to do it. I don't know if Joe knows how to do it or Brandon knows how to do it. I know how to do it.
You know how to do it because
I was there, man.
Because you know the debt on these properties.
I know the data. Debt's got nothing to do with this. Dude.
You know the data.
The debt doesn't have anything to do with it.
That data is not reflected in this document, right?
How can I do the data? How can I do it then? Like I was there. I am the data point. Don't try the stare down thing now, dude. That doesn't work on me.
I'm trying to understand your responses, sir.
Yeah, I'm showing you the responses, okay?
You have not provided us.
By the way, I'm going to give you this to do the math, so you can start doing the math on this, okay?
Sure. Let me ask my question.
Let me just give you this, okay? Because you're on the list now. The worst performing deal in here did 13%, annualized, okay? Not internal rate, annualized. 13%, 21%, 157%, 260%, 228%, 14%. Second worst one. 58%, 35%, 79%, 62%, 79%, 62%. Only had a handful of investors on these deals. I have no requirement to produce any of this bullshit for anybody. This was internal, okay? 35%, 55%, 61%, 221%, 11%. Oh yeah, there's a bad one. 29%, 49%, 61%. Average, overall average, 62% over 24 deals. That is called proof of work. Okay, these are my Super Bowl rings.
The returns that you're reading, you're not reading from the interrogatory responses that
I'm
we're
reading
looking at,
from
right?
somebody that knows how to do math. You take the profit, you divide by the years, and you figure your rate of return.
That wasn't my question. You weren't reading from the interrogatory responses, correct?
Yes, I am. Oh, yeah. Well, if I did the math on all these, that's the same numbers I would come up with. Of course, I'm using the same data.
Okay, I'll ask it one more time. Mr.
Yes,
Cardone.
the answer is yes. I'm using the data in that box. Yes.
Chart give me enough data. I'm sorry, let me just finish my question.
Gives me enough data.
Can I finish my question?
I know the question is, you've asked me 5 or 6 times.
And I
Does it give you enough data? I don't know if it gives you enough data. This has got to be objective form, guys. How can I know what he thinks or knows or whether he can add or subtract? I don't know, dude.
No objection.
Just
no foundation.
No foundation. I don't know what you know.
And just so the record's clear, because it doesn't look like it came up in that colloquy that witness was reading from Exhibit 270 to this deposition.
This document, the interrogatory responses, Mr. Cardone, does not provide the IRR for these investments, right?
Provides it for me.
For if anyone,
I know how to do this. That's why 20,000 people trust me with $2 billion. I know what I'm doing and you don't.
Can the jury take this document, if instructed, and calculate IRR for these properties?
I don't know what the jury
Objection,
can
no
do.
foundation.
See, most of the non-accredited investors, this is why I said non-accredited, the term by itself is discriminatory at least.
So you're not answering my question.
And it could be racist.
You're not answering
It's because
my question.
it suggests that non-accredited can't do math. And I don't believe that. My 14-year-old kid knows how to do this math. You don't. Shame on you. My 14-year-old Sabrina, 15-year-old that's already homeschooled and finished with high school knows how to calculate an internal rate of return.
I'm going to ask my question again, sir.
The fact that you can't is not my problem.
There's data in this chart. It includes the acquisition.
I've answered this question, sir.
I'm going to ask my question, sir. It includes the acquisition cost, the sales price, the total transaction, and the years held. Do you see that?
I do.
Using just the data here, can anyone other than you calculate the IRR?
I have no clue. I can.
This is an email from William's son to Mark Krupina at Meridian Capital. Do you see that?
I do.
And you're CC'd, Grant at CardoneCapital.com. Do you see that?
Okay.
And Mr. Sun says, Mark, attached is the resume with the real estate owned schedule. Do you see that?
All right.
Lenders and sellers often ask you for a real estate owned schedule, right?
Yes.
Let's look at the final page. It's page 676. The final page of the document.
The final page of the document?
Yes, sir.
You want to ask me if I signed it?
Page 676.
Okay.
You see the current investment portfolio as of January 31, 2018?
Yes.
And
There's 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 deals on here.
these are deals that you own at the time of this document, right? As of January 31st, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And you see the projected project IRR column?
Yes, sir.
What is projected project IRR?
Objective form.
It is the project's projected internal rate of return.
And you see the numbers are all 15%, 40%, 30%, or 20%, right?
Yeah.
They're all round numbers.
Mm-hmm.
They all end in 0, right?
I see that.
Have you ever lost money on a real estate deal?
No. I try to make it a habit not to lose money.
So you haven't lost money on a real estate deal?
No.
Have you ever had a return of less than 15% net of fees on any property from start to finish?
I've been involved in deals that would have achieved less than a 15%, regardless of the fee structure. Heron Point was one of them. My Austin deal right here. See this 10X living at Grandview? It says a 15. I'm not going to hit a 15 on it. Will not, by the way. What's really cool is I didn't let any of the investors come into that deal. I have 5 investors in that deal. So while we were doing the due diligence, Raj, and while I was doing our underwriting and while I was doing our projections, I said, oh, there's a case for 15% here. I think we can do it. It's 88 acres of land in Austin, Texas, surrounded by $1 million homes. This deal has been a terrible disappointment.
Have you ever had a
That being said, I believe if I hold it for another decade, we're going to crush it.
Have you ever had a property foreclosed on?
No.
Have you ever missed a debt payment?
No.
Have you ever asked for forbearance on a debt payment?
Not that I recall of. On all 3 of those.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 290 next. This is an email from the invest@cardonecapital.com email with someone named Rodney Gambrell. You see that?
Yes.
And the email is dated March 3rd, 2020. Do you see that?
Okay.
And the top email is from someone named Gabe. Gabe is a former employee here, right?
Yeah. I don't know who Gabe is.
Okay. Gabe, writing from the invest@cardonecapital.com email, says, Grant's longest holding has been 7 years and 4 months. Do you see that?
I do see it.
And the investor on the same page below had asked earlier, what is the average time before the assets are sold? Is that an accurate statement? As of March 2020, your longest holding had been 7 years and 4 months?
No clue.
Looking at,
I'm not sure of that answer, actually.
looking at,
So you see this investors, because I don't know who the investor is and I don't know who the person answering is. The investor says, I'm semi-retarded when it comes to how investing works, but I'm a quick learner. Thanks for the clarification. The annual rate of return is 4 to 6. He understands there's a range here. Paid in monthly dividends. And when the assets are sold, the goal is a 2.5x. What is the average time before the assets are sold? Now, if I use the original box you were talking about, it looks like about 37 months. Our current investment strategy is not 37 months. And it says it in the circular that we are long-term holders. Okay, Raj, this is being now adopted. My plan to get away from a 3 and 5 year and do 7 years, 10 years, or even discretion to go longer if necessary. Like I explained in the Austin asset that has been disappointing, would depend on our actual internal rate of return and our ARR.
All right. So funds 5 and 6 have a 10-year projected timeline, right?
With discretion to be shorter or longer. And by the way, longer can be longer. You
And
understand?
how long can longer be?
Yeah. As long as necessary. To
As long as you
achieve-
want.
As long as I want.
Before Fund 5.
Because as everyone knows, the real estate gets better the longer you own it. You guys in New York City know that. Just own it for long periods of time.
Before Fund 5, had you ever held an investment for more than 10 years?
Sure.
Which one?
Sure. My first business I've had since I was 30 years old.
Let me ask the question again. Before Fund 5, had you ever held a property for more than 10 years?
Again, piece of real estate. The real estate I'm buying is a business. Okay. My first business I've been doing for every day for 38 years. Every piece of real estate I have sold, from the 2 in Bel Air, the first 2, to the one in La Jolla, the one in Los Angeles. The first big purchase I made in Vista, California, called Cedarwood, the Point Loma purchase, the Chula Vista purchases, the 2,200 units in Tucson. I shouldn't have sold any of it. Biggest mistake I made in real estate was ever selling any of it. So
Right.
if I could go back and do it again, I'd own all that stuff still today.
But as of 2020, had you ever held a particular piece of real estate for more than 10 years?
I have all the dates right here. All our hold times are right here with full disclosure.
I want to talk briefly about your document production in this case.
Yes, sir.
You own an iPhone, right?
I've owned probably 35 of these.
Okay. Is that, you only own one at a time?
I should have bought the stock. I should have bought the stock rather than the phone.
You only own one at a time, right?
No,
You
I have multiple phones.
You have multiple cell phones
Yeah.
at the same time?
Got a burner phone used for my side hustles. Just kidding. It's all Friday afternoon, man.
Do you have multiple phones or no?
No, this is my primary phone.
Okay. Do you have another phone?
From time to time we do. Yeah.
Is that the cell phone from which your lawyers collected text messages for this case?
Yes, sir. This is the phone I use to conduct the business.
You have a personal cell phone.
No, this is my personal phone. This is my business. My business is personal. So everything's on one thing.
You've lost me, Mr. Cardone. You have more than one phone,
Dude,
right?
you didn't have any of that sugar in there that I offered you. You crashing? This is my personal phone. This is my business phone.
Okay.
I do have other phones.
And you use those phones for your business and your personal
No.
activities?
No. This is what I conduct my personal life and my business life on. If you have this number, you have access to me.
What do you use the other phones for?
For outbound calls,
Just for outbound calls?
mostly outbound. Yeah. That'd be yes.
A different phone number on that account, on that phone?
Of course. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have 2 phones. I'd have 1 phone, 2 devices.
Let's talk about the emails you use. You use Grant at grantcardone.com, right?
Yes, sir.
You use Grant at cardonecapital.com?
Yes, sir.
You use GC at grantcardone.com?
No.
Do you have a CREA email?
No.
Do you have a 10X email?
I mean, I probably have emails. They probably have produced emails for me, but I don't use those emails.
Do you have a CREA email?
I don't. I mean, I've answered the question. I have two primary emails: Grant at Cardone Capital and Grant at grantcardone.com.
Those are the two emails you use.
And now the whole world's going to know about them. Oh my God, I'm going to be getting more emails.
You don't have a Gmail account?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Never use it. Hate it. Absolutely hate Gmail.
Do you ever use DMs on Instagram?
A lot. DMs on X, DMs on TikTok, DMs on Instagram. Love DMs. I'm a DMer.
You talk to potential investors on your DMs?
Probably. I talk to everybody, dude. But mostly I talk to people that'll never be investors. They'll never be investors. They'll never buy a book from me. They'll never do anything. If you hung out with me over a weekend, you would be shocked at how I spend my time. I got kids introducing me to their parents, kids that are 14 years old on TikTok. That just last night, the kid meets me on TikTok, goes to his dad, tells his dad, you need to quit buying these single family homes. Listen to this guy.
Do you use WhatsApp?
I do. You want me to give you the list?
Sure.
Yes. WhatsApp. Telegram. Yes. Signal. Yes.
Anything else?
Probably.
Anything?
I don't know.
Any other?
Anything that comes next, I'll use. I play with them. I learn them. I'm interested. I'm curious. I don't want to be an old man like Joe that doesn't learn new stuff all the time.
Now, this lawsuit was filed in September 2020. You recall that, right?
Oh yeah.
So
COVID, man, the whole world was going crazy.
you understand that
I think this is actually a COVID lawsuit. I think this is one of the negative effects of COVID. Everybody lost their mind.
All right. You understand that since September 2020, you have had a legal obligation not to delete emails, texts, and other communications, right?
Related to this, right?
I'm asking, what do you understand your legal obligation to
Look,
be?
show me what I agreed to.
Have you deleted
I'm sure.
text messages
I'm
or
sure I have.
emails?
I'm sure there's been. I deleted at least 25 emails today. I'm going to tell you right now. But when I went to lunch, I delete fucking junk all day long. Spam hits me constantly, and I'm delete.
You regularly delete your emails.
No, I delete junk. I delete spam.
Are your emails archived anywhere?
Objection, no foundation.
I have no clue.
What about your text messages? Have you deleted text messages since 2020?
Nothing pertaining to this case.
That wasn't my question. Have you deleted text messages since 2020?
Probably. My wife tells me to get the groceries. I delete that message.
Now, you've thrown out some...
My kids ask me for money. I delete it.
You've thrown out some legal pads too, right?
Many. Thousands, tens of thousands over my life.
On Wednesday...
Since I was 20 years old, writing notes, writing my goals and dreams down. Completely useless.
On Wednesday, you testified that you've underwritten 10X living at Panama City Beach more than 50 times since October 2020. Do you remember that?
No. I don't remember that, but it was probably just I probably underwrite a deal 40 or 50 times before I buy it, without exaggeration.
You've continued to underwrite the fund's 5 and 6 properties even after you've acquired them, right?
I've underwritten deals after I've sold them. I've underwritten deals that I didn't even buy over and over for years.
But that...
Like I just did a deal in Boca called 101 Meisner. It was a $235 million transaction. I underwrote that deal for 23 months before I was awarded the deal because I had to track it that long because it was in bankruptcy.
Let's talk about the deals, the properties that are owned by Funds 5 and 6. Okay.
All right.
You, as part of your business...
9 different deals.
Yes. So
total almost $1 billion for real estate.
For those 9 deals, you've underwritten them since 2020, right?
Probably since 2018.
Regularly.
They started in 2018.
And you do some of that underwriting on your legal pads, right?
Objection. Objective one.
Could have. Yeah. I said, yeah.
But you've thrown those legal pads out, right?
Nothing since I was asked by the courts not to throw out anything and everything that the courts asked, or your case asked us to do, we've complied with.
Since September 20, have you thrown out legal pads?
Probably.
Have you thrown out underwriting for funds 5 and 6 properties?
No, absolutely not.
You've kept your hard copy underwriting for fund 5 and fund 6 properties?
You asked me if I threw anything out. No.
You have that underwriting.
If I underwrote it. But since 20, I bought $2 billion more real estate. I've been focused on new underwriting of new deals. I got my hands full, man. I've handled COVID. I've handled tariffs. I've handled going from Obama to Biden, or Obama to Trump to Trump to Biden to Biden to Trump to Iran to like.
So since October,
I have not destroyed any documents involved in the investors of Fund 5 and 6. Period.
Since October 2020, have you underwritten the 10X Living at Panama City Beach property?
Possibly.
You don't know whether you have or not.
I can underwrite it right now. You want me to? Okay.
No, I don't. I'm asking you, sir.
This is how I underwrite it. But you see, but you just don't know what you're doing, bro. 288 units. Okay, this is my underwriting. $2,000, $56 million a year. I'm going to spend about $35 million expensing that. We're going to end up with about $21 million. I have $10 million of debt. There's going to be $11 million. Whatever. This is, you know what I'm going to do with this? I'm going to throw it away.
And you have thrown away underwriting for
No.
the Fund 5 and 6 properties, right?
No, absolutely not. I'm underwriting 288 units. Okay, these 288 units. It doesn't have to be this deal. Look, the math is the math, man. None of this means anything here. So this is crazy. Do you understand whether you call it 10X Living or you call it the next 288 units I get? When these builders build units, most of them are going to be the same sizes, 288,
I'm not asking you
350.
about that right now, sir.
But this is the point. If I underwrite 288 units, the name of it doesn't matter. I don't have to underwrite these deals to understand there's going to be another similar 10X Living, Columbia, Murano, Wood Waste Park, Sawgrass. If I find something similar to Sawgrass, and I have the history of Sawgrass here, for you to say, hey, Grant, did you underwrite Sawgrass? Anything that is 501 units, that we're buying a deal right now in Tampa that's 508 units. If I look at this Sawgrass and compare it to the Tampa, I'm going to be similar. The name changed. The numbers didn't.
Do you use, I'm going to move on from that, sir. Do you use ChatGPT?
Yeah, I do. I don't think much of it.
What other AI tools do you use?
Gemini, Claude, Anthropic. Show me one, I'll use it.
Have you asked those AI models any questions about this litigation?
No.
Have you asked those AI models questions about...
I barely ask these guys any questions about this litigation. So.
Have you asked those AI models questions about funds 5 or 6?
No.
Did you ask them any questions about this deposition?
No.
Did you use AI tools?
The last thing I would do is ask ChatGPT about being deposed by you, bro.
Have you inputted documents from this lawsuit into those AI models?
No. Good try. These are great questions. I wouldn't even have thought of doing that.
Mr. Cardone, you understand that Christine Pino is the plaintiff in this case, right?
Yes. The daughter of the deceased
She's
original investor.
She's invested.
who's a huge fan of me and my business, by the way. Bought every product that we had.
I'm going to move to strike everything
Yeah,
after yes.
because you don't want the jury to know that Louis Pino was a fan. Louis Pino came out to get an autograph. Louis Pino bought all my books. Louis Pino was exactly who I was trying to help. You don't want the jury to know that.
I'll move to strike all of that. There's no punch.
But I'll get it on YouTube. This will be on
we
YouTube.
can't
I
talk.
guarantee you the whole world's going to know about this deposition. They're going to see how foolish and how meaningless this is and how wrong it is.
This doesn't work if we talk over each other, sir. I'm going to move to strike that entire answer as non-responsive. There was no question pending. You understand that Ms. Pino is invested in Funds 5 and Fund 6, right?
Louis Pino is invested.
And you understand that Ms. Pino inherited Mr. Pino's investment.
I do understand that she inherited it.
Are you aware, sir, that Ms. Pino has not gotten her monthly distributions since her father's death?
Ms. Pino and Mr. Pino have been sent a check every month for 96 months in a row.
You say you have made the distributions to Ms. Pino.
Cardone Capital has made the distributions monthly and or quarterly, whatever was determined by the fund she was in, every single month. The fact that she is not being responsible for where her money goes or cashing her checks, wherever they told us to send the money is where we sent the money.
Can you produce documentation?
I have 20,020 investors that we send checks to every month. If Miss Christine Pino is not responsible enough to go find her money, that's on her, but we've sent it. Well, and if it didn't get to wherever, that money is still sitting somewhere, preserved for her to get.
Well, we've been asking your lawyers for months and months to get Miss Pino the distributions that she's entitled to.
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
Depose them.
Is there any reason Miss Pino should not be paid her distributions?
Miss Pino has been paid her distributions. Don't be foolish, man. Everybody's been paid their distributions. I've sent $700 million to our investors. Almost 693 million as of last night. Out of 2 billion, I've sent 600. Is that the right number? Some $600 million in cash distributions. If Miss Pino, hold on, I'm gonna do a little underwriting right now. If Miss Pino hasn't got her $250 a year, $20 a month, if she doesn't think enough of it to go to the bank, and by the way, some people don't think of anything of $250 a month. It's only about 40 times what the bank would pay her. But if she's not paying attention to it because she doesn't care, because maybe she inherited this and it doesn't mean anything to her anymore, that's on her. But we sent her the money.
You have documentation showing that you've sent Miss Pino that money.
How do you send somebody money in the United States of America in 2026 without having documentation?
Can you commit to pay Miss Pino all the distributions she has not received since her father's death?
Can I commit? Can I commit? Or can I pay her?
Do you agree to pay her?
Do I agree to pay her?
Objective form.
We've already paid her, dude. You want me to give Miss Pino another $250 a year?
I just want to make sure she receives what she's
I already
entitled
offered to
to.
give her dad the money back. I offered to give these people the money back in 2018.
No.
And he didn't want his money back. Then we offered to give him the money back, and they keep all their cash flow. And no, I don't want the money back, Grant. My lawyers are telling me not to talk to you. We have this on recording. My lawyers are telling me not to talk to you. And I'm happy with my investment, Grant.
You have a
Then we offered you guys, just 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago, hey guys, we'll pay back every investor right now. We'll pay every investor that wants their money back right now. I'll pay them back, less their distributions, and make everybody whole. But no, you guys want your fee out of that amount.
The court told you couldn't do that, right, sir?
The court, yeah, sure did. I don't know why I did either. It's so criminal, dude. It's so wrong. I know these guys are going to tell me, don't say the courts are criminal, because they're not criminal, but the system is criminal.
What system, sir?
System you're involved in. It's just
The
wrong.
justice system?
No, you.
I'm a criminal?
This thing. the things, this class action lawsuit, the things that are allowed to happen here is not good for the investors.
Well, let's talk about the investors. You mentioned on your earlier deposition that the investors in this case have suffered no losses, right?
Yes.
So I want to explore that idea.
I mean, Miss Pino lost her dad, which is the most important part. It's the loss of life. Nobody's lost any money.
Nobody's lost any money, right?
Yeah.
No,
In fact, capital's been protected. In the period of time that these people have been invested since 2018, if they would have taken that same money and left it in a bank, they would have lost probably 35% of their money. Instead, their capital has been protected by being invested in a real estate transaction.
let's say someone is selling a house and they know the foundation is unstable.
Yeah.
They know it has cracks. They know it's structurally unsafe. They sell the house, but they don't tell the buyer.
Okay.
The buyer buys the house.
Yeah.
The seller committed fraud, right?
Objective form, no foundation, incomplete hypothetical.
I don't sell houses. I don't sell houses with broken foundations.
Well, I'm asking you a
I
hypothetical.
don't sell
sir.
single family homes. And I don't think that I'm going to spend 25 grand on 2 attorneys today to answer hypothetical questions. And while you have the right to ask me a lot of questions, I don't have to answer the dumb ones.
Well, I'm just trying to understand the
No,
statements
you're not.
that
You're not trying to understand anything, Raj. You got to quit. That's your little tick. You're not trying to understand anything. You're trying to make me look bad.
you have said, sir, under oath, that you believe the plaintiffs in this case have suffered no losses, right?
Yes, 1,000%. Stand by that statement.
Okay. I'm trying to,
Investors have lost nothing. The investors are invested in great transactions.
I'm trying to,
And the investors will end up hitting exactly or north of what I projected.
I'm trying to understand that statement.
No, you're not.
Sir.
See, again, you're not trying to understand.
Did you understand my hypothetical that I posed to you?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay. So the buyer sold the house. I'm sorry. The seller sold the house to the buyer.
Yeah.
Without disclosing that the foundation was cracked.
Yeah.
You with me?
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm right here with you, man.
The seller committed fraud, right?
Objective form, incomplete hypothetical, no foundation.
You're not going to answer the question?
I'm not going to do hypotheticals because I don't sell houses. I tell people, do not buy a single family home. Don't invest in single family homes. Don't try to make single family homes rental properties. And I've never covered anything about selling homes with foundation problems. So you got to keep me in my lane.
Okay. Let's take another.
Hypothetical.
I'm
Do
sorry?
golf. Let's do golf.
I'm going to do another.
Whale watching. You got to do what I do. This is what I do. Because I can't answer questions about stuff I don't do.
All right. Why don't we take a break and go off the record shortly?
Time is 14:44 off the record. Time's 15:06. Back on the record.
Mr. Cardone, I neglected to mark as exhibits transcripts of 2 videos we looked at earlier. I'm going to mark as exhibit 271A, a certified transcript of a YouTube video entitled How to Get 15% Return on Your Money, Real Estate Investing Made Simple, published on September 17th, 2018.
271A, you said?
Yes. And I'm going to mark as exhibit 281A, a certified transcript of a YouTube video titled Raising Money, Crowdfunding and Reporting to Investors, published on February 16th, 2019. You can put those to the side, Mr. Cardone, but those were transcripts of videos we watched earlier today.
So you're not going to ask the questions again?
Not at this time, no.
This is crazy.
Mr. Cardone, are you aware that in this lawsuit, the court has certified a class?
Say again.
Are you aware that in this lawsuit, the court has certified a class?
I don't know what that means, actually. I don't know what it means that the court certify a class.
Are you aware that there was a court ruling certifying a class action involving all investors in Funds 5 and Fund 6?
Objection, no foundation.
Okay. Up until this, I didn't understand. I don't really, and still today, don't even understand what certifying a class action, as well as most of my investors actually don't understand what it means that they were part of a class action.
Most of your investors don't understand class actions, right?
Most of my
Objection, no foundation.
Yeah. Most of my investors don't want anything to do with this case. They're happy investors. They don't want to be part of your certification process. They don't want to be part of your class action lawsuit. They don't want to be part of the noise. They just want Grant Cardone and Cardone Capital continue to make them payments every month. 900 of the 2,200 or so, somewhere around there, has already opted out, reached out to my office to figure out how they're not being certified to be part of this class action nonsense.
Investors have,
And I have another couple hundred that hit us last night saying, I'm aware that we missed the date to opt out. How can we write a letter to the judge? Because they don't want to be involved. So when you ask me, am I aware of the certification of a class act? Not only do I not understand this, but my investors don't.
what have you told the hundreds of investors who contacted you last night?
Objection, no foundation.
I've told them different things to different people.
Let's go through them. What have you said to investors who contacted you last night?
Depends on what they ask me.
What did they ask you?
How do I opt out? Should I opt out? What would you tell me to do? Those are just three of them. How do I get out of this? Am I too late to get out of this? How is this going to affect my investment? You want me to answer those one at a time? Or?
What did you tell the investor who asked you, should I opt out?
I said, that's your choice, dude.
What did you tell the investor who asked you, what would you tell me to do?
It's up to you, bro. I can't tell you what you should do.
What else did you tell these investors?
What was the next question?
Well, I'm trying to get a sense of what
was the next question?
Your conversations
You
were.
were going to go over the list. Don't abandon it now. Stick with it.
I'm trying to get you to tell me, sir, what you spoke to these investors about.
What was the next question?
I don't know what you're
You
referring
have a
to.
transcript in front of you. I don't. You're reading off your iPad.
Okay,
It's tracking me. I'll read off this one then. Let's see. How should I opt out?
The witness doesn't get real-time access. I mean, we can go off the record for that, but okay.
How can I opt out, Grant? What can I do to opt out? I said, man, it's probably too late. Okay. Grant, how's this going to affect my investment? It's probably going to fuck it up really bad.
You told the investors the class action would fuck up their lawsuit.
If somebody
Their
asks,
investment.
probably, no, I mean, this is after last night. The 14th is come and gone, right? So this is over. I would expect, I have to answer the questions they ask me, Raj. My investors trust me to give them, to be transparent and to answer information. The way I understand it, if I have my math right, $80 million came into Fund 5. $30 million has been paid out in distributions. That leaves $50 million. As of last night, $40 million opted out, which leaves $10 million, only $10 million amongst 1,300 people available for you guys to try to extort your fees.
Did you personally?
And I did not tell anybody, unfortunately, their $10 million, your fees come out of their $10 million, not mine.
Did you personally talk to investors last night?
But when this goes public, guess what? Everybody's going to know how the game works because this is a public document.
Did you personally speak with
And
investors?
the 10 million, then Raj, is going to go down to 8 million, 6 million, 4 million, or 2 million. Even if you guys win this, people are going to be like, I don't want you to reduce my 10 million that I have left in the fund by another 30%, which you guys would be entitled to get.
Sir, I need you to answer my questions. You personally spoke.
And then they're going to realize that all the shares they have to surrender all the shares in the company back to Grant.
You personally spoke with investors.
You
last
would
night,
win.
right?
You would get your little fee. I would get all the shares of the investment back on 2018 prices. And the investor is the only one that gets screwed.
Are you able to answer my questions, sir?
Oh, yeah, 100% I can.
You personally spoke with investors last night in Funds 5 and 6, right?
We did another call last night for our, as a natural monthly call. We did distributions. They were 22.2 million. We did a call earlier in the week about our $14 million distribution concerning the controversial Fund 5 that you asked me about earlier. Last night, we did our monthly ritual call about our distributions. People asked about the class action lawsuit and how it affected them.
How did you respond to the question of how the class action lawsuit affected that?
Objection, that foundation.
I said it's too late for you guys anyway. The 14th was the deadline. Then we probably had, 200 or 300 people reach out to us last night and say, I didn't know. I didn't get it. I'm part of Fund 5. I don't want to be part of this. How do I get off of it? I said, hey, why don't you write a letter to the judge? Tell him you don't want to be part of it. So hopefully we'll get another 300 or 400, 500 letters from our investors to the judge, maybe a petition of some sort saying they don't want to be involved in this.
You told the investors last night who you spoke to that remaining in the class action may F up their investment, right?
I didn't tell them that. I didn't say that as a public announcement. My sister asked me.
This was on the call last night with investors.
Off the call, after the call, my sister asked me, hey, what would this do to somebody's investment? What's it going to do to my investment? Oh my God, what's it going to do? I'm like, you're not even part of Fund 5. Don't worry about it. She's part of Fund 4. She got a check last night for I think $85,000. My sister did.
Let's look at Exhibit 290.
She, by the way, was a non-accredited investor when she started with me. She's an accredited investor now because of me. And she's in the same fund that you guys are trying to hijack.
This is a X post from you dated July 1, 2026. You see that?
This is this man. I'm giving you guys a lot of material this month, haven't I?
And you say in this post,
is that coincidental, or is that just like I'm beefing it up, you think? Or
you recognize this post, sir?
Cardone Capital celebrates 120 months without missing a distribution. Sent 17 million in July. By the way, that was not true. Misrepresentation. We did 22 million. We also redeemed some Fund 5 investors who opted out of the Pinot dispute and returned $459,000. Yes, I personally wrote $459,000 in distribution checks to 6 or 7 investors 2 weeks ago.
This was after...
That wanted to opt out. I said, guys, I can't tell you to do it. I can't tell you not to do it. Check this out. The courts are telling me not to really talk to you about it. I'm sitting there dying, Raj, to tell them, don't get out. But I can't because the courts have tied my hand. Guess what? Those people said, I don't want to be part of this. So I said, okay. Wrote them a check for $459,000.
And this was after the court denied your request to make buyout offers to class members, right?
Objection. Misstates the document.
I'm not making offers. Okay. These people called me and asked me to get out. I've been doing this for 40 years. We went out of the investment. If I'm in a position to get you out, if I'm liquid, and I can, and it makes sense, I'll do it. This is not what's it called, a new practice.
This post was on.
I've returned tens of millions of dollars to our investors.
This post was on.
I've returned tens of millions of dollars of money to anybody that's never not satisfied with any product or service they've ever invested in here. You buy a book from me and you don't like the book, call me back, send me the book. You don't have to send me a book. Keep the book. I'll send you money back. This is just an ordinary cost of doing business.
You've spoken with class members about this lawsuit, right?
I'm sorry, are you referring to Exhibit 290 or is it separate to that?
I'm asking in general, you've spoken to class members about this lawsuit, correct?
I haven't.
Who has at Cardone Capital?
The team that handles phone calls. So I got 20 people up there take phone calls. People ask, man, you guys drag the internet.
Class members
You're trying to use my name to get attention for your company. You're trying to solicit other class action lawsuits and hope to get you little fees going forward. And guess what? People call me, hey man, what's this class action lawsuit? Then you got all the clickbaiters and haters and critics and naysayers. You got Wells Fargo, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. They see all this stuff. They see all this noise, dude. They don't like it. And then that stirs up interest. And then the investors call.
And you have a team of 20 people who pick up those phone calls.
I have 20 people up there that handle phone calls of some sort. I got accounting. I got Ryan, Andres. I got my team up there, dude, Cardone Capital. Then I got my whole team down here that you've seen. I got 260 employees down here.
Are there written communications with these class members?
Objection, no foundation.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
How many investors have you redeemed from Fund 5 and Fund 6 total?
A lot.
Do you know the value of those investments?
I just went through the math. Has to be 30 or 40 million.
You have personally paid $30 to $40 million to Fund 5 and Fund 6 investors?
Yes. I've been telling you that all day. That's why the investment's so good. But you see, you don't even understand what I'm talking about right now. You still don't understand it.
I think you guys are talking about two different things.
No, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Your firm misunderstood this whole case when they took it.
Okay, let's mark as the next exhibit.
But you still don't understand, right?
Sir, you need to answer the questions. If you want to give speeches at the end, your lawyer will have the opportunity
I do that
to ask you questions.
So I already give speeches for them.
This is Exhibit 291.
People pay for me to speak.
This is a ex post.
I'm trying to explain to you how this works.
This is an ex post from your account at Grant Cardone. Do you see that?
I did this myself, including the picture.
This is on May 21, 2026.
Yes, sir.
And it says, real estate update. Just had a member in Fund 5 who needed liquidity, who was bought out by another member. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know who that member in Fund 5 was?
I don't.
Who was the person who bought out that member?
I don't recall right now.
Was it you?
Could have been. This was 3 months ago.
Was that person a member of the class?
I don't know.
Did you ask them?
I don't know.
Did you advise this person what rights they were giving up by being bought out by another member?
I don't know.
In any of your phone calls with...
If the person wanted to be bought out, this wouldn't be the first person we bought out. It won't be the last person I bought out. I bought out, before this, I bought out tens of millions of positions. This is not a new practice. We didn't change our operating basis because you guys and your firm came along. We do the right thing by the investor when we can. By the way, we're not required to. All our document says we do not have to return any money. It says there could be 100% loss of all monies. But because I'm a good guy and I know people have problems, okay, my sister right now has been diagnosed with cancer in both lungs.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we are too. And she's worried about her finances right now. She's like, am I going to be okay? I said, look, I got you. Well, a lot of her investments are illiquid today. So guess who's going to take care of her? Okay. If need be. So if I'm not in a position to buy her investments back and help her through this, or I can't just help her through this, then hopefully somebody else would come. I'm in a position to help her, but if not, hopefully one of the other members in this 20,000 person investor universe I live in could help my sister out.
You mentioned, and I'm almost done with this, and I am sorry to hear about your sister.
Well, thank you.
You mentioned that you've had calls with investors where they've asked you questions about this class action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. My sister was one of them last night.
Have you ever in those phone calls told them that they should ask class counsel their questions?
I don't know who class counsel would be. Who would that be?
Do you understand that the court has...
I don't understand anything about any of this. I don't even understand why we're doing this. There's been no financial harm. There's been no fraud, no misrepresentation. The SEC was in here for 28 months and dropped the entire thing. I don't know what a certification of class action is, and I don't know what a class action counsel is.
You've never directed any of these investors who have asked you questions to our firm to answer their questions.
Why would I refer anybody to your firm, bro? Why would I ever refer anyone to the enemy?
I'm going to mark exhibit.
You've done nothing but cost me money. I've wasted $4 million of my money, 6 years of my life. You've damaged my reputation. You've made it more difficult for me to run my business and help people. And you think I'm going to refer my investors to your firm?
I'm going to mark exhibit 291 next. 292. Exhibit 292 next. It's a YouTube video from November 8th, 2023. It's titled Grant Cardone on 7B Net Worth Lawsuits Dissing Dave Ramsey and Robert Kiyosaki. Full interview. And I'm going to play about a minute and a half starting at 7 minutes, 27 seconds.
How they live with themselves, empty, soulless human beings.
Who am I talking about?
Well, in the lawsuit.
Can you back it up?
So I read through the article.
I think I'm talking. Sounds. Just want to be sure we get this. I think I'm talking about you guys.
Lawyers find somebody that has a big name, okay, and is doing something. I'm a loudmouth. I know I am. I'm braggadocious. I show off. I know all the things that people say about me. That makes me a target. And so what they're going to do is the lawyers first. And again, I'm not speaking about this particular lawyer or the plaintiff when I talk about this. What they do is they drag the internet, not just for this case, but for other cases similar to it.
Mm-hmm.
This is basically free advertising by hundreds of different lawyers and law firms, ambulance chasing, how they live with themselves, empty, soulless human beings.
Yeah.
Well, in the lawsuit, so I read through the article. It said, the plaintiffs alleged that Cardone misled investors on social media by allegedly overpromising investor returns, downplaying their financial liability, and not fully disclosing the fees he collected. Cardone also allegedly refused to adjust his sales tactics despite receiving a warning from the Securities and Exchange Commission. His promises to investors they would realize returns of 15% did not appear to have any factual basis, the lawsuit alleges. So did you claim a 15% return?
Yeah, I still do.
Okay, that's a really big return.
No, it's not.
You're not getting that in the S&P 500.
These properties should do. I never promise it. Okay? I have most of my portfolios done well in excess of 15% per year. That's great. Most of these properties are doing 6 and 8% per year in cash flow.
The urban.
All I have to do is have a little bit of an exit to even hit a 15. So that's not an promise, okay? And I never make a promise. Now, I was asked by one of the alphabet companies to quit making those kind of claims. And I'm like, why? Dude, that's what they're going to do. I'm telling you, that's what the deal is going to do. Any kind of rent increases and appreciation and devaluation of the dollar. I've been doing this for 35 years. Real estate produces this kind of return over and over and over again, particularly when you're extremely disciplined about the location and the asset quality. So that's not an overstatement. And the courts, by the way, ruled in my judgment that it wasn't an over-exaggeration.
Nice. Okay. And
That's you in that video, right,
Yeah.
sir?
And the other guy's DJ Vlad.
This is an interview you gave.
Hundreds of millions of viewers he gets every year. He's basically, his audience is urban, mostly probably non-accredited, like most of America is, and they're getting educated on this lawsuit.
Is there anything inaccurate in what you said in that clip?
No, I can't even believe you're paying, the part about empty and soulless. I'd never met you, so I wasn't talking about you. But anybody stays in your business long enough is going to be empty and soulless.
You said you were asked in the video, by one of the alphabet companies to quit
Yes.
making those kind of claims.
Yes.
By alphabet company, you mean the SEC, right?
FBI, SEC, FTC, those are all alphabet companies.
The federal government.
CDC.
You were asked by the federal government to quit making those kinds of claims, right?
No,
Objective
that's not what I
order.
said.
You said in the video, one of the alphabet companies you were asked by one of the alphabet companies to quit making those kinds of claims.
They asked me in the documentation, please remove the 15%. I then told Vlad, I refuse to not make the 15% claim. The same day that I removed it from our paperwork, I was telling the public I would hit a 15. Where's the fraud, man? By the way, I'm going to achieve a 15.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 293 next. And I'm going to mark a certified transcript of that video as 293A.
You getting a second win? I can tell you're getting a second win, man. Bring it on. Oh, yeah.
Joe, I don't have a copy of it, but you can have my copy for now if you like. I'll share with you.
Sharing's caring.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play a little bit of this video.
I'm going to do an interview with Francisco.
Oh,
Alvarez,
my
who's
God, this is
attracted me
so
on Real
good.
Deal, to find out why he writes articles the way he writes them. And that's who I'm calling right now. And I want to know why he's been so unfair.
Have you seen this?
Why they, even after the facts are out, or they plan on, retracting this, apologizing.
This is the famous Francisco Alvarez Real Deal reporter.
You remember making this video, right, sir?
Dude.
This is a video on your channel.
That video is completely unedited, by the way, as was the DJ ballot. Nothing, no edits, no removals, everything as it laid.
A video on your channel from October 16, 2023, right?
Yeah.
Now, you were upset with this Real Deal writer, right?
I wasn't upset in that video. Did I look like I was upset?
You think that this Real Deal writer said false things about you?
I haven't been upset here today. Do you think I got upset here today?
Do you think the Real Deal writer said false things about you?
I know he did. What are you talking about? He agreed that he said, not only did he agree that he said things that were not true, he agreed by his own testimony in this video that he was unfair to me.
Let's watch another minute of the video.
Should watch the whole thing?
4:30.
Should watch the whole thing?
Okay. Yeah. 13,000. And not one time did you ever report.
Back it up. Back it up.
He's
You
having
didn't.
Happy to back.
with one.
He's asking me how many investors I have.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. How many investors do I have at Cardone Capital? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I
No
know
research.
you have, I mean, if I recall, like in the hundreds.
Hundreds.
No, it's 13,050.
Okay, within thousands. Okay.
He's off by 13,000.
13,000. And not one time did you ever report he's had problems with one non-accredited investor out of 13,083.
That's fair.
Do you know that when this started 3 years ago, I immediately did a Zoom call. All this is public information, by the way. It's all there. You don't even have to call me. You could have just researched all the YouTube videos and Instagrams I did. Because I'm completely transparent. So when this happened 3 years ago, I immediately, despite what my attorney said to do, did a Zoom call with my investors and said, who would like to join the class action suit? Not one person joined the suit. But you don't cover that. Do you think that's fair?
So you mentioned, sir, in this video that after this lawsuit was filed, you did a Zoom call with your investors,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Your attorneys told you not to do that?
I didn't have attorneys.
You mentioned in the video your attorneys told you not to do that.
Okay. I didn't have these attorneys. You looked at them. I didn't know these guys until when? When did I meet you, Joe?
Was that video with investors recorded?
Probably.
Who would have that video today?
No clue.
Someone at Cardone Capital, right?
Objection.
I doubt it. This wasn't a Cardone Capital call. That's on YouTube. It's clearly recorded.
Who would have the recording of the call with investors in funds 5 and 6?
Might be in a Zoom archive. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't, no clue where it would be right now.
Okay, I'm going to play one more clip in this video.
But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Good. Do you think I'm unethical?
No, because I have not gotten any.
Okay.
I haven't gotten there yet. You know?
Do you think I'm involved in a get rich quick scheme?
Possibly.
Okay. You know what the term of my investment is? You have all the documents. It's public data. The memorandum for,
No?
huh?
In the 10 years?
10 years. It's 10 years get rich quick scheme.
I mean, not for the people that are invested. It's not the big rich.
So who would it be a get rich quick scheme for?
I mean, it would be for you if you're, like,
10 years. Come on, man. You're not being, you see, this is what I mean. You say, man, Grant, I've been fair with you. You're not even being fair right now. 10 years is not get rich quick. By the way, we have discretion to go another 10 years after the 10 years. So it's 20 years get rich quick. Do you believe that I'm enabling?
You informed this reporter that the term of your investments is 10 years, right?
That's what I said.
And you have discretion to go another 10 years after the 10 years, right?
That's what I said.
So for the investors in funds 5 and 6, this could be a 20-year investment, right?
I didn't say that.
How long is the term for funds 5 and 6?
It's in the document.
Is it 10 years?
It's in the document. 7 to 10 years.
And you have the discretion to take it longer than that, right?
I do.
How long can you take it?
Take it until we make money.
It's up to you, right?
I am complete control of this transaction, and every investor knew that. And anybody that has any problems with it later down the line, changes their mind, calls me, I want to get out. We had the discretion also to send the money back. I have no obligation to do anything. I run complete control. I told this to your colleague. It's in the documents. Told you all day today. The people that invest with me, my brother, my sister, my nieces, my daughter, my wife, my mother-in-law, and all the people I don't know, I have total control. They have given me complete, absolute, total control over that investment. How long we keep it, what we do with it, where we pick it, when I distribute. They trust me, man.
Because you have total control, this could be a 20-year investment, right?
I guess. It could be a 500-year investment.
I'm going to mark.
It could be 1,000 years. You're just doing a bunch of iffies. The goal, by the way, Raj, is to protect my investors' capital, pay them cash flow, get them a great return, get them tax write-offs, and one day maybe I also get a promote. If I wait 500 years to sell the asset, what's the problem with that calculation? I would never get my promote. So the sooner I sell the shit and make money, the sooner Cardone Capital makes money as well. I can't make money until we sell the asset. Now you want to go down, chase the promote fee now. Where are you going to go now?
Well, I'm going to mark Exhibit 294 next.
Okay.
And this is another YouTube video. It's titled, Grant Cardone Told Me to Leave Los Angeles Now. It's posted 4 weeks ago. I'm going to play the first minute video.
Problem with the real estate industry. I got to return the money in 3 years. I got to return it in 5 years
channel?
because they're bitches. You guys that rate.
It's not my channel because I don't recognize this video.
Well, let's
Finally something I haven't seen.
Unlimited amounts of great real estate in America. There's only 50% of the population, or 80.
I'm sorry. I'll play the first minute. This is posted on a YouTube channel by Taylor Avakian.
Okay. How long is this video?
It's about an hour long.
Oh, 1 hour. So you're going to play what? 2 minutes?
I'm going to play the first minute right now just so you can familiarize yourself with the video.
Okay.
See if you recall.
This is the problem with the real estate industry. I got to return the money in 3 years. I got to return it in 5 years because they're bitches. You guys that raise money, you're bitches. You go to your doctors and your lawyer friends and your chiropractors. These guys are laughing. You're fucking bitches.
Grant Cardone is an American businessman, influencer, and writer.
He is the founder of Cardone Capital, a company that manages a $5 billion real estate portfolio.
I have more Bitcoin per unit than I have units. I have 3 Bitcoin per every unit. At some point, that Bitcoin should do what the real estate cannot do.
I'm familiar with where we're at.
Biggest disruption.
This is you in an interview.
Yeah, that was a bunch of hooks for this guy that's making a video on YouTube for the whole podcast.
Sure, I'm just saying you remember.
Yeah, I know where we're at now.
Okay, this is an interview.
I did this year, this interview. How many people y'all used to find all this data? How big's the team?
I'm going to play a portion of the video.
We have 10 years. Are you good with that? That's done, right? And so the managing partner, the GP is probably like lost interest.
Can you kick it over some more?
Out, right? There's no upside.
There's no future there's no future.
For him to refi, he's got to put cash money in. He's got to go to his investors. He doesn't want to do that.
I'm not going to go through it. He's got to do a capital call.
Exactly. And that's just not happening. So a lot of the deals are.
So he can't raise money for his current deal, can't raise money for new deals, can't pay on the deals he has.
Yeah.
He's out.
Yeah.
They got wiped out. They're gone.
Yeah. You guys bought buildings the last 5 years, right? But you have a long-term hold mindset, or like, how are you getting?
We have 10 years. This is our terms.
Yeah.
10 years with discretion to go another 10 years.
Okay.
How does that work? Nobody has that.
No.
There's a 10-year investment. Your money's going for 10 years. You're not liquid. And I have discretion to hold for another 10 years. There's no pref. And it's 80-20 on the money. We pay, and by the way, we pay every month. Why would somebody do that?
Yeah.
Because the assets are mine. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, they go.
Okay, that's you in the video, right, sir?
Everybody knows it's me, man.
I want to talk next about...
Dude, that's all you're going to ask me about that video? We watched all that for you to ask me, and we're going to go on to something else.
I want to talk to you next about the other lawsuits to which you're a party. Now, you mentioned earlier that you've been deposed...
That's crazy, guys. Come on, man.
You've been deposed twice.
At least
other
twice,
than this case,
at
right?
least twice, yeah.
One of them was in 2012, you said?
This is... Yeah, something like that.
And I think you said that was a 5-day deposition?
5 days in a row.
Do you know what was that case about?
It was about, I was trying to buy a guy's company. His name was Ralph Gianella. And in discovery of buying the company, I discovered fraud, that he had some issues. And I pulled out of the deal.
Mr. Gianella sued you?
Yeah.
And you mentioned you had been...
And lost.
You lost?
Yeah.
In another...
Mr. John Leisure, Mobile T, ex-CEO. I sued him for $100 million in defamation. They refused to do a deposition because I wanted to keep it public. And we had a confidential settlement. I won that one too. The third one I was involved in is this one. And I bet my life I'll win this one. I'm going to win it for me, and I'm going to win it for all our investors.
You said you were also deposed in an employment case. Is that right?
I don't even know if that's true.
Okay.
I don't think I was actually deposed.
So the only deposition you can recall today is the one in the lawsuit with Mr. Gianella, right?
Maybe. I don't want to commit at this moment. There could have been one or two more.
But they're not coming.
It wouldn't surprise me. I just don't recall right now.
Have you ever been interviewed or deposed by the SEC?
Never.
Have you ever been interviewed by the FBI?
Never.
Now, Cardone Capital was investigated by the FBI, right?
They were.
Is there
unbeknownst to us?
Is there
without our agreement, without our knowledge, they had a person videoing and audioing for at least 3 months in our offices, possibly with people on payroll. That means I was funding FBI informants out of my own pocket.
Is there any federal investigation into Cardone Capital today that
No,
you're
sir.
aware of?
Absolutely not. I know that for 100% certainty.
Now, Cardone Capital received subpoenas from the SEC, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think that was 2018. No. 20 September 2020, if my memory serves me right. Subpoenaed every record for Cardone Capital. We provided them with everything, dude. Everything. Every checking account. By the way, when we got the subpoena, I told Sherry, my COO, call the SEC, whoever made contact, and tell them we'll put them, you'll love this. These guys will hate it. Tell the SEC we will put them as an administrator on every one of our bank accounts. I had bought a $23 million house right down the street, 605 Ocean Boulevard. It was a $23 million purchase. I bought it, and just months after that, they think I'm buying the money out of like what you claimed earlier. And I told the SEC we would put them on accounts, and they could go through every account I have because they'll never find a penny. They opened that for 28 months, closed it, found nothing. And have had 3 more years to come back and take another look and have it.
You're involved in a lawsuit against JP Morgan, right?
I am.
I
am suing JP Morgan.
Is that dispute in arbitration?
I think I'm forced to do arbitration because JP Morgan runs control. The banking system does not allow you to sue them. I just found this out. They force arbitration. I don't have the ability to sue them in public.
Are you aware that your subscription agreements also have an arbitration clause?
Yes, I do.
Now, in the JP Morgan arbitration, you were deposed, right?
Yes, I was. Oh, you're right. You're right. There's another one. Good. See, there you go.
You're being sued by Chelsea Howell.
Chelsea Howell. Yeah, that's
for
right.
defamation in Florida State Court, right?
Yeah, Chelsea Howell rented an apartment from us. Went crazy one night in the apartment. Destroyed it, over $1 million worth of damage. Seeing ghosts. Hallucinating. Property took her off. They escorted her off the property because she wasn't even safe for herself or others. We sued her for damages, and she sued me for, I think she sued me for $500 million.
That lawsuit is still going on, right?
Yeah.
That lawsuit.
Yeah, it's being thrown out right now in the Florida courts.
You haven't been deposed in that case.
I don't think I have.
You're being sued by Brian Robb, your former chief marketing officer in Florida State Court, right?
Am I? I was told I was going to be. I think, yeah. Is that the defamation case by you're talking about Brian Robb?
Brian Robb, yes.
Yeah, Brian Robb. Yeah, I think that's a $1 billion defamation case. He's saying I defamed him because I called him a mama's boy who's got daddy issues and more concerned about his hairline than he is his job. More positions are more important to him than results. And that he's a liar and a criminal that came to my company claiming he had done tens of millions of dollars worth of real estate deals and he hadn't. And then he claims that he raised $50 million for Cardone Capital and he didn't raise $5.
You haven't been deposed in that case, right?
I don't think so.
You filed a lawsuit against...
I think that case will be dropped before anyone's deposed.
You filed a lawsuit against Hard Rock Stadium and Formula One regarding a watch of yours, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you deposed in that case?
I don't recall. Could have been.
You were involved in litigation with your former business partner, Gary Brecka, right?
Yes.
Were you... And he filed a lawsuit against you.
Yeah.
You also filed a lawsuit against him, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you deposed in either of those lawsuits?
I don't know that I filed a lawsuit. I think that was my company that filed a lawsuit, though, in all fairness.
Do you know if you were in that series of lawsuits where you deposed?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I won that too, by the way. I won the John Leisure case. I won the Janelli case. I won the Brecka case. I'm going to win the Chelsea Howell case. I'm going to win the JP Morgan case. And I'm going to win this one. God's with me.
Who is Donald Bradley?
I don't know.
Mr. Bradley filed an EEOC complaint against Cardone Enterprises, right?
I don't know.
Let's look at Exhibit 295. And there's on the back side, there's a document titled Charge of Discrimination. Do you see that?
Where am I looking?
On top, it says Charge of Discrimination.
Okay.
And then there's a description of the charge in the middle. And I'll read one sentence. It says, respondent, like the companies above, required petitioners and others to attend recurring Scientology meetings and training as a condition of his/their employment. You see that?
Yeah, see it.
Do you recognize this document?
No, I don't.
Are you aware?
And it's not true. We've never, ever required anyone. He can make any claim he wants. You guys can claim that I misrepresented it. Doesn't mean it's true.
Are you aware
You can drag
of
me
this?
for this guy can claim. I don't even know who this guy is, first of all. I don't recognize this, but he can claim whatever he wants to claim. It's free in America to make whatever claim you want. You could be a cat if you want to be. But that doesn't mean it's true.
Do you recognize this EEOC complaint
I just told you
from Mr.
no.
Bradley?
I told you no. I don't even know who this guy is.
Are you aware that Cardone Enterprises settled this claim with Mr. Bradley?
I am not aware of that.
You don't know how much Cardone Enterprises paid Mr. Bradley to resolve his claim?
Objection, no foundation.
I doubt we paid anything. Yeah, I'm sorry. Doubt we paid anything.
Other former employees have filed similar complaints against your businesses, right?
No. Yet, have they? I mean, I've been through it. I have 1,000 employees today. I've probably had between 1,000 employees, 30 or 40,000 residents, 22,000 investors, 185,000 customers, 180 a year. I have 7.1 million customers in my database.
Are you aware
but
of...
Guess what? You're in business for 40 years is coming with a lawsuit. Clearly, you know that better than I do.
Are you aware of any other employees who have alleged that you violated their rights by forcing them to attend Scientology meetings?
Sorry, counsel, are you talking about employees of Cardone Capital, the defendant in this case?
I'm talking about any company which Mr. Cardone has owned and operated.
And what's the pertinence of that?
Are you instructing him not to answer?
No, I'm just asking you to clarify your question. You're showing the witness a document 295. It relates to Cardone Enterprises, not related to this lawsuit.
He's just playing the religious card, man. Now you're gonna play the religion card.
Cardone Enterprises.
Nothing else is working. Nothing else is working. Now you wanna play the religious card.
Cardone Enterprises is a company you owned, right, sir?
You guys should be ashamed of yourself, dude. I own Cardone Enterprises. I own Cardone Capital. I'm a founder at 10X Cardone Ventures, 10X Health. I'm creating a Cardone Wealth Advisory. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm going to mark exhibit.
This is why you end up empty and soulless at the end of the game.
I'm going to mark exhibit 295 next.
296?
296.
Can you give me dates on these things, or am I supposed to just look at blank?
I believe it's dated February 15th, 2016.
16.
That's right. 16.
Yeah. And this was 15. So these are 11 years old now.
Do you recognize this document?
What company is this for?
It's for not Cardone Capital.
Well, the name is Cardone Training Technologies, Inc.
That's right.
Do you recognize this document?
I don't.
Do you know who Pedro Orozco is?
No. This says Oscar. This says Oscar Rocco. So what do you want me to look at here?
I'll read the description down in the middle of the page.
I know you want to. You can't wait to. Go ahead.
It says, Mr. Orozco worked for a respondent.
Who's the respondent?
The respondent is Cardone Training Technologies.
Yeah, my name is Grant Cardone.
Worked for a respondent
And
from
Cardone
February.
Capital. Cardone
Sorry,
Capital.
are you going to let me finish reading?
No, I'm not.
You're not going to let me ask my question?
I will in a second. Just hang tight, son. Cardone Capital and Grant Cardone are involved in this. You're talking about some kid that works for me at another company that I don't know. So I know you want to read your little line. You want the jury to know, oh, he's a Scientologist. Oh. So go ahead.
I'm asking you about this charge of discrimination, sir. And the second sentence of the description says, during his employment,
Can't read it.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
During his employment, Mr. Orozco was subjected to harassment and discrimination and disparate treatment based on his refusal to adhere to Scientology principles in the workplace. Do you recognize this document?
No.
Have you ever forced your
It's not
employees to submit to Scientology training?
No, but it'd be a gift if they did, but we don't.
You deny these allegations from these former employees, right?
Not only do I deny them, you should be disgusted with yourself for even presenting them to me.
Sir Cardone, I'm going to move on from those documents now.
Of course you're going to move on for all the documents.
What is the UK Advertising Standards Authority?
No
collection, no foundation.
I don't know who the UK.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 297 next. Sure, let's call off the record, please.
Time is 15:56 off the record. Good time is 16:05. We're back on the record.
Mr. Cardone, I've given you Exhibit 297, which is titled ASA Ruling on Grant Cardone Training Technologies, Inc., TA Grant Cardone. Do you see that?
This is about my educational company.
The first sentence of the document states, a paid-for Facebook post dated May 21, 2025 for 10X Business Live, an online business event by businessman Grant Cardone, included a video, and then it goes on. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it. I don't recognize it.
Were you aware that a UK agency determined that one of your advertisements was misleading and an exaggeration?
Sorry, hold on. This is Grant Cardone Training Technologies.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Is that, and your question is?
Another country.
One of your advertisements. You mean?
The first line of the document, which we just read, Mr. Cardone notes that it's an online business event by businessman Grant Cardone, and then there's a video. Do you see that?
This has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with this case, Raj.
Grant Cardone Training Technologies.
Listen to me, Raj.
Sir, I can ask my questions.
No, you're going to listen to me now. Okay? This has nothing to do with this case.
I'm entitled.
I don't advertise in the UK, number one. Number two, I've never seen this. Number three, it's the United Kingdom, bro. They're being taken over right now. Okay?
I'm entitled
This is the
to
United
ask.
States of America. We do not solicit funds in the UK.
I'm entitled to ask my
This
questions.
goes back to your line of questioning about religion. Okay? Now, you're tweaking on religion here. For hundreds of years, religions have been attacked. The Mormons were attacked when they moved to the West. Catholics, Protestant, Baptists, Muslims are being attacked across the planet right now. The Jews are being attacked. You want to run on my religion. I find that offensive. Now you're moving to some ad. You're trying to make me look like some kind of bad guy. I don't advertise in the UK.
I'm going to
Does
ask you
one of
some
my
questions,
coaches
sir.
advertise in the UK? I have coaches in 130 countries. So this is, you're just red herrings now.
I move to strike that as non-responsive. There was no question pending. I'm going to ask you a question now, sir. Grant Cardone Training Technologies is one of your companies. Is that correct?
Objection, no foundation.
It is one of my companies. It was the first company.
And if you look at page 2 of this document,
I'm not looking at it. It's foolish. You're wasting time. This is a waste of my time now.
you're not going to answer questions
That's
about
what I
this
said.
document.
I'm not going to answer questions about the document. It's a complete waste of time. It has nothing to do with anything. You're wasting thousands of dollars of hours and resources.
You're not going to answer questions about...
No.
I'm sorry,
don't
sir.
even look
You
at
need
it.
to let
Nope.
me speak and
Nope.
answer.
Don't want to look at it. Not going to look at it.
Are you going to let me pose a
Nope.
question?
No.
Okay, then we're going to have to call the court. Counsel.
Call the court.
Do you want to...
Let's see what time it is in California right
Do you
now.
want to instruct your
It's
client to just
107. Call
answer
the court.
question?
Call the courts and tell them I don't want to talk. I don't want to answer questions about some bullshit UK claim that has nothing to do with me.
I'm half inclined to call the court myself. Raj, it seems like you've run out of questions that actually relate to the lawsuit. You know that the Federal Rules of Evidence says it's categorically irrelevant to ask a witness about their faith or religious beliefs. And now we've gone down that road. Now we're talking about other companies. If you have any other questions that are about this lawsuit or anything that relates to Cardone Capital or Fund 5 or Fund 6, if you have any other questions about that, then why don't we move to those?
You can
And
pose your relevance objection, counsel. I'll ask one more question about this document.
You want to still call the courts?
I'll ask one more question about this document. Have you ever...
I'm not going to answer it.
Have you ever seen...
I'm not going to answer it.
Have you ever seen this
I'm not going to
document
answer
before,
it.
sir?
I already answered that. I already told
let
you.
him ask it.
He already asked me if I answered it. It's in here.
Ever seen Exhibit 297 before? It's before the witness right now.
I told him that already.
The answer was no, right?
You know what it was. Let's get back to the main thing.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the non-accredited investors that Grant Cardone has provided an opportunity and exceeded expectations.
I'll object to the last question as being without foundation. At 207:25, the witness testified he did not recognize Exhibit 297.
Okay, I'm going to mark Exhibit 297 next.
298.
298, sorry. Exhibit 298 next.
That was great what you just did, by the way. Thank you for standing up for me. I feel like you finally showed up.
Okay, this is Exhibit 298. This is an email from Mr. Secco to you, right?
Okay.
And actually, he's forwarding an email from Ms. Sheeman
Yeah, that's
to
what it
you,
is.
right?
It's a forwarded email
And
from
Ms.
Susan.
And Ms. Sheeman says, just put this summary together for our discussion this morning. And then there's an attachment. You see that, sir?
Yeah, I see it.
And this document is titled CEF IV&V Cash Summary.
Okay.
That means Fund 4 and 5 cash summary, right?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you receive cash summaries like this on a monthly basis?
Not really.
How often do you receive cash summaries?
Well, whenever I want to get access to them, I just go up there and ask, say, show me the cash summaries, but it's not what I'm really focused on.
Let's look at the Delray line,
Love Delray.
the document.
Fantastic asset.
Are you looking at the document, sir?
Sure. Okay.
Do you see that?
I do.
And there's a note there.
This was done at closing, right? You know that? You know when this was done and what it's for?
What is this document for, sir?
Well, you produced it.
You produced it to us.
And you produced it to me. You asked me to keep all my we provided you with everything. Now you're producing it to me. You're the one that put it in my face.
Sure. All right.
Now you're asking me what it is.
There in the Delray line,
Yeah.
you see it says
It
using
looks to me like this is at closing.
it says using 45K from operations to pay distributions. Do you
But
see
again,
that?
do you, this deal closed. This is as of 9/19. We've been in this asset 1 year now. Do you know that?
As of the date of this document, how long have you been in the Delray asset?
1 year.
And after 1 year, the cash summary states Delray is using 45K from operations to pay distributions, correct?
That's what it says.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 299 next.
That's all? We're done? It's crazy, man. I don't even know what you guys are tracing. Delray pays $2.8 million a year in cash flow, free cash flow.
I'm going to move to strike that. It's non-responsive. There was no question pending.
45,000 turned into 2.8 million.
Sir, Exhibit 299 is an email from Grant Cardone to Ryan Secco. Do you see that?
Objection, misstates the document.
It doesn't matter where you are in life. You have to invest like a millionaire.
And let me just clarify, if your counsel objected, this is an email from invest@cardonecapital.com. Do you see that, sir? On top.
Okay.
Okay. To Mr. Secco.
Yeah, because Mr. Secco is one of our investors.
So this is an example of an email that went out.
It doesn't matter where you are in life. You have to invest like a millionaire. That should be. You should invest like a millionaire. It says have. I created Cardone Capital to give everyday investors to the deals that only Wall Street and big real estate investors would typically be involved in. When I realized that it was stacked against the average investor, I decided to create a fund in respective to the amount of work and cost it would take, irrespective. We now have the ability to give non-accredited investors, thanks to Barack Obama and the 2012 Jobs Act, the chance to invest in massive deals that they would not otherwise have a chance of partaking in. Many of you have questions. I am answering some of the most common. And then I go into some of the most commonly asked questions.
And I'm going to ask
This is, by the way, in line with what some of our investors that want to opt out, they also had frequently asked questions. We try to basically collect the frequently asked questions so that we can scale how we answer them.
You sent out a FAQ to class
FAQ.
members about
what is Cardone Capital, how does it work, how do you invest, what we do with rent, who collects it, who gets paid, why should you invest in multifamily, what type of event. I mean, this is full transparency. Do I own the property? Am I a real partner? Can I invest through my IRA? How can I be sure my capital is safe? The return seems to be too good to be true. Explain, please. Will the rents continue to grow? How soon will I receive cash distributions? How long is the term of the loan? How much does Grant Cardone invest in the fund? And on and on and on.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions about this document now.
Let's do it.
I'm going to ask the defendants to produce any FAQ with investors who want to opt out.
I don't have an FAQ for investors who want to opt out.
You told me, sir, that you tried to collect the frequently asked questions so that you can scale how we answer them.
That's right.
For folks who asked you questions about this lawsuit, right?
Objection, misstates his testimony.
Yeah, and you get tired.
Is there an FAQ for investors who reach out to you with questions about this lawsuit?
No.
Okay.
Are there frequently asked questions? Yes.
And do you have written?
Do you understand? Things can have two meanings.
Do you have written down answers to those questions?
You're conflating. No.
Okay.
That's frequently answered questions, not frequently asked questions.
Let's look at page 400, the second page of the document.
Second page?
Second page. You see in the
You're
middle,
amazing. I got to tell you something. Like,
in the middle of the document, it says,
she's amazing.
"The return seems too good to be true. Please explain." Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then it says, "It's not. As a matter of fact, a 15% IRR is a conservative investment.
Mm-hmm.
Many of my deals have been 30 to 45% or higher."
Yes.
You see that?
Yes. Also says below that, should I rely on past historical returns in achieving the new ones? And I say no.
As of this email, which of your prior investments had done higher than a 45% IRR?
You want me to go off of memory? 6450 Camino de la Costa, 1117 Chef.
She can't follow that.
Dude, she's good, bro. I haven't left her behind one
no
time.
one's that good.
Not
No
one
one's that
time.
good.
Not
Slow
one
down
time.
for her.
Now, Destiny,
Okay. What were the other ones? 1117 Sheffield.
you want to go home, Joe. You're getting tired. I can tell you're getting tired.
I'm looking out for...
Okay, 1117 Sheffield, 6450 Camino de la Costa, 5422 Brayburn, 1401 Oriole, Summerstone, crushed. The 800 unit Nashville portfolio. Let me just give you a complete list. This is what the world should know, that private operators outperform public operators. Okay? Harbor Bay, 35.26% annualized cash return, capital and capital. Harbor K South, Harbor K South, damn it, they changed it, 33%. Harbor K, 23.12%. This is annualized, by the way, pal. Harbor Palms, 32.51%. Harbor Pines, not Palms, Pines, 27% annualized. Harbor Breeze, 42.98%. Fund 1, 47%. Fund 2, 25.2%. Trellis, you asked me how many have exceeded 15 in real time?
45%.
These are without selling them, okay? Trellis, 16.86%. We still have the equity. So when you hear these numbers and you're like, yeah, but where's the 45? Bro, all these will crack 45. We paid back all the capital. The owner continues to get cash flow on a cost basis of zero, no money. There's been no tax event for these investors. They have no money left in the asset, and we're into returns that look like this. The returns look infinite, okay? They don't go into a calculator, okay? When I get $1 back and I have no money invested, the return is infinite. I have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 deals and another 26 that have achieved infinite returns.
You're looking at a spreadsheet right now, right?
Huh?
On your phone?
Yeah.
Is that the same spreadsheet you were looking at earlier?
This is the one I use all the time.
Okay, you'll produce that to us.
Anything you want, my man.
Okay.
Yeah, don't say anything you want.
Not anything you want.
But he'll give you that spreadsheet.
Yeah, sure, I'll give you this.
I'm going to look at the bottom of
I'm so glad you're in here, Joe, protecting me from myself.
Well, you know how much money I'm going to make if you promise to give him anything he wants?
We'll take it.
Don't make me sick, Joe. Don't make me sick.
I'll look at the bottom of the page. It says, how much does Grant Cardone invest in the fund? Do you see that, sir? Right in the exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the next page, it says, it'll be determined by the particular deal. However, the last 3 to 4 deals I have closed, I have put a significant portion of my money in the fund. One question you might want to ask is who is responsible for the debt?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is I am. Do you see that, sir?
Yeah. I see it.
That was a statement.
You know what the word responsible means?
That was a statement you made to investors, right, sir?
Yeah. Do you know what the word responsible means?
I'm going to mark
responsible. The third definition of the word responsible is the cause of action.
Move to strike that as non-responsive. There wasn't a question pending. I'm going to give you Exhibit 300 now.
All right. And I'm gonna object to the last question. I didn't get to object because my client answered too quickly, but it misstates the document.
This is an email thread between Melissa Harless and a potential investor named Tuan Bowie.
Tuan Bowie.
Melissa Harless is a former employee of yours, right?
Yeah. Great girl. Great. Fantastic person.
And you see on top she's using her CardoneCapital.com email.
I see that. Yeah.
And let's look at what this investor says on December 23rd, 2018 at 6:23 p.m.
2 days before Christmas. And all through the house.
He says, Grant said in his webinar that he is responsible for the debt of the property.
Yes.
How does Grant make money on these deals when he has to pay towards the loan? Wouldn't the loan payment on millions of dollars owed wipe out any cash flow he would receive? Do you see that?
Oh, yeah, I see it.
This investor is referring to one of your webinars, right?
Objection to foundation.
I don't know what he's referring to.
He references a statement you made in a webinar, right?
Yeah, that's what he said, but I don't know whether he's confused between YouTube, a webinar, phone call, documentation he read. I can't, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what this guy's got going on in his head.
Sure. I'm just asking you to look at what he wrote.
I could tell he's confused about the investment, though.
He does. He seems confused, right?
He does, much like you have most of the day.
He appears to misunderstand the structure of the investment.
Objection to foundation.
No, he doesn't misunderstand the structure of the investment. He doesn't, like you, don't understand how the actual operations work and how money flows through and why it makes real estate such a phenomenal investment and has for thousands of years.
He says, Grant said in his webinar that he is responsible for the debt of the property.
Mm-hmm.
How does Grant make money on these deals when he has to pay towards the loan? Do you see that? And then...
Yeah, I saw it the first time you showed it to me.
And then Miss Harless responds. She says...
Are you available to talk on the phone tomorrow?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the top email from Miss Harless.
Okay.
She says, he still receives 35% of the distributable cash and the same upon the sale of the properties. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
The investor appears confused about whether you personally pay for the fund's debt, right?
I don't know.
Objection.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you keep referring to him as an investor. Counsel, you're misstating the document. Also, no foundation as to what this person is thinking.
And we don't even know if they are an investor. At best, they're a potential investor.
This potential...
But we don't even know that they're a potential investor. For what I know, it could be the ambulance chaser that you guys hired for this deal. You know who I'm talking about, right? The guys you're going to pay a commission to if you guys win the lawsuit. That guy. I don't know if this is a hater. I don't know if it's a clickbaiter. I don't know who's calling. You don't either, by the way. So I don't know what's going on in his head, but I do know that he doesn't understand a real estate structure. And my staff, 2 days after Christmas and 2 days before Christmas, is servicing clients that potentially could become investors.
And Ms. Harless responded that he still receives 35% of the distributable cash and the same upon the sale of the properties, right?
If I choose to take it.
And Ms. Harless...
I'm not obligated to take any promotion.
Ms. Harless doesn't tell this investor, no, you don't understand. Grant is not paying for the debt personally, right?
Objection. Counsel, you did again. It says potential investor. You keep referring to him as an investor. I think you're misstating the document.
Let's try that again. Ms. Harless doesn't tell this potential investor, no, you don't understand. Grant is not paying for the debt personally, right?
Objection. No foundation to what Ms. Harless said to the potential investor.
Not only is there no foundation, it's just completely misrepresenting what I said, what Miss Melissa said. It doesn't even say that, dude. Like you're at this point, you're just fabricating.
Melissa Harless responded to the potential investor's question on December 27th, 2018 at 10:12 a.m. You see that, right?
See it? 2 days after Christmas.
It was a one-sentence response, right?
Let me read it for you so we get it right. He still receives 35% of the distributable cash and the same upon the sale of the properties. You added that he's responsible for the debt. You added that. She didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm asking you whether Ms. Harless did not clarify for this potential investor, no, Grant is not responsible for the debt of the property, right?
Objection. No foundation as to discussions between Ms. Harless and Mr. or Ms. Bowie.
He wants to know, how does Grant make money on these deals? She didn't answer that question either. Wouldn't the loan payment on millions of dollars wipe out cash flow? She didn't answer that question. Thank you for your time today, a few days ago, to answer my question. I have another one for you. I do not fully understand. Okay? I don't even know what your point is, but I do know this. She didn't say anything about the debt in this. But I'm sure you guys, are they deposing Melissa?
She didn't say anything about
She's
the debt.
going to make a great witness for us. Are we deposing her?
They deposed her.
Yeah.
Ms. Harless didn't say anything about the debt in her response, right?
Objection. No foundation.
I didn't get a response, Mr. Cardone.
Yeah, I did, dude. I answered this question 3 or 4 times now. And you know she didn't, because he didn't ask a question about the debt.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 301 next.
And everybody knows I'm responsible for the debt. Who else was responsible for the debt? You act like there's a debt fairy or magic or something. Entities don't get debt. People do.
This is an email from Mr. Secco to Craig Hay at Cushman.
I know Craig. I know Cushman.
You know Mr.
Ryan
Hay.
Secco.
The first line of this email says, please give this to the seller from Grant. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you just flip it over, sir, on the last page, the second page, there's the sign off for the email is GC. Do you see that?
Hold on. I want to read. I want to.
You can take a second to read it.
I love buying these deals from 9 years ago, man. The prices we were paying for this stuff. And wait till your clients find out that Grant Cardone gets to own their shares at 2019 asset values. That's what I get to buy them back at. I'd be the only financial beneficiary of these deals if you guys win. We overpaid for Ashley and Vantage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. One was a 5.3 and one was a 5.28. This is from me.
If you look at the back of the document, you can see it says -GC. Do you see that?
Yeah. Craig, the seller's asking for $250,000 when the NOI is now dropped. What's happening is they're trying to move me on price. And I'm telling them, between the time we started underwriting this and close on this, I'm renegotiating the price for our buyer, for our investors. And I'm saying the T3 is adjusted below 3.3. The seller continues to operate without regard. I'm beating up Craig right now. You understand, Raj? Like I've been beating you up all day. The seller continues to operate without regard for market conditions and in a manner that continues to prevent a deal from being made. The deal's not done yet. I'm renegotiating price on this deal. On behalf of our investors, it's my fiduciary responsibility to make sure we get the best deal we can.
Okay,
In addition to that, the rates today, I said, have moved from 3.25 to almost 3.8 since we put it under contract. Okay. So I'm renegotiating. What's your point of this? What do you want to know about this?
This is an email.
At the end, I'm saying no more dicking around, dude. Take the deal or leave it.
This is an email you wrote, right, sir?
No one can close this deal before year end but me. See, I'm trying to get a deal done.
This is an email you wrote, right, sir?
Every word.
And you thought...
None of our investors can write this email.
I'm looking at the paragraph. I have a couple questions about the document. I'm looking at the paragraph that starts, I assure you.
I assure you. Let's see. That is, okay, I see it.
And in that paragraph, you say the PCB market will continue to drop as the housing market supply comes back in line. You see that? PCB is Panama City Beach, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fund 6 has 2 properties in Panama City Beach, right?
That's right.
And this,
I was right about that line, by the way. I was early and right.
This email is talking about the retreat property. That's a property that you eventually acquired, right?
What do you mean I acquired?
That Cardone Capital eventually acquired, right?
No, Cardone Capital didn't acquire it either.
That property...
The fund acquired it.
Fund 6 owns an interest in that property,
That's
correct? In the retreat property.
That's right.
Okay.
We manage the activity.
And you write that retreat has a list of deferred maintenance items. Do you see that?
Not uncommon. Every property we have has some deferred maintenance. There's roofs and gutters, landscaping, pool equipment, furniture, floors, walls. They all require maintenance. This is why most small investors can't ever buy real estate, because they can't manage this activity.
In the next paragraph, you write, we overpaid for both Ashley and Vantage. One was a 5.36 cap and the other 5.28. Do you see that?
I see that.
Ashley...
It's a misstatement. It's a misstatement.
Ashley is...
Because we haven't bought them yet. I'm negotiating right here.
Ashley is 10x living at Breakfast Point, correct?
We're going to take Greenland. Canada. We're going to take Canada. And then we're going to take Cuba. It's called stacking. I'm negotiating with the seller. I haven't done the deal. I haven't closed this transaction yet.
Sir, I asked you if Ashley is 10x living at Breakfast Point. Is that right?
I think it is. I think we renamed it 10X Breakfast Point.
And Vantage is 10x living at Panama City Beach, right?
Okay, I'll go with that. Those are 2 different funds, right? Or are they both in 6?
And at the time you're saying that...
No, I'm asking you a question. Are they in 4 and 6, or are they just in 6?
Sir, at the time you wrote that you overpaid for both Ashley and Vantage, right?
Yeah, let me just find out myself then. Okay.
And you wrote...
I haven't overpaid because we haven't bought them yet.
Do you think that you eventually overpaid for Ashley and Vantage?
I haven't closed the deal yet, so I can't overpay or underpay. We haven't closed the deal yet.
You haven't closed a retreat deal yet.
That's right. That's right.
Have you closed Ashley or Vantage deals at the time of this email?
When this letter was written.
Do you think that... Would those cap rates be overpaying for the property?
When?
At the time of this email?
No. This is where you guys wandered into waters that you don't understand. You know, you're used to fraud and misrepresentation on cases where there's no money, no cash flow, there's no business, and there's fraud. In this case, there's a piece of real estate. On those 2 deals, there's 500 people paying rent. I'm sorry, 644 tenants, residents.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 301 next.
Both of those assets would sell below below that cap rate today.
Okay. This is an email between you and Ms. Sheeman, right?
Okay. I don't remember this, but
that's your email on top, grant@cardonecapital.com.
Yeah, it is.
And the email is regarding the Columbia property in Maryland, right?
Yes, it is. Fantastic piece of real estate.
That's 10X living at Columbia in
Yes,
Maryland?
it's a half a block from a Whole Foods in a county you can't build it again in.
And in the second paragraph, Ms. Sheeman informed you that investors may have to file tax returns in Maryland upon the close of the fund, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. People should pay their taxes.
Investors in the funds will have to file tax returns in Maryland, right?
Okay. It's a law. It's the law.
And Ms. Sheeman notes that, I'm reading in this second paragraph, she says, typically a state return will cost about $500 to $750 for a CPA to prepare. Do you see that?
Miss Sheeman's way out of her. She's in the same waters you're in right now. She don't know that.
What do you disagree with in what Ms. Sheeman said?
All of it.
What about it?
I mean, she doesn't know what. It's none of her business, by the way. She should not be getting involved in this. Susan's a great lady. She should not. This was beyond her scope.
Will investors in Fund 5 have to file a tax?
Not one investor has ever complained about filing taxes in Maryland. Not one. Susan was the only one that brought it up. I have 2,200 investors in that fund. No one's ever asked me one question or raised one concern about filing taxes in Maryland. Most of my investors, 20,020, pray to their God every night. I got Muslims praying for me, Mormons, Baptists, Pentecostals, Catholics. I got atheists praying for me because I've reduced their damn tax bill. Do you understand the first 5 or 6 years of income that my investors get? Over $600 million has been sent back with no tax event to my investors. Another $900 million we've sent back to our investors in the form of tax write-offs or losses.
I move to strike that answer as non-responsive.
Susan is concerned about everything. And she's a great lady. And because she's concerned about everything, she was a great person to work for us. But we didn't have any investors complaining about this.
Was Ms. Sheeman fired or did she quit?
She was not fired. I'd have Susan here today, man. She's fantastic.
Investors in
Susan's also an investor in some of our deals.
When Fund 6 closes, investors in the fund will have to file a tax return in Maryland, right?
I don't know. I'm not tax. People don't come to me for tax advice.
Have you ever disclosed to investors that they might have to file a tax return in Maryland upon the close of Fund 6?
Depending on where you live, every person should be filing taxes in the state they're in. Maryland would not be different. Okay, if you live in New York and you're an investor with me, it might be smart for you to file your taxes there. All 50 states require tax filings. Maryland's not different. You guys are trolls, man. Just drag, trying to find something.
I'm going to mark Exhibit 303 next.
You know, Raj, you don't have to be perfect if you're great. These guys don't want me to say that I'm great, but I'm great at investing. I'm not great at everything. I'm a great father, and I'm a great real estate investor. Everything else, my wife would even tell you. He's an excellent husband, but I don't know if she'd put me in the category of great.
This is an Instagram post on your account, right?
It is. Want to double your money? Let me show you how.
And it's liked by about 12,000 people, right?
Yeah, which means probably 800,000 people saw it. It's about a 7-to-1.
About a 7-to-1 ratio between likes and views.
Yeah, and the best people never like anything. Could be 70 for what I know. I don't know. It depends on what time of day. Could have been 8 million people saw that. Could have been 80 million.
Do you recognize this post, sir?
I do. I recognize every one of these. Charlie Kirk, I interviewed Charlie Kirk right before he was killed.
You write in this
Me
post.
and my wife in Santa hats. Me writing another article about where I'm making a statement. I'd rather pay $2,400 in rent than $2,400 in mortgage. And then me interviewing Michael Saylor here that owns 850,000 Bitcoin. I recognize all these.
And I'm just asking about the post on top there.
Oh,
from 2020.
Well, how would I know that?
I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
All right.
The post on top, it says you want to double your money. You see that? Right?
Yeah, I see that part.
And it says, or you advertise.
And no question mark, by the way. More is a statement than a question.
You write a 118% return, 19.6 per year.
Yeah.
So 118% return, is that?
This is a graphic showing someone how to achieve a double.
I'm just trying to understand what the 118% return number is. Is that the total
20%
annualized
times
return?
5 years is what? 19.6 times 5 is 100. 100 is a double.
So 100.
And I don't even need to do that because I have leverage.
118% is the total return on the investment?
I'm just doing the math of the numbers before this. It says, want to double your money? Statement. Take $1 million, achieve 2.1 million, 80,000. Break down 6 years of cash flow at 480. That's 8% a year average. Return of capital 1 million. If you appreciate by 700, if you add those numbers up, 2.1 million, $80,000. That would be 118% return, 19.6% a year. Text 305-407-0276. Targeted returns. Targeted returns. We seek properties where we can deliver 6 to 8% returns, not 8, 6 to 8, and sell properties to the point where we can achieve north of a 15. By the way, in this case, if I only got a 19.6, I'm probably not going to get my full promote in order to hit. Yeah. You see, I have to give up some of my promote to hit the 15. And I probably would.
Have any Fund 5 or Fund 6 investors received 6 to 8% cash flow to date?
Yeah.
They received.
Did you say 4 to 6?
I said 6 to 8%.
Oh, yeah. Huh? Yeah, 100%. What are you talking about?
What has been the average monthly distribution on a percentage basis for Fund 5?
I don't know. But I know we're probably at a 6 right now. Very, very, if not at a 6, very close to a 6.
Same for Fund 6.
Cash flow only, Raj. Not appreciation, not capital protection, not adjusted for depreciation, and not adjusted for inflation.
You say in the post we can achieve north of 15% returns after fees. You see that?
I didn't say that. You're misreading the ad again. It's why ads don't. It's why an offering isn't in the ad. By the way, it says over to the right, our offerings are under Rule 506C. Okay? No sale can be made to you in the offering if the aggregate purchase price you pay is more than 10% of the greater the annual income. And then it talks about you have to still go answer documents, fill documents, and do your own due diligence in order to make this. This is SEC requirement, by the way.
Right, that's the disclaimer you're looking at,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the long disclaimer.
Yeah, and that's the rule for non-accredited investors.
Yeah, so the
right?
ad can say one thing. They still have to go get their there's 3 things going on here. How you achieve a double. Hey, Jamie, I'll call you back, all right?
Yeah. How are you?
You got a good deal?
I'm going to object to the question.
I got a deal in Naples. I think you have a real interest in.
So we can go off the
I'll call you
record.
back. No. I'm fine. I'll call him back.
I'm going to object to the question misstates the document.
Yeah, there's 3 things going on here. 1 is how you double. 2 is we have a deal. And 3 is your disclosure, which is required.
The final paragraph says, targeted returns. We seek properties where we can deliver 6 to 8% returns, and sell properties at point where we can achieve north of 15% returns after fees. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
What fees are you referring to there?
The fees we're entitled to that are disclosed in our circular offering. 1% acquisition fee. By the way, that's 50% less than Blackstone and Starwood and KKR.
So that's after the 1%.
Management fee that we're entitled to, and a 1% exit fee, and a 35% promote on anything above whatever. I'm entitled, man. Like if I do a triple or a quadruple or a 5x or a 10x like I have on other deals, the investors are going to get rich, and Raj, I'm going to get rich.
So this is
and my investors don't care that I get rich. If they do well, they want me to do well. It's part of the American dream, man. Is everybody wins.
This is after
the way it's set up right now. The only people that win are the big banks and institutions, because the regular everyday guy doesn't get access to these deals.
So you have to answer my questions. I'm asking you, is this after your fees and your promote?
Well, look what it says. Dude, I don't know why you're asking me or why you're wasting your time asking me when it says after fees.
Okay. At this time, are you aware that none of your internal underwriting for Funds 5 or Fund 6 showed greater than a 15% investor IRR?
Objection.
Yeah.
Objective form, misstate stuff.
Object to what?
Objective form. I know it's a misstates a testimony.
You're looking at the 10-year pro forma that was provided to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. You're not looking at my underwriting that I believe, because of my experience and my knowledge of the markets and my continued belief that, not being political, but blue states will continue to overregulate the real estate market, overtax their people, and demographics will continue to move to the states that we're invested in. That will inflate the real estate, and as it does, I'll achieve returns much greater than what we've projected to our investors. Can't be guaranteed. It's not promised, as I've always stated. But I've been very successful at achieving this.
You said, I'm not looking at my underwriting. You mean your underwriting?
No, I am looking at my underwriting. My underwriting. You're looking at something else. You're looking at some 10-year conservative boilerplate document that is institutionally approved.
Approved by third parties, right?
Yeah, they're very conservative models.
And there's Cardone Capital models
there's
too, right?
Joe Emerson that you brought up earlier, like severely conservative, severely to the point that we had to let him go.
Where do I find the underwriting models that you're referencing?
Well, you'd have to become me.
It's all in your head.
It's
objective form.
It's. I've been studying real estate since I was 28 years old, man.
Did you write?
How does he know how to say objective form?
Did you write down?
He's educated. You're educated in your thing. I'm educated in my thing. I have a 40-year degree in real estate investing. And without arrogance, I am a master at the game. I started and knew nothing. I started with $3,000. I've turned it into a $5 billion business. More importantly than what I've done for myself and my own family, I took $3,000 of my own money that I actually had to pull together. And not only have I done something for myself and my family, I've helped 20,000 families virtually without an ad budget also get monthly distributions. We've sent out, we will, at the end of this year, we will have sent out $1 billion in cash to people I don't even know.
I'm trying to find...
And that takes a load off the government, by the way. Okay, these people depend on Social Security. They depend on their IRAs, their 401ks that Morgan wanted to attack. Is their name Morgan or Colleen?
Morgan.
Morgan wanted to attack that whole thing. Dude, we're helping people. Rather than money sitting in a bank, Teresa's got money in a bank earning
2% at Goldman Sachs today, and she's earning 4.5 or 5 or 6% from me without a tax hit is an unbelievable service. And you're trying to make it into a bad thing, and it's not.
I move to strike that answer as non-responsive. I'm trying to understand, sir, where I can find the underwriting that would support your representation of a targeted return north of 15% after fees.
You should watch more YouTube videos. Just watch them. I'll show you how to do the math over and over again. There's 12,000 videos on YouTube.
Are there any documents I can look at?
There's probably another 12,000 Instagrams. Get your team to go do their homework.
Are there documents that I can look at from this time?
I've provided you with every document you requested. Everything, guys. Everything you wanted.
And none of them show?
Every email, every policy, everything you asked for. We gave it to you because we'd already given it to the SEC.
None of those documents
show. Trust me, I was more concerned about the SEC than I am you.
Let me ask my question,
And
sir.
the SEC gave up on this bullshit because they found nothing after 28 months.
I'm going to try to ask my question again, sir. None of those documents that we've looked at.
You
Cardone
can't try
Capital.
to ask a question, Raj. You can't try.
I'm going to ask you to please not interrupt me.
Okay.
Is that okay?
But you asked me that at 10 o'clock this morning. Same question at 10:15 this morning. You were asking me the same exact question.
Am I able to ask my question?
But you're just asking it over and over again. And that's why I'm like, I'm not trying to be hard to get along with, but do you keep asking me the same question thinking you're going to get a different answer? You're not.
I am trying to find the underwriting that I can look at from the time
you asked me
made
that at 10:20 this
sir,
morning.
You need to let me just ask the question.
If he doesn't get to the end of this question, then I can't make my objection.
Okay.
Can I ask my question? I'm going to ask it. I am trying to find the underwriting at Cardone Capital that would support your representation on Instagram of targeted returns north of 15% after fees.
Objective form. No foundation.
No foundation.
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Where can I find that document, sir?
Same objections.
Tell you where to find them. I told you since 10 o'clock. I told Morgan Tuesday. I told her where to find them.
At this time, none of the underwriting models that we have received show a return of 15% after fees.
Okay.
Objection.
Where are the models that support your representation in this Instagram post?
I am the
objective form.
It's just in your head.
Assumes facts, not in evidence, no foundation.
It's what I've been delivering for 40 years to our investors. I don't know.
It's not written down anywhere.
Objective form, no foundation, assumes facts, not in evidence, misstates the documents, and 2 days of now depositions.
I'll bet there's 72,000 hours of YouTube videos of me showing how to get a 15. Just go do the research, man.
For the Fund 5 and Fund 6 properties, we haven't seen underwriting that shows north of 15% returns after fees in your models.
So?
Objective form.
Did you have?
It's not against the law.
Objective form.
So what?
It misstates the witness's testimony, and it's a misrepresentation with respect to what's been produced in this case. And although counsel and the witness were talking over me, my objection is with respect to that. Is it just in your head question, and also the one before? Where are the models that support your representation in the Instagram post? Not just the second of those.
When you make this is a post on your account, right, sir?
We said that, I answered that already. I answered this Tuesday too.
It's on the Grant Cardone account.
Of course, we answered this Tuesday and again today.
When you make a representation like this to prospective investors.
Are you running out of stuff in your box over there? Is that what's going on?
Sir, I'm going to ask you the question.
Okay.
When you make a representation like this to investors, what documents do you look at before you make it?
Objective form. Which representation?
When you make a post like this on social media, what documents do you look at before you make the claims in the post?
This post right here.
Correct.
Thank you, April. Thank you. You want one? You do. You
No,
do. Bring Raj one too. Raj, give Raj a cold. He needs one. Okay. Yeah, and bring some bubbles over here. Champagne in a sec.
Let me ask my question again, just so we have a clear record. Is that okay?
Okay.
Before you make a post like this on social media, what documents do you look at to support the claims you're making?
This is how to double your money. This is the current deal we're doing at that time. This is the disclosure. Okay? You understand that prior to the Jobs Act and social media, no one had ever raised money before. This is a new frontier. People are trying to figure out, how do you regulate it? How do you raise money? How does anybody crowdfund? Okay? It just so happens, Raj, that not only am I the most successful crowdfunder in the world, okay, we're the only group, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, through COVID, 24, 25, 26. I'm the only guy left standing raising money. We didn't bust out. We didn't do any forbearance. We didn't go bankrupt. In the same period of time, the same identical period of time, Brookfield lost over $2 billion worth of real estate. Starwood, gated redemptions. The biggest institutions in the world stopped paying their investors. We continue to pay everybody every month, dude. What? I'm just telling you, I have 40 years of experience picking, managing, and forecasting real estate transactions. And that's what I use. We gave you all the documents you need.
And you're doing that underwriting in your head, right?
No, not, again, it probably 10:30 this morning, I told you, I do it, Ryan does it, analyst does it, broker does it. 3 brokers would have done it before them. That guy that just called might not have got the listing, but he could have done underwriting on it, because Joe, when he goes to sell something, he's going to go to CBRE, he's going to go to Cushman, and let's say he's going to go to 1/3 other brokers, JLL, and he's going to get underwriting from all 3 groups. He's trying to sell his asset. Let's say Breakfast Point. He's going to go to 3 different brokers. Cushman's going to do their underwriting. CBRE is going to do their underwriting. Raj Brokerage is going to do their underwriting. They're going to give them to the seller. The seller is going to say, I'm going to pick Raj's company because he gave me the highest valuation, or we like his service, or his response time better. But he's also going to collect these other 2 underwritings over here, and he probably has 9 underwritings on one asset.
And what I'm telling
I am then going, Joe's going to hire you, and then I'm going to say, Raj, give me your underwriting, and you're going to give me your underwriting. And then I'm going to call this guy over here, Brandon, and say, Brandon, did you underwrite that deal? Yeah. How did you guys underwrite it? Well, we underwrote it for way less than that. Raj got the deal because Raj blew smoke up Joe's ass, and Joe went for it, and he believes it. Okay. Now I have like 9 underwritings that are free, cost no one anything. And I'm going to be very efficient with all that. Because when you grow up in a bayou, raised by a single mom, you learn, and your dad dies, and there's no money coming in, you learn how to be efficient. And that's what I'm doing. Then I'm going to give it to a kid over there that knows how to use Excel spreadsheet. And he's probably never done anything but an Excel spreadsheet, and he's going to plug some numbers in. And then I'm going to call my friends at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that I've built relationships now with for 30 years. And I'm going to be like, hey guys, how do you see this deal? And then I'm going to have this guy call me that just did call me. And I'm going to ask him what he thinks of the deal. And I'm going to combine all this data. I'm going to collect it for 40 years. I'm going to do the right thing for the investor. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to hit a 15 on this thing.
You personally combine all that data?
Well, yeah, dude, I'm the only person I'm talking about right now. I'm the one I'm talking about me. It also says in our circular, if anything were to happen to me, it could greatly negatively impact the investors, and they should be informed. There's an entire paragraph. If anything happens to the founder, Grant Cardone, this could greatly impact your investment. Why do we do that? Because this company is so dependent upon me at this time. Every day I work with my team to build legs underneath my Ryan, the Andres, Jim D. Road, the rest of my team, to make sure that we have a great team so that when I'm not around in 20 years or 30 years, I'll probably live till I'm 107. Okay. I'm going to turn you into an investor one day, man. Okay. When I'm not around anymore, this company's going to be able to take care of investors for the next 100 years.
Let's take a break and go off the record.
Oh, come on, dude. Don't break the flow, man.
Time is 17:04. We're going off the record. Time is 17:23. We're back on the record.
Mr. Cardone, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 304. It's
This
a
is-
long
this is-
document because of the
This is my
attachments.
second God hour of the day, just so you know. I just want to warn you in advance. Between 3 and 4 a.m., I have God hour, and this is the time of the day when I'm spectacular.
I'm glad to know that.
Okay.
This is an email from Miss Sheeman to you. Do you see that, sir?
This cannot be an email.
The cover document is an email, and there's a long attachment attached. But I printed the attachment as well.
Okay, but this Susan Sheeman didn't send me a 510-page document.
No, sir. Ms. Sheeman sent you an email on December 10th, 2019, and she attached the Delray appraisal for review. Do you see that?
Okay. I have not seen this before. But I'm looking at it now. I've never seen this draft by Blake, the appraisal report.
Is that a company you use for appraisals?
I don't even know this company, Blake.
If you look at the cover email,
Okay.
Ms. Sheeman writes, attached is the appraisal for Delray as of 11/30/2019 for $94.9 million, which is 2.7 higher than our purchase price.
Which is $2.7 million higher than the purchase price. By the way, we will not disclose that to our investors.
And Ms. Sheeman asks you to review the appraisal no later than this Friday.
Okay.
And let me know if you have any revisions, right?
Okay.
And she asks if you agree with the valuation.
Okay.
Do you know if you agreed with that valuation?
Of course, I agree with. Look, I thought when we bought the Delray deal, we had stolen something. I was literally worried about going to jail for this purchase. It was so good. Magnificent property, perfect location. The amenities are unbelievable. The quality of the asset, phenomenal. And the fact that I could buy this for $92 million to own, how many units was that? 10X Delray, that's got to be 300. Well, here it is right here, right? It's dude, I said this is my best hour, and I'm forgetting how many units I have here. I'm embarrassed. Let me see.
I'm not going to ask you about that unless you want to find it.
Well, no, you asked me if it's a good deal, I think. Didn't you ask me if it's a
I
good
asked
deal?
you just if you agreed with the appraised value contained in this valuation.
Yeah. 346 units. Yeah, dude, I agreed. Okay,
Now,
it was unbelievable. Okay, it's 92 million today. It's worth 140 million dollars.
The fund's 5 and 6 properties are appraised every other year. Is that right?
I think that's right.
And do you receive those appraisals, right?
I don't actually receive them. My team gets the appraisals.
Do you review the appraisals?
No.
Do you sign off on the values in the appraisals?
No, not really. I accept the appraisals for what they are.
Do you know?
We use a third party. We're required to by Fannie and Freddie to use a third party and or whatever lender we're using. We use a third party. Obviously, if I disagreed with the appraisal, I would what's the word? Debate it or
object.
Say no. You guys messed something up. That could happen. But this is that's the right thing to do. Every couple of years, do an appraisal on property, be able to report it as a third party valuation. I don't think the appraisal's right, personally. I thought when I bought the asset, like I said, I was stealing it. I know the asset's worth more today than it would appraise for today. It's going to appraise at one number because of the marketplace, but I know what it's really worth.
You think the asset's worth more than it would appraise for today?
Hunt, to me, I wouldn't sell it for what it's worth today. I wouldn't sell it. I can never buy this asset again. Okay. See, this goes back to your question earlier about how long would you stay in a deal? 10X Delray, this is probably going to be the deal. I was telling these guys on the break while you were checking in with New York. I'm probably gonna send back. I think we have $34 million in that investment. I think this year before the end of the year, it's possible that we refinance this deal and send back $34 million to our investors. That means they will have no position and they will still get checks every month. That's how good a deal that thing is. Now, if you do 76 deals in your career, they're all going to perform a little different. This one's crushing. This is what you look for. And that's why we put 5 deals in one fund and allowed the investors to have the what's that word starts with a D. Diversity, man.
Okay.
Democratizing institutional quality assets and giving our investors diversification across a massive portfolio of 2,000 institutional quality assets, all that provide cash flow. 45 days after we bought it, all through COVID, through the Trump era, through the Biden era, and through the Trump tariffs, Iran, the whole bullshit, the whole gamut for 8 years, 96 months in a row, your client, your original client, has been paid.
I'm going to ask you about another one of your properties.
And I checked on that Tuon guy. He invested in one deal. Okay. He put 10,000 in with us, came back and put another 10,000 with us, came back and put another 5,000 with us, waited 3 years after the lawsuit. Check this out. Put 50 grand after the lawsuit and then put in another $15,000.
I move to strike that as non-responsive. There's no question pending. I'm going to move to another one of your properties, Mr. Cardone.
Yeah.
You own the Wellington Club property, right?
Another smoker.
You own, the apartment complex is known as the 10X Wellington Club apartment?
Yes.
Right? When did you acquire that property?
You'd have to refresh my memory because it's a lot going on, but I would say 2016.
You still own that property, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's in Palm Beach County?
Yes, sir.
In Lake...
204 units. I paid $32 million. I put $6 million down. It's worth $64 million today.
The property
32, I put 6 down. And it's worth $64 million. Okay? Which means the $6 million has turned into $38 million.
The property...
That'd be a 500x return. 70% a year.
The property participates in Palm Beach County's workforce housing program.
Yes, sir. It does.
And the property has a restrictive covenant requiring it to provide housing to Palm Beach County employees at discounted prices.
No, not quite. Not quite the truth. But that's how you read the covenant. But that's not what the restrictive covenant said and what made this such a good deal.
Tell me what the restrictive covenant said.
The restricted covenant on the Wellington deal, this deal was provided to me by Robert Given. Robert called me and said, I have a deal in Wellington. It's 204 units, brand new. We paid, I get giddy talking about this deal because it was so good. We paid 36 million or 32 million maybe. Yeah, 32 million, 150,000 a door. Cost 300 to build it. I said, what's the deal, Robert? There's a restrictive covenant on it. Robert Givens, by the way, would be a great witness for our side. $70-80 billion of sales just in Florida. He said, look, Grant, there's a restrictive covenant on it. And the restrictive covenant suggests that it's workforce housing. But in reality, I think there was 20% of the asset, 40 units, had a cap on how much the rent would be. Now, every investor that heard restrictive covenant ran the other way. They're like, oh my God, terrible. But I read the restrictive covenant. Okay, this is called hair on a deal in real estate. Sometimes there's hair on the deal and it distracts other buyers. When you read the restrictive governance, I realized, oh shit, the restriction on the rent is so high. This is 2014 when I bought this.
Yeah. May 2014. I still have not gotten to the restriction rents 12 years later. What I was restricted to do in 2014, I still have still not achieved today.
In 2020.
This is not uncommon that when a county, New York, San Francisco, LA, they put together, the city comes together, the city council comes together and puts together these restriction covenants so they can say, we're helping the little guy out. We're putting on rent restrictions. This is why rents in New York exploded, San Francisco, Los Angeles. It's actually a distraction by the council to say we're helping the little guy, but they're not. The rent restrictions, like in Hollywood, LA, it looks like there's a restriction, but there's not.
In 2025, Palm Beach County audited the Wellington Club property, right?
Who did?
Palm Beach County.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Okay, I'm going to mark as Exhibit 305 an audit report from the Palm Beach County Workforce Housing Program for the Wellington Club apartments.
Which fund is this one in?
It's not in a fund. It's him trolling.
Have you seen this document before, sir?
I have not. We've probably been audited, by the way, by Palm Beach every year since 2014. That would have been 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. We would have been audited for 11 years.
Let's look at page 8.
Anything that has a restriction covenant will be audited by the Office of Inspector General, Palm Beach County.
Let's look at page 8 of the document,
This is
sir.
how they get their funding. This is why there's so much fraud in the system.
On page 8, it states, finding 1, the owner did not ensure that its property managers always charged the applicable WHP rental rate and or properly applied utility charges and credits, and the county lacked sufficient monitoring to identify the non-compliance. Do you see that, sir?
Yeah.
You were not aware of this finding before today?
No. It doesn't even concern me. It's nonsense.
You're the owner of the Wellington Club.
Yep.
That's right.
Who would this go to, Raj? Who's responsible for this, Raj?
All right.
The management company, Raj, is responsible. We have a third-party manager responsible. You want to strike this, I'm sure, because you don't want to hear it.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes as non-responsive to the question. Mr. Cardone, you understand that the trial in this case is scheduled for March.
You're coming to an end, aren't you? I can tell you on your last lap.
Can I finish my questions?
Go ahead. Is this the last lap?
You understand the trial in this case is scheduled for March 2027?
Please don't extend it. It's my birthday month. I want the biggest victory of my life in March of 2027.
You plan to come to trial and
Dude, I
defend
will
this
fucking
lawsuit?
be there with like bells ringing.
I will see you there. I don't have any further
I
questions
knew you
for
were
Mr.
rapping.
Cardone.
I knew you were. I could tell when a guy gasses out.
I just had a
few things.
Yeah.
Client gone wild. When can we guys have the video of this?
We can talk about that after, off the record.
Okay.
Do you have any stickers already done, or?
I just put them on late.
Oh, I'm sorry.
306.
All right. Okay, so you got cross, right?
I have like 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Don't rush, Joe. Come on, get some video time today, Joe. I'm gonna make y'all famous. How old are you, Raj? 32?
Thank you. 306. So
it's gonna be a game changer for your career. It is. Trust me.
this is Exhibit 306.
Yes.
It's a paper that you sketched out on when you were talking about
The random underwritings
earlier today.
Yeah.
And then you crumpled it up. I uncrumpled it and I've marked it as an exhibit. It's a court record now that it has this number on it.
Okay. Sorry.
This would be an example of the type of underwriting that you were talking
Yes.
about at that time, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Could you 290.
You were phenomenal. I'm telling you, I've seen
298.
You didn't complain one time. Not one time. She didn't ask to catch up one time. You, sir, extraordinary.
Hanging in there.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to tell my friends in Hollywood about you.
Appreciate it.
Raj, you did an excellent job today. Just want to give you your kudos. Okay. I know this isn't easy, so.
299, this one. Okay. So this is Mr. Bowie, B-U-I for the record.
Yes, Mr. Bowie.
If
yeah,
the one we need is the one we're missing.
What am I looking for?
I'm guessing it's in the stack, but here.
You want to
we'll
go
just-
off the record, Jeff?
No, it's fine. We'll just share mine.
Okay.
So this is number 300. This is before the witness. This is an email thread that has the subject potential investor, and it's from a person called Tuan Bowie.
Tuan.
To Melissa Harless. Do you remember this exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay, so these emails are all from December 2018. My question for you is, if Mr. Bowie, after this exchange of emails with Miss Harless, became an investor in one of the funds, would he had to have read all of the paperwork and signed saying that he had read and understood all the paperwork?
Objection for.
Yes. And he would have, in this case, done it on 5 different investments.
Okay. All right. I don't have any.
5 different investments, 5 different times. And they got bigger, not smaller. That's all you got, Joe?
That's all I had. Thank you. Mr.
Am I like the perfect client or what?
Nothing else for me. I'll mark the transcript as confidential under the protective order.
All right. Time is 1742 going off the record. 1742, we're back on the record.
Yeah, we're back on the record because your side does not, what you want to hold this as confidential, and I refuse to. I want this as a public domain. This is going to become education for the public to see how unfair our system is today with class action litigation running fucking wild on small business men like myself and women, plumbers, chiropractors, contractors. This is going crazy. Okay. And the only people that win are you guys. I get destroyed, spending time, energy, and resources. My investors will get hurt, and you don't want the public to see what happens here.
I want an opportunity to confer with your counsel.
You don't need to. You can confirm with me right now. This will be public data.
Let me put on the record.
Nobody asked me to make this confidential when I agreed to do this.
This is so you've marked almost 50 exhibits today, if not more than 50, and none of this is private information to the extent that any of these exhibits have been marked confidential. They were internal analyses done by the company, and the company will withdraw for any of this that is marked in the deposition today. So there's no basis, and any testimony about it. So there's no basis upon which to assert that this is confidential. If there's one in the protective order that you believe, then you should say what it is.
Defendants are withdrawing their confidentiality designations for all of the documents that were introduced as exhibits today. Is that right?
Yeah.
Anything that was marked, this is a proceeding before the court, and anything that's marked confidential in this deposition is
You have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. There's nothing I talked about today that I don't care if the public sees over and over and over again. That's the problem you'll have with a guy like me.
Yeah, the majority of these exhibits in the first place are public social media posts and transcripts that have been prepared by the plaintiff of the social media posts, a book by Mr. Cardone, which he autographed my copy of. I appreciate that. And
there's
so
nothing.
on. So
There's
this is
nothing,
all.
guys.
This is all.
I know everything that I've done over
all
the last
fine.
20 years. I have nothing to hide. Now, you guys might not want your firm made public for the fact that y'all got involved in a case. There's no financial damage, no fraud, no misrepresentation. You're just dragging me to try to tap me out on fees because most people would tap out.
Do you have any further questions for the witness counsel?
No, but Mr. Cardone will read and sign, please.
Say again?
Thank you. I think we're off the record.
Time is 17:45 off the record. Okay, 17:46.
No, let's
back
stay
on
here
the
till we
record.
get this worked out, guys.
I think we need to meet and confer because on the record because I don't think it works that way. And
I sat in here with your colleague. Nobody said anything about confidential on Tuesday.
I'm happy to meet and confer with you if you give me a moment to speak with my team. That's all I ask.
We don't need to go anyplace. Let's just figure it out. I came here believing this was a public record. No one said, what's the word y'all are using now?
It would be designated.
Nobody said any bullshit about it being designated confidential. I wouldn't have come here. I've been like, no, it's got to be public. I made that comment to you about John Lesher and the T-Mobile case. You want to make everything public to drag me, to try to make me look like a bad guy? No, bro. Ain't going to happen.
I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Okay, well, just designate this. Designate.
Why don't you
Take a break.
take a break, talk to your team,
Stay on
and
record.
go back on the record and figure this out.
Yeah, let's do
Let's go after it.
All right.
All right. 17:47 off the record. All right. 17:52 back on the record.
All right. So we've asked counsel to identify what part of the, and if I haven't, I ask now, what part of the protective order he believes allows him to mask over this proceeding where none of the confidential information is his clients or any member any person he represents confidential information, and he says he's going to get back to us promptly. Will you have some? Well, we can look at the protective order together now. If you're unable to do that, then
Are you on video or audio?
she's reporting.
Okay. Sure we get this.
Sure. We can look at it together, or what do you want to do, counsel?
I've asked counsel to meet and confer in the normal course. We're happy to meet and confer on the next business day about this topic, but
Tomorrow's Saturday.
can I just finish what I'm saying?
Sure.
I would like to meet and confer with counsel, as is required under the local rules, about any disagreement about the protective order or discovery issue.
I did not agree to holding this confidential when we started this. Your colleague did not try to claim this as confidential on Tuesday, and you stuck it. You've had ample opportunity all day long. I brought up the confidentiality thing over and over. You have all day long to say it was going to be held in confidence. I didn't agree to it. They didn't know about it. That's bullshit.
Well, I don't believe there's a basis for it. None of the none of the documents involve any of the plaintiff information or the information of any purpose of any person who's represented by Sussman Godfrey with respect to the confidentiality designations of all of the documents that have been marked during this deposition. They have been withdrawn by the defendants. We object to the attempt to use the court's protective order to mask over proceedings that otherwise should be public, and I think it's inconsistent both with the purpose of protective orders, with the public nature of court proceedings, and with the First Amendment to the Constitution to try and hide this testimony from the public for any proper use of it.
And it also gives me a chance to clear my name.
Your position is clear, counsel. We'll consider your request and we'll get back to you promptly.
But how can he designate something?
Well, he's I think it's an abuse of the protective order, and if you don't get back to us on Monday and tell us that, which I hope that we'll have the recording by no later than Tuesday, if we don't hear on Monday that you're withdrawing your purported and I think improper designation, then we will file a motion with the magistrate judge asking her to make a determination that your client has abused the protective order and to overrule your purported objection based on the protective order.
And I just want to say that I own this building. This recording was done in my office. I told your colleague Tuesday that I want a copy of this recording. You knew that coming in here. Your team sat all day Tuesday and listened to this all day today. And for you guys to drop this in the last 3 minutes, the reason you don't want this public is because you know you don't have a case here. And this is a time in 2026 when the public should see what's actually going on behind the scenes. This is why I created my fund, full transparency. People could see everything, make a decision for themselves. Let's let the people make a decision who's right and who's wrong in this case. This is the first time I've had to defend myself. This is the first time that I've had in 6 years of this bullshit, guys, to defend myself and let the people hear from me what's happened here. All I want is the courts to say, hey, that's his property. That's his video. He sat for 16 hours and answered questions. I want the public to be able to see that. So your team's in New York. I'm still here. They're still here. They can make a decision. Nothing's going to change between now and Monday. Let's just take another break, go in and say, hey, we want a determination. Either do it or don't do it.
We will get back to you promptly.
No, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. Promptly is now. It's not Monday.
I need an opportunity to confer. And
You've been teleconferencing with all day. We have technology today. Go in there and talk to the people in New York.
We will get back to you as soon as we can.
No, as soon as you can is right now.
I don't have any further questions. Do you?
I do. Why won't you go in there right now and get a decision?
I think we're done.
I have nothing to hide. Why do you have something to hide here?
Do you have any further questions?
All right, we'll send
No, I don't want to wait till Monday. I want it now.
I know, but he's now trying to take advantage of the.
Well, let's call the judge. Let's call what's that other thing they were going to say?
Well, we could do that.
Let's call the judge right now. Let's call the judge. This is ridiculous, man.
It's still 3:00 in Los Angeles.
I'm asking simply for an opportunity. Can I just finish my...
Walk in there. That's the opportunity. I provide you my office, my telephone, my wire, my internet. You Zoom your guys like you have all day. You've been getting coaching all day long.
I have not, sir.
Yes, you have. I have not been getting coaching. You've been getting coaching all day. Go in there and talk to your boss. Say, Daddy, what do we do now? I'm not waiting till Monday. I ain't leaving here until you tell me, or let's call the judge. It's fair, dude. Let's do it. Do the right thing, Raj.
Okay. I need an opportunity to discuss this with my team. And I'm asked, let's go off the record.
Yeah,
We're going to get back to you as soon as we can.
No.
Can I just speak with, or maybe we can step out and just talk.
Guys, don't let them talk you out of it. I want a decision today.
Well, why don't we
all you got to do is go there. They're not going to, you just go talk to your team. Tell your team, hey, just designate it because we're going to win it Monday anyway.
I really think you should withdraw your designation.
You look bad, dude. It looks bad.
The court's door with this. I mean, and on top of that, it's just a bad look. I mean,
it's a bad look.
This is not the purpose of the protective order. You know, it's not the purpose of the protective order. You're trying to use it. I don't know why. I mean, I do have a suspicion, but it's just that's not right. You're just abusing the court's authority.
We don't act in bad faith. I don't think we have in this case. And I just need time to think about your request. That's all I ask. We get back to you very promptly. And I will
promptly.
We're not going to have the video today in any event. We're going to get back to you over the weekend, if you like, on Sunday. That's the best I can do. I really can't give you an answer right now.
Why can't you? Why can't? Tell me why you can't.
Because I need to confer with my team.
Good. Your team is on Zoom right now watching this. Team, Chris,
sir.
Whatever their names are, okay?
None of them
Your bosses that did not come down here to do this, they gave it to the juniors and said, go see what you can get. Get on the phone with them, Raj, and say, what do we do now? Get this.
I think I've given you my position. I'm going to get back to you as soon as I can.
As soon as you can. All you got to do is walk. As soon as you can is today.
I'm not going to get back to you right now.
Yeah, why not?
Because I need time to review the protective
Why do you
order.
need time?
I'm pulling the protective order up right now.
Good. Let's pull it up. Let's look at it. And let's call the court, guys. Let's call the court. Let's call the judge.
Well,
let's tell the judge what's happening right now.
Let me ask you, are you able to identify anything that was in the deposition today that is your client's
I haven't had a chance to review the transcript. I didn't even look at the transcript.
Well, we're not going to wait for the transcript.
We're going to get a rough tonight, and we're going to get, I think we've asked for a next day delivery on the transcript as soon as you can get it. I'm going to look at that. My team is going to look at that. I'm going to get back to you guys. We're not going to have the video for you to post today in any event.
I'm not posting it today.
So before you get this video, I will get you an answer on our position. I promise you that.
What? Before I get the video?
Yes.
What kind of offer is that, bro? That's misrepresentation. Before I get the video, you're going to give me a position? That's ridiculous.
I'm going to give you.
I met here today. No one asked me, suggested to anyone that this was being done in confidence. Did you guys know that?
No, I don't think that you probably could do it on a protected order. I think that's clear on the record.
Okay, so let's see what it says. Sit down, Raj. You don't need to start putting your shit up. I have paid you respect all day. I showed up here early. I was here at every break. I sat down and answered every question. I did that Tuesday as well.
I'm going to review the transcript, which we'll receive tomorrow, and get back to you as soon as I can. And I think we can go off the record.
No, don't go off the record, guys.
I don't have anything further for the witness, and neither does the defense.
Hold on just 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me, this is the one that's not by the judge.
And then, guys, if that doesn't do it, let's call the judge and ask the judge to get involved now. Because I don't think a California judge is going to like you saying, oh, yeah, we don't want anybody to see what actually happened. The transcript's public, right, guys?
No, he's saying it's not public, right? That's
okay.
The video and the.
Well, who owns the video? Who hired your company, sir?
Well, we would own it once we buy it, which we're going to do. The issue is that then it's covered by a court order, so you couldn't disclose it with.
Why would
the
it
judge overrules the assertion?
Why would it be controlled by a court order?
Because there's this protective order in the case.
Counsel, we might not have a right dispute. I just need a little bit of time to get my position to you, as we as is required by the local rules.
Somebody told you. Somebody directed you in New York to add that. Am I right, guys? He's misrepresenting his position right now, guys. New York directed him to hold this as confidential. It's a bad look, dude. I'm going to make sure everybody knows this happened, regardless of what the courts say, by the way, on the record.
Well, I've just reviewed the relevant parts of the protective order. I don't think it provides a basis for you to designate this transcript or video confidential.
As I've said, I have your position. I need to speak with my team, and we're going to get back to you as soon as we can.
Joe, let's call the court. Let's call the judge.
Do you think we have a right dispute? I'm going to tell the judge that I need 2 more days to talk to my team.
Let's call the judge, guys.
What would you tell the judge as to how you could designate his testimony as confidential? Like on what basis?
I haven't reviewed the testimony yet. You covered a lot of topics.
But it was
today.
all Mr. Cardone's
But it wasn't about Christine Pino.
There was testimony about Miss Pino.
Right.
No questions about Miss Pino.
Non-confidential. Nothing that's not in the public record already.
Miss Pino's deposition is not in the public record.
No, but the stuff you talked about is in the public record.
And this is exactly why I'm asking for time to talk to my team.
No, it's not.
And review the transcript.
No, it's not. You're trying to hide this from public dissemination.
Yes.
Asking for. Let's just email. Let's see if the judge could.
Let's get the judge on it, dude.
Let's just see if the clerk is.
Let's get the judge. I want to show the judge what exactly is going on here.
Just reply to that. Reply to that one that Raj sent to.
Then you can check with New York right now, because New York, if they're not watching this, they should know.
So, just because it's.
Was it your idea to make it confidential or New York's?
Here, write this down. Dear Madam Clerk. Sure, I didn't say that story. Full Madam Clerk. Yeah. Where's Hayes? How about that? Hayes? Yeah.
We could have been out of here 45 minutes ago.
The dispute has.
What time's your flight?
At the very end.
9:30?
Mr. Cardone's deposition.
Won't even talk to me now.
Today.
Oh my God. Call the judge. My wife said, call the judge now. Guys, my wife's saying call the judge. What are y'all doing?
Email the court.
Oh, good, good.
Email her.
Yeah. I'm ending.
He's hanging us up from ending today because he slipped in the weenie at the end. Is that what you're going to tell the judge?
Let's wait for her here.
Yeah, let's just wait. I got plenty of time.
Yeah, we could go off the record while we're waiting for the court to connect.
Raj is leaving right now. What's the name of your firm, Raj? There he goes. He's walking out of our offices, walking out. Okay, I gave him 16 hours. 16 hours I gave your company. Okay, now you're walking out of here. Okay, after taking my deposition.